Now, if we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Labor Day is right around the corner. It's tailgating season and, of course, Labor Day cookouts. With lots more grilling left this season, the experts at Omaha Steaks help you celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during their Labor Day sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar to shop exclusive Labor Day packages like the Griller's Labor Day Feast, the perfect sampling of everything that makes Omaha Steaks unforgettable. The butcher's cut filet mignons, chicken breasts, and pork chops. Plus, type Garden in the search bar for 8 free mouth-watering burgers and 8 free gourmet jumbo franks with your order. But hurry, this exclusive offer expires soon. Celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks Labor Day sale. It's only at omahasteaks.com. Enter Garden in the search bar for 8 Omaha Steaks burgers and 8 gourmet jumbo franks free with select packages including the Griller's Labor Day Feast. Omaha Steaks isn't just steak. It's the best steak of your life, guaranteed. omahasteaks.com, keyword Garden in the search bar. See site for details.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR-FM, San Francisco.
Lamont Wade Jr., left-handed hitter, the right-hander. Hendricks pitches. There's a shot. Deep right center field, and goodbye!
And Yastrzemski, it's a high fly ball, left field, carrying well, all the way back to the ivy, and it's gone up into the basket. And it's 3-0 Giants. Gomes lines it to left. Jock Peterson dives and can't get it. 2 runs home into second. Gomes has a double. The Cubs have the lead. Suzuki blasts one to deep left field. On its way and gone. Up over the ivy, into the bleachers. Tie game. Morel hits a drive to center. Going back on the ball, Meckler. It is gone. Christopher Morel just crushed one to center field. It's 10-6 Cubs.
Davey Davis with his first home run in a month. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a smash up the middle on the ground to second. Corner to second one. Swanson to first. Double play. And the game is over. So just a bad night all the way around for the Giants, who score 8 runs and lose the game.
And that should do it.
Wake me up when September ends. Wake me the hell up when the Giants win a game in September. That was an ugly one last night. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back with Overnight Dave behind the glass, continuing the countdown to the start of the NFL season, which starts tomorrow night with the Thursday night matchup between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions. We've got some big injury news in the world of the NFL with Travis Kelsey hyperextending his knee yesterday. And, of course, we'll give you more updates on Nick Bosa as we're wondering when the hell he's going to show up for their Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. There was some sound yesterday from Mike Tomlin saying that the Steelers are preparing for Bosa. The question is, what are the 49ers going to do if they're preparing to play without Nick Bosa? And we'll hear today from Kyle Shanahan, who is scheduled to speak to the media down in Santa Clara. So hopefully today we get some updates, but boy, oh boy, that clock is ticking. This is a clock that we've been watching now for a couple weeks, a couple months, hell, a couple years since Nick Bosa started putting up the sacks numbers he did. So, of course, we'll give you our daily Nick Bosa update with an update from Ian Rappaport, who threw out a magic number out there and maybe talking about how the Bosas and the 49ers are not on the same page when it does come to their contract value. We'll play the latest update for you from Ian Rappaport on the other side. And like I said, get you that injury update on Travis Kelsey and his playing status for the NFL kickoff game tomorrow night. But we also got to talk about some injury news with the San Francisco Giants. And I got to say, this is a lineup that's looked injured over the last couple of days. But last night, they finally broke out the bats. And maybe that's the good news, is the Giants hit 4 home runs. They scored 8 runs. They had 12 hits on the night. Well, kids, it's time for the bad news. The Chicago Cubs had 15 hits, 11 runs. I think they only did it on 2 home runs. But there he was, Seiya Suzuki, the man that lit up Logan Webb for a home run and 2 RBIs on Monday. There he was again last night with 4 more hits. I mean, I don't want to say this guy's on a revenge tour because I don't know what he'd be revengeful for, but this was also a guy that the Giants tried to bring into San Francisco during his free agency. Obviously, he decided to go to the Chicago Cubs, and now he's playing for a Chicago Cubs team that looks like they're heading to the postseason. One of the hottest teams in baseball. They've won 8 out of their last 11 games and truly are going in the opposite direction of the San Francisco Giants. I mean, think about the MLB trade deadline. We were talking about going out and trading for Marcus Stroman, stealing away pieces from the Chicago Cubs, whether or not a guy like Cody Bellinger would be on the market. Fast forward to the beginning of September, the Cubs are 75-64. They've got a 3-4 game lead over the Giants for that second wild card spot. Now the Giants are 2 games behind the Cincinnati Reds, who walked off one of the hottest teams in baseball, Seattle, last night. Now you're looking at a team like the Miami Marlins, who are a game above the San Francisco Giants. They beat Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers last night. Now, there is a piece of good news for all my scoreboard watchers out there this morning. The Arizona Diamondbacks did lose to the Colorado Rockies. But again, it's going to be pretty damn hard to get into the playoffs if you're not winning games in September. And that's something that the Giants have yet to accomplish. 0-5, is it? 5 games in a row. I think all 5 have been played in September. They haven't won a game this month. And Sunday and Monday, they got shut out back-to-back games. So maybe that's the positive news this morning, is to take away the 8 runs that they scored. But it's pretty hard to be positive when there was such negative defensive play on the field last night. Whether it is Jock Peterson, who did a great job at the plate, got on base 4 times. What did he have, 3 hits yesterday? He's one of the few bats that are starting to heat up for the San Francisco Giants lineup. But we all know Jock Peterson should not be out there in left field. And I get it. It's the Windy City. It's the city of Chicago. That's a fly ball that needs to be caught. And that's why I feel terrible for a guy like Luke Jackson, who gets charged with 4 earned runs yesterday in that 7th inning rally. After the Giants came out and took a 3-0 lead, after late night Lamont went deep, very first at-bat of the game, gave the Giants a 1-0 lead. Next thing you know, here's Wade Meckler diving, saving runs in the first innings, laying out, getting dirty, and then coming through with a clutch 3-2, 2-out RBI knock. Mikey Yaz goes deep, and the Giants are up 3-0. I'm like, all right, let's go. The Giants actually have something going today. Well, that was until the 3rd inning, until Jacob Junis came into the game and allowed 4 runs. He got lit up. And next thing you know, Jock Peterson was diving and trying to make plays in the gap. There was a double that got through, but that wasn't even the worst defensive play of the game for Jock Peterson. Because after J.D. Davis hit a home run, after Jock Peterson had an RBI double, there was that 7th inning that we were talking about. There was Jock Peterson getting caught in the wind. Shout out to the movie Gone with the Wind. Seems like the Giants' playoff chances are going with the wind right now. Just like that ball got caught in that wind tunnel and confused the hell out of Jock Peterson. And again, it's something I'd argue every time I see this play in baseball. That's got to be an error. That's not the pitcher's fault. I don't care how windy it is. I don't care if the sun's in your eyes. Your job is to catch a fly ball. And when you fall down to the ground, when you basically hide and tunnel away from the ball, yeah, that should be an error. And so should have the play by Casey Schmidt, which I think they ultimately rolled down as an error. It was a fielder's choice, an RBI. I heard Kruk and Kai breaking it down on the broadcast. It was confusing as hell. But the bottom line is those 2 plays led to the big inning from the Chicago Cubs. And that's really what broke the game open. And on that Casey Schmidt play where he threw a short hop down to Patrick Bailey, Patrick could not catch the ball, cannot dig it out of the dirt. And apparently on the play, there was a little bit of a collision. I don't think most people noticed until we got the update that Patrick Bailey was being taken out of the game. And it looked like the guy that was sliding in for the Cubs maybe caught him with his elbow as soon as he slid in. Looked like there was maybe a little bit of helmet-to-helmet contact, like we're playing football or something. And next thing you know, Patrick Bailey was out of the game. And this was after Patrick Bailey came into the game as a pinch hitter, which, again, philosophically, I really don't understand the point of giving your catcher a day off just to bring him in the 4th or 5th inning and that he still has to catch a game. I know people say it's a lighter workload for Patrick Bailey, but when you're using this kid each and every day and you are going to schedule to give him an off day, just give him an off day. Or worst case scenario, if you want to get Blake Sable in the lineup, how about you throw him back out in left field? Not saying he's a gold glove defender, but that's what the Giants were doing the entire first half of the season, was using Blake Sable. And again, getting back to the defensive alignment, I would rather see Wilmer Flores, who was DHing last night, play first and maybe shift Lamont Wade out to the outfield. I think Lamont Wade is a better outfielder than Jock Peterson. I think probably most people listening this morning will agree with that take. But again, the Giants are doing anything just to get as many bats as they can into this lineup because they have been the worst offensive team in baseball over the last 2 months. Last night was kind of a breakout game. They scored 8 runs, but it's hard to win when you let up 11. And that's just the bottom line with these bullpen games. Even going back to when they were 15-5 halfway through the year, and we were talking about how great of an opener John Brebbia was. Shout out to John Brebbia coming off the IL. He might be your opener today, or it might be Alex Wood. Who really knows what's going on with the Giants? That's probably one of the funniest things to me is driving home, listening to the post-game rap, and hearing Kruk and Kai be like, yeah, who's pitching tomorrow? I don't know. These are the guys that are your broadcasters of the game, and they don't even know who's scheduled to pitch. But so it might be Alex Wood. It might be John Brebbia. I think we're going to get Kyle Harrison on Friday against the Colorado Rockies. The only question is, who's going to be catching these guys?
Only God knows.
Yeah, only God knows. Or maybe Gabe Kapler and Kai Correa know. Because last night, Joey Bart was pulled out of the Sacramento River Cats game in the middle of the game. And here we are connecting the dots to the Patrick Bailey injury. know they got to go through the protocol and the testing and everything, but if Patrick Bailey is out, that means Joey Bart is up. The return of Joey Bart, who's been swinging the bat decently well down in Sacramento. We'll see if that's a move the Giants make today and if they're able to get Joey Bart out to Chicago. If not, I would assume that it's going to be Blake Sable behind home plate, and then maybe Joey will be reunited with Kyle Harrison, his battery mate from Sacramento, on Friday, taking on the Colorado Rockies. But again, I don't know if Joey Bart's going to save this team. And I feel like I've said again 1,000 times with this team because it's the same thing every single morning. They're playing bad defense, they're not hitting, or they're getting beat with these bullpen games. But that's the 2023 Giants for you. Nothing like it. That's what the motto is, right? Nothing like it. Well, last night, there was nothing like it out in Chicago. They lose again. It's a 5-game losing streak, and now you're slipping away in that wild card standing. Whether it's the Reds winning last night, the Marlins, as I mentioned, the Diamondbacks lost, but now you're a few games back in the wild card standings. And to be honest with you, the way you're playing baseball right now, I don't know if you're going to turn it around and make a stretch run during this final month of the regular season. But hey, it's baseball. Anything can happen. Let's be positive this morning, Dave. And here's something that we can all be positive about. Football is back in our lives tomorrow. Thursday night football, Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Detroit Lions. I know we've all been waiting for some news on Nick Bosa. As I teased earlier, we got a little bit of news from Ian Rappaport of what that contract could look like, but it's also a contract that I've been discussing whether or not it has any impact on what Chris Jones is doing with the Kansas City Chiefs and whether or not he's going to be on the field tomorrow night. So we've got an update on his status as well and how long his holdout could maybe linger into the 2023 season and what that means for a guy like Nick Bosa. And we can also get an injury check on Travis Kelsey, who hyperextended his knee yesterday, but could possibly play tomorrow night. We've got an injury update for you on that as well as we continue to get closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. And we're getting closer and closer to Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, an award-winning betting segment that we did every Friday during the NFL season last year.
I'm just about that action, boss.
So we'll continue to look towards Sunday, look towards Thursday, get you a couple NFL stories on the other side. I saw Jimmy Garoppolo took a pay cut. Raiders are saving $17 million on his contract. Also saw Chandler Jones is locked out of the facilities and complaining about Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels. Yeah, join the club, Chandler. Join the club. We'll have plenty of football for you on the other side. Get you those updates on Travis Kelsey, Chris Jones, and Nick Bosa. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
As far as injuries go, Kelsey hyperextended his knee today, so we'll just see how he does going forward.
Is there any idea as to Kelsey's status?
No. They're looking at it now, so I just see how it goes.
Coach, I know it's always next man up, but when something like that happens to a big name guy like Travis, how does game plan?
Sure. The next guy steps in and we roll. I mean, that's what you do. If that's the case,
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right? Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Checking in on the NFL season that starts in, what is it, Dave? 36 hours, 24 plus some change? I don't know. I'm not good at math, but one thing I can tell you is I'll be laying down some points, covering some spreads. That's about as far as my math skills go. You give me like a -5 for the Kansas City Chiefs, a spread that has been dropping over the last 24 hours with the news that you heard right there from Andy Reid that Travis Kelsey hyperextended his knee yesterday in practice. And there's multiple angles to look at this. One, from the defending champions, Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, losing Travis Kelsey, who's arguably the #1 wide receiver / tight end in the league. If you want to talk about a pure receiver, Travis Kelsey puts himself up there with Jamar Chase, with Justin Jefferson, and some of the elite receivers in the game despite being a tight end. Then you also take into account, from a fantasy football perspective, everybody who drafted Travis Kelsey in the first round might be feeling a little bit of misery right now and might be feeling a little bit of regret. And when I say regret, I'm staring right at this chuckle from Adam Copeland because this is something that happened yesterday in the KNBR bullpen where me, Murph, Copes, Danny Dunn, Walter E. Cabosetta, Triple E, and a bunch of boys who work here had our fantasy draft. And literally 30 seconds after Cope selected Travis Kelsey in the first round, the injury report came out that he hyperextended his knee. And I'm not really laughing at the injury to Travis Kelsey. I'm just really laughing at Copes, who does his same bit every year at the fantasy draft and criticizes everybody else's picks and then comes in like last place. And there he was. How could anybody let me get Travis Kelsey in the first round? And then literally 10 seconds later, Derek Papa broke the news to him. Yeah, Travis Kelsey, hyperextended knee. And I'm sure that's how a lot of fantasy football owners were reacting to the news, since he does have that high draft capital. Well, I got some good news for you this morning. Maybe it's not as serious as we thought. Now, it's a high likelihood that he is not playing in the first NFL game of the season tomorrow night against the Detroit Lions, and that Patrick Mahomes will be out there with arguably without his #2 best player, #3 best player, Chris Jones, and Travis Kelsey. Well, here was an update for you yesterday from Ian Rappaport from NFL Network, talking about the injury to Travis Kelsey and how it might not be as serious as a lot of people are expecting.
Well, for Thursday night, my understanding is his status is in doubt. In other words, we simply do not know right now. The fact that his injury happened just a couple days before the big-time showdown on Thursday, probably not a good sign for him potentially playing in. Travis Kelsey, because he injured himself so quickly before the game, does not play. However, this is also extremely important. Sources say that it is not believed to be a long-term injury for Travis Kelsey. So even if he does not play Thursday night, there is a chance that his absence from the field is a relatively short one.
Well, that's good news for all the fantasy football owners out there, because I know a lot of people were scrambling to go and pick up, who is it, Noah Gray, the backup tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm sure Copes is putting in a waiver claim this morning as we speak. And obviously this has huge ramifications on the game. We've already seen the spread now move from 6.5 down to 5. And according to the reports from Ian Rappaport, he's not going to be on the field. And as I just mentioned, there's a good chance that another one of their top players will not be on the field, Chris Jones. And it feels like we've been talking a lot about Chris Jones and his connections to the Nick Bosa contract. Well, Here was Ian Rappaport giving us the latest updates, not only on Chris Jones, but Nick Bosa, and whether or not their two contracts are correlating with them trying to both reset the market for pass rushers, and what's the latest on not only Chris Jones playing tomorrow night, but Nick Bosa's status for this Sunday.
Similar but different situation for star defensive lineman but will he beat Aaron Donald's $31.7 million? That really is the question. And until we get an answer, until we get some sort of breakthrough, his status is for sure uncertain.
Uncertain. And that is the question. That's the question we've been asking for weeks, for months. What is Nick Bosa's contract going to look like? And we've all been assuming the numbers, whether or not it'd be closer to TJ Watt making $28 million a year or closer to Aaron Donald making $31.7 million. Well, you heard right there from Rap Sheet. Apparently, there's an offer on the table from the 49ers around $30 million, which would make him the highest paid outside pass rusher, but not the number one overall defensive player. And again, it comes into question on whether or not he should be paid more than Aaron Donald. Now, there's always the question in the NFL if the guy who's getting the next contract should be paid the most. I think most people would agree that Deshaun Watson does not deserve the biggest contract in NFL history, especially with the most guaranteed money ever. But here's the thing. Deshaun Watson cashed in at the right time, even though there was a bunch of bad timing off the field for Deshaun Watson. That's going to be an interesting story to follow with the Cleveland Browns this year. But back to what I was saying is we see it every year in the NFL. Whether it was when Jimmy Garoppolo got paid $25 million and became the highest paid quarterback in the league. Whether it's insert latest quarterback to get paid here, Justin Herbert. There's rumors out there that Joe Burrow is going to get a contract. Guess what? That will probably become the next biggest, highest paid contract. And that's just what happens in the NFL. The market gets reset, and it keeps moving up and up and up. And that's why Nick Bosa, in my opinion, wants a contract that's higher than Aaron Donald. And it's also something that we should maybe take into consideration since Nick Bosa is currently residing out in Florida, where they do not have to pay income tax, whether or not the income tax here in California has an effect on this whole situation. Because it's something that we talked about a lot with Aaron Judge and his decision between the New York Yankees and the San Francisco Giants. And I'm no capologist. I told you guys I'm terrible at math. But there was people out there breaking down the contracts and talking about how the Giants had to insert so and so much more money, extra millions of dollars, to offset that tax, that he would not be getting as taxed as much out in New York. Now, the obvious answer would be for him to go play in Texas or Florida or somewhere where they don't have the state income tax. But it's something that I think Nick Bosa might be taking into consideration. So when he's looking at $30 million with those California taxes, maybe that drops him below TJ Watt. But then vice versa, I believe when Aaron Donald got paid that $31 million, the Rams were already in L.A. So again, just an interesting angle to think about, and maybe something that Nick Bosa's thinking about. But you know Nick Bosa and the entire Bosa family have gone through this song and dance before. Whether it's his older brother, Joey Bosa, who held out with the L.A. Chargers, or whether it's his dad, John Bosa, who's really the leader of the Bear Pack. These are guys that know their value. These are guys that know their worth. And that's why I think if there is one family, one or two guys that are serious about holding out, it is Nick Bosa, it is Joey Bosa, it's the Bosa family. And that's kind of the feeling around the league right now, is that they're holding out, they have the leverage, and they're going to force the 49ers' hand. Well, if you don't think I'm telling you correctly, here's Ian Rappaport with another update from this morning talking about the Bosa family and how they've kind of got their heels dug in the sand and how there might be a difference or a disconnect on the contract value that the 49ers see Nick Bosa having and the Bosa family sees him having.
The Bosas take their value extremely seriously.
A disconnect on how the contract is configured. And that's where I think we kind of have to dive into the weaves of these contract negotiations. Because, again, it seems like it's obvious that he's going to get paid $30 million or more. But how are they going to structure it? Are they going to front load the contract to where he's making 35 one year, 25 the next? How are they going to set up the cap? And then all the contract bonuses and incentives and all the little different angles and whether or not the 49ers can opt in or opt out of his contract, that's where it gets confusing.
Because it was confusion.
And that's why I really don't like diving into these numbers and getting too deep into all this stuff. But it's the number one story heading into the 49ers season, whether or not Nick Bosa will be on that field and whether or not the 49ers can win without him. It's something that we saw did not happen last season. We can go back to the beginning of the season when he was dealing with an injury against the Atlanta Falcons. And I remember being on air saying, oh, yeah, Nick, heal up. The 49ers should be able to take care of the Falcons without you. Guess what happened? They went out there and lost to Marcus Mariota. And it's something that I feel like we talk about, especially a lot at this station on these KNBR airwaves, is looking at the career of Jimmy Garoppolo and talking about his win-loss record. And I've gone on air with this argument with Murph and Mac multiple times that I don't think wins are a quarterback stat.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Especially when you're talking about a San Francisco 49ers team that relies on their defense and their run game to win most of their games. And again, the first thing I said in that sentence is a San Francisco 49ers team that relies on their defense. So as great as the record was with Jimmy Garoppolo, how about this record? Since Nick Bosa was drafted, with him on the field, the 49ers are 37-14. Without him on the field, they're 5-10. They have a losing record. Now, I'm not saying they're going to go 5-10 this year or 5-12 or something like that if Nick Bosa doesn't play, but we all know how important and how valuable he is to this defense. Again, that's why last year, before the season started, I was yelling from the rooftops, telling people to put in a bet for this guy Defensive Player of the Year, and I was telling the 49ers to go ahead and take care of this contract before it came to this point. And you probably would have got him on a quote-unquote hometown discount for about $22, $23, $24, $25 million. But because you waited, now you're going to have to pay the guy. And what's the plan? Waiting him out? Trying to call his bluff and see if he's going to miss a game or not? Again, I see people text in on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line saying, Waterboy, well, he's getting fined. He's losing money. Not so fast. This is not like Chris Jones. Chris Jones is on his second contract, so he will be fined. Nick Bosa is still on his rookie contract. And because of the CBA rules, the 49ers can waive those fines. And trust me, if they're trying to convince Nick Bosa to come back, they're going to waive those fines. So what's the point of waiting? What, you're going to miss out on week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers and then pay him what he wanted to be paid anyways? Again, in my opinion, I think this situation should have been taken care of weeks ago. Should have been taken care of months ago. Probably should have been taken care of last year. And that's why we're in the situation we're in, still wondering whether or not Nick Bosa will be playing against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But you don't got to ask Mike Tomlin. He's going to be prepared for anything. This is a guy that also went through a pretty similar scenario with TJ Watt in the Steelers, with him trying to become the highest paid pass rusher. Well, TJ Watt showed up one day before the game and then went out there and played week 1. So maybe that's still a scenario for Bosa and the 49ers, and maybe it's still a scenario for Kenny Pickett to be staring down Nick Bosa on Sunday in Pittsburgh. Here was Mike Tomlin, your head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers, talking about how the preparation doesn't stop and how the Steelers are preparing to face off against Bosa. And that's the thing. If he's going to be there, I think we all know what kind of player Nick Bosa is. We all know how big of a game changer he is. But if he's not there, what does that mean for the 49ers defense? I saw yesterday they released their first unofficial depth chart. Nick Bosa is not on it. It's Drake Jackson, the second-year sophomore out of USC, paired with Cleve Farrell, the guy that was drafted 4th overall for the Las Vegas Raiders and has 4 career sacks. So really, when you're looking at that outside pass rush, it really hasn't came to fruition yet at the NFL level outside of a Nick Bosa. What are we going with? Austin Bryant? Kerry Hyder Jr.? Nothing against these guys, but they're not Nick Bosa. I don't think you need me to explain that to you. And it feels like we're in a situation where, worst case scenario, Nick Bosa misses week 1. Then he's back in action week 2 against the Rams. No, there's no guarantee of that. We're hearing rumors that Chris Jones might hold out until week 8 of the season for the Chiefs. How do we know Bosa's going to be back for the Rams? How do we know he's going to be back week 3 against the New York Giants? How do we know he'll be there week 4 against the Cardinals? Well, we won't know until it gets paid. And you would think today would be the perfect day to do it so that the 49ers can get him down at Levi's for at least 2-3 practices before this weekend's game against the Steelers. And I know it's just one game, or maybe it's going to be more than one game. But go ahead and look at those NFC standings from last year and how the Philadelphia Eagles got home field advantage. It's because they did not come out of the gate slow. They did not lose games to the Falcons, the Broncos, the Bears last year and start off 3-5. And that's ultimately why they got home field advantage. And when you're looking at a 49ers team that has Super Bowl aspirations, you can't be giving games away, especially in the division you're in with the Seattle Seahawks. Now, everybody else is kind of a wash. The Arizona Cardinals are going to be terrible this year. They're in the tank for Caleb Williams situation, and I don't think the Rams are going to be much better, especially now that Cooper Kupp is still dealing with those hamstring groin injuries that are lingering from last year. Rams are going to be terrible. Cardinals are going to be terrible. But I do think the Seahawks are going to compete with you in that division. I still have the 49ers favored, and I still have the 49ers as one of the best teams in the NFC. But what puts them over the top as a Super Bowl contender is Nick Bosa. And if he's not there, then we start talking about the Super Bowl window closing. I've already heard people talk about a potential trade giving away Nick Bosa so that you can get some of those Trey Lance pick back. That's a road I don't even want to go down. And that's a stupid idea in my opinion. Pay the man, let's settle it, and get him back on the field. The last thing we need is a Nick Bosa situation where he's showing up to Levi's and he's not able to get into the workout room, Dave. It's an inside joke for all my Raider fans out there listening. And the debacle that happened yesterday with Chandler Jones trying to get into the workout facility in Henderson. And they locked him out. And then he goes on an Instagram tirade saying, blank my GM, blank my coach. Yeah, Chandler Jones. Welcome to the Silver and Black.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Welcome to the Raider Nation. But hey, you know who else is now in the Raider Nation? Jimmy Garoppolo. And yesterday, some interesting news with a $17 million pay cut coming for Jimmy Garoppolo. I guess they restructured his contract. That gives the Raiders a lot of cap space. Dave, I'm just saying, Chandler Jones for Nick Bosa? We'll throw in a Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's make a trade. Let's make a deal. I'm joking. Don't kill me on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. It's a Wednesday morning. We're riffing, and we're waiting for Nick Bosa to show up. But on the other side, maybe we're waiting for the arrival of Joey Bart with the Patrick Bailey injury news last night. And to be honest with you, Dave, I'm still waiting for the Giants to just win a game in September. That would be nice. We'll talk Giants baseball on the other side and get you ready for the Murph and Mac Morning Show. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The Cubs take the lead 7-6 after the Giants took a 3-0 lead, after the Giants took a 6-4 lead, and they ultimately end up losing last night 11-8 and end up losing the season series to the Chicago Cubs now. There goes that tiebreaker out of the picture. But here's the thing. If you're not winning any games in September, if you're not getting into the playoffs, do the tiebreakers even really matter?
Does it really matter?
Probably not. And so it was nice to talk about when they had the tiebreaker over teams like the Cincinnati Reds or teams like the Arizona Diamondbacks. I know there's 2 more games against Arizona still, but I believe they are 1 game up in the season series. But if you can't win a game in September, you're not going to be playing in October. And so far, the Giants are 0-5. They're on a 5-game losing streak so far. So I will say, wake me up when September ends, or just wake me up when the Giants get a win. And yesterday, it seemed like the Bats had finally woken up for the first time in nearly 2 months. Going back to, like July 1st, and them having the worst offense in all of baseball. Well, last night they exploded for 8 runs, hit 4 home runs, had 12 hits. The only problem is, in a bullpen game, they allowed 15 hits and 11 runs on the night. So I don't care who's pitching, I don't care who's hitting, and I don't care who's playing defense. The Giants are just playing bad baseball right now. That's plain and simple. But in the first inning, it seemed like there was a sign of hope. It seemed like the Wade party was going to take over. Whether it was Lamont Wade hitting a home run in the top of the first, or Wade Meckler diving, laying out in center field and saving a couple runs in the bottom of the first. Follow that up by Wade Meckler having a little clutch RBI hit in the second inning that put the Giants up 2-0. Here comes Mikey Yaz with a home run, and the Giants are up 3-0. Then Jacob Junis gets hit around a little bit. Then the Giants come back and hit. And shout out to Jock Peterson, who had a great night at the plate, having 3 hits, also got walked. I believe he got on 4 different times. But that was the good for Jock. The bad for Jock was the defense. And whether it was in that 3rd inning when he tried to dive and backhand a ball in the left field gap that led to a double, which led to the Cubs taking the lead for the first time, or in the 7th inning where he couldn't catch a fly ball to left field because of the wind. Yeah, let that sink in for a second. In a city that's literally called the Windy City, in a city where they've been playing baseball for, over a century at Wrigley Field, all of a sudden the wind was too much of a problem. And I get it. There was a few balls that barely got out yesterday as home runs. But I also understand that Jock Peterson probably shouldn't be playing left field. And that's why he's been essentially your universal DH and a platoon DH on top of that. But recently the Giants have been experimenting with Jock Peterson in left field. And I guess it's just because they're trying to experiment to get some type of pop in their lineup. Because nobody has been hitting. And so they're trying to mix and match and find ways to get Jock into your lineup. Again, I understand. But in my personal opinion, I'd rather see Wilmer Flores, who was your DH last night, playing first and moving Lamont Wade out to left field. That, to me, seems like a better defensive setup. But, hey, 808 KNBR, if you disagree, let me know. Maybe you're a fan of Jock Peterson sliding and sticking his tongue out, or maybe losing the ball in the lights or getting caught in the wind like we saw yesterday at Wrigley. But that was only the start of the downfall for the Giants in that 7th inning. Because as you heard on that rejoin, the inning continued after there was a chopper hit down the third baseline to Casey Schmidt, who immediately threw it down into the dirt, gave a short hop to Patrick Bailey. Surprisingly, Bailey was actually not able to make the play. And next thing you know, we got a collision, quote unquote, with Candelario and Patrick Bailey at the plate. Now, I put that in quotes because from the naked eye, when you first saw the play, it wasn't anything like Buster Posey getting trucked at home plate or one of these brutal collisions. No, it seemed like a casual slide into home plate, error by Casey Schmidt, and we'll move on to the next inning. But no, because next time Patrick Bailey comes up to the plate, there's a pinch hitter, and Patrick Bailey gets pulled from the game. Then I started seeing reports on Twitter that Joey Bart got pulled out of the game in Sacramento. And then I start thinking to myself, we've got an injury. And now we're talking about a concussion for Patrick Bailey, who was showing symptoms yesterday. I'm sure they're going to go through the entire concussion protocol. but I don't think it's good news for the kid behind home plate. So here was his skipper, Gabe Kapler, actually giving us the official update on Patrick Bailey and what this concussion could mean for the remainder of his season. And we'll see what that information is today. It seems like anytime anybody even enters any of these concussion protocols, they're on the shelf for a minimum of a week. And it always seems weird in baseball that they linger on even more. And then you throw in the fact that he is a catcher. And so if there's a potential foul tip that bangs off his mask, that could re-aggravate it or that could make it worse. Again, I'm not a doctor. I just play one on the radio. And it sounds like Gabe Kapler's not a doctor either. It's a potential concussion. Yeah, I guess he had the symptoms going, and we all hope Patrick Bailey is healthy and ready to go. But we know in all sports, there's a next man up mentality. And it seems like the opportunity might be opening back up for Joey Bart. And no, I'm not saying Joey Bart's going to come up and Wally Pitt Patrick Bailey out of his job like we saw Patrick Bailey do earlier this season. But I do feel like Joey's been looking for an opportunity. And he's been having a pretty good season down in Sacramento with the River Cats, batting around .250 this year, 6 or 7 bombs. He got real hot in the month of August, kind of like he did last year at the major league level. So again, this is going to be up to the former first-round pick Joey Bart to take advantage of his opportunities. It seems like that's the game plan. As I mentioned earlier, they pulled him out of the game last night in Sacramento. Who knows if they can get him on a red eye out to Chicago today, or if they'll wait until Friday to make a corresponding roster move against the Colorado Rockies. But it's something to keep an eye on with Joey Bart. And who knows if he does provide a spark to this lineup. Then again, he wasn't really sparking anything up when he was in the lineup earlier this year. But I do think that's the correlating move that they're going to make. It could be today. It could be Friday. But then again, we don't even know who's pitching today and Friday. I'm riffing. I think it's Alex Wood today, and I believe it's Kyle Harrison on Friday. So we'll look closer and closer to those pitching matchups and keep you updated on a possible concussion for Patrick Bailey and what it means for this Giants team that has still not won a game in the month of September. But maybe that changes today with the final game of the series against the Chicago Cubs. I believe it's actually a morning game. Getaway day for the Giants. Then and then they'll come back home for a potential win. How about we put it like that? I know what we got potential for on the other side. It's a face-off with Murph and Mac. We'll get you ready for the morning show. It's KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is 5:57 on a Wednesday morning and still no Nick Bosa in San Francisco, but hopefully we'll get some updates today. Kyle Shanahan is scheduled to speak to the media down at Levi Stadium, but boys, we are getting closer and closer to the 49ers not playing in San Francisco, or as Aaron Rodgers likes to reference it, San Fran. They will be out in Pittsburgh, in the Berg, taking on Mike Tomlin, who's preparing to face off against Nick Bosa. But I think if there's not a deal done by today, the 49ers will start having to prepare without Nick Bosa for their Week 1 matchup against Kenny Pickett, Najee Harris, the kid out of Antioch, George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, and a lot of talent on that Pittsburgh Steelers roster. But I can tell you two guys who showed up to work today in San Francisco. That's Murph and Matt. Good morning, boys.
Buddy. Yeah, we're reporting for duty, and I'm wearing my special glasses to get Bosa in. That's the deal. I figure if I wear the Claytons,
huh?
Yeah. Well, T.J. Watt's there for Pittsburgh, right?
Yep. And last year, was it last year or 2 years ago? He showed up one day before the season started. So, hey, maybe that's some optimism for 49er fans and Nick Bosa.
Yeah, man. This thing is right now at this point in time, Waterboy. I was 50. I don't think he's playing.
No.
I don't think he's playing.
It's getting to that,
which is crazy.
It's going to that 4-5 alarm territory.
Yeah,
Shout out to Matty Miyoko fire alarms.
Maybe I'm falling, too much for the last second signing or whatever. But man, I was just watching a little footage of him, dude. Here's breaking news. They need him.
Yes.
All right, buddy?
Badly.
Yeah. And the other problem, we're not even talking about the fact that T.J. Watt's going to be going up against Colton McKivitz.
Oh, dude, Murph.
Woo, I know,
I've been having nightmares about that since I saw Colton McKivitz going one-on-one with Chandler Jones, who's in the news, and also Max Crosby at the 49ers.
I never met a
dude
named
Colton.
That's the
first Colton in my life, I think.
A fair, I wouldn't say common name, but definitely represented name in the younger generation.
Oh, yeah. Do you abbreviate it and just call him Colt?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, like
some like to go Colton.
I would call him Colt as a tribute, Murph, to Brent Jones.
I would say that.
Burt Jones. Burt Jones, the QB of the old Baltimore Colts.
I'd say that I've coached multiple Coltons.
Colton,
have you? Wow, okay.
My younger cousin name is Colton. Shout out to Colton Lamson. He was a left tackle at UC Davis.
Can he play Sunday?
Yeah, he might be. If Colton McKivitz is going down, I might have to call it my cousin Colton.
Yeah, man. So other than that, anything to avoid talking about that baseball team?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
What are you going to say? You, Murph, you say something profound.
Where do you want to start, Murph?
Murph, say something profound.
The 3-0 lead, the 6-4 lead.
Where are we?
Jock Peterson getting lost in the wind.
Here's I got concussions. The damn problem. So I was away from the TV when the 7th inning went down.
That was the best birthday present you had.
Lucky you. Yeah.
I know. We were out having a nice dinner.
Yeah.
So I on the radio, got in the car, heard the Morrell homer, right? I've been scouring the internet. I cannot find the jock fly ball that he lost.
Oh, you don't want to see him.
Oh,
you don't want to see it. Yeah, I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I can't. I went to this.
It's bad, dude.
So MLB.com does the condensed game.
Yes.
So but they didn't include it.
Okay. I hate that. They miss some key plays sometimes.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They miss a bunch of key plays.
You know what they missed the other day I was looking for actually was the, because I wanted to see it after the game again, was the Kyle Harrison Soto kind of stare down
dance. They didn't do it?
That was not on the package either, so I feel your pain. I know sometimes you want like that one nugget and they don't give it to you.
This is why people ask me all the time, it's like, oh, you do a show at 5 in the morning, you get into the studio at 4 a.m. Why not just go to bed early and then watch the recap every morning? I said, no, because I'll miss out on Jock Peterson losing balls in the wind. I got to watch the full game.
They're leaving out critical ingredients.
Yeah. How are you going to do a condensed game and leave out the key plays?
I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Condensing a little too much.
We're going to do a show today and leave out the key stories. You know what I mean? Yeah. You guys didn't talk about Nick Bosa. Like, well, you know what I mean? We did a condensed show.
We tried to condense the show down
We're going to do a condensed version of the show,
so I still haven't seen it. And you were saying on the way, what's he doing out there?
Why? I guess you're trying to find extra offense in your lineup somehow.
He can DH, right?
He can DH, but Wilmer at first put Lamont Wade in left field.
Wilmer's no bargain at first, but he's better. You can get away with Wilmer at first and Lamont Wade in left.
I'm more comfortable with that defensive alignment than having Jock Peterson in left field.
Now you got Bailey with a concussion.
No good. No good.
I guess that means here comes Joey Bart.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're only one game over 500 right now.
The gravitation.
Yeah, no, it's right. Yeah.
So they'll likely finish just like last year, right? Where they had a flurry of wins just to get to 500, right?
Could be, man.
So,
could be looking at that.
I mean, this is, same
as it ever was, as your boy says, And
again, what's going on? They mean people. You want people to go to the games, right? You want people to bet. Yeah.
Well, they like to. Yeah, they do. They want people to go to the games.
They're not going to go to the games to see this.
Listen.
That kid, Jesse Rogers from Chicago yesterday with the haunting phrase, "It feels patchwork." Patchwork. Giants baseball, nothing like patchwork.
Patchwork.
Or something.
Patchwork and platoons and bullpen games.
Patchwork is not good under anything. How's your family? Patchwork.
Patchwork, yeah.
How's your show? Patchwork.
How's your bank account? Patchwork.
How's that leaky roof? Patchwork.
How are your bills? The patchwork.
Yeah. So that's where we're at, guys.
Yeah,
no
right.
Bosa and a patchwork baseball team.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
We'll try to patchwork a
Disastrous
Murph
night
and
for
Mac
the
show.
Giants.
Yeah, pretty disastrous last night. Blowing multiple leads against Chicago Cubs, losing the season series, and yet have still yet to win a game in the month of September. But maybe today's the day. We'll talk about it more next, coming up on the Murph and Mac Show. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, we got morning entertainment for you. 11:20 first pitch from Wrigley Field, 10:20 pregame. So we got that going for you. Alex Wood going against a lefty named Wicks for the Cubs, but man, they're partying on the north side. And we got, by the way, we're dealing with photos from Triple E, who's there on the north side, just cackling his way through this thing. Murphy's bleachers. He got a BP fastball. I guess he rented an Airbnb across the street from Wrigley.
Tim, what's it again?
I know. It's like it's adding to the. Should we say the patchwork nature?
An Airbnb across from Wrigley can't be like that affordable. I would think that's got to be charging a pretty penny. You want to get that close to the action.
Where's he making his dough?
That's my question.
Yeah.
Who's paying this kid and how much?
He's skimming off the top.
You know what I'm saying, dude? I don't know.
Here at KNBR. I don't know. But, guys, if you missed it, of course, the Giants lose.
Yeah.
11-8.
And the irony is they couldn't score a run for about what seemed like days and days. And then last night they popped for 8 and they still lose. It's just one of those stretches, man.
Losing is a disease as contagious as the bubonic plague.
And nobody wants a bubonic plague. I can promise you that.
Said in the natural there.
Yeah.
So you turn your attention to the Niners, and that's not good either because another morning, no Bosa. No Bosa.
Do I have to put like one of those, you know how in Batman they have like the bat signal? It's
sure.
Commissioner Gordon. He'll throw it up in the sky, like come save us. Maybe I should put a signal up in the sky for Steph Curry.
Well,
just to come. Where's Steph? He's like the only guy maybe that could like lighten things up right now.
Are you saying you're stealing a page from the Sacramento Kings? You want to light the beam?
Not necessarily. No.
Light the beam. So light the beam for Bosa?
No. Well,
by the way, so here's one theory, and this theory could get shot down like a clay pigeon.
You got theories?
Can they get away with not signing Bosa because the start of the schedule is not backbreaking? And this is not to diss the Pittsburgh Steelers, but they are not a Super Bowl favorite. They're like not a daunting team. In fact, the Niners are favored on the road, which is kind of incredible, right? And then week 2 is the Rams. The Rams are so bad, Matt Stafford doesn't even know the names of his players. You know what I mean? So is there any way that the Niners are saying we could get away without Bosa for at least...
They could win a couple games without him, yeah. Yeah, and they could easily lose a couple games without him, too. But, yes, they could win without him. It's not out of the realm.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Can they win Sunday without him?
That's a great question. I'm a little bit more worried about Pittsburgh, obviously, than I would be about the Rams. But it's just Mike Tomlin. Any Mike Tomlin team is always prepared, ready to play, ready to game plan against whatever opponent's coming in. They got their home field. It's opening day. So, yeah, I'm a little uptight about opening day, and I'm a little uptight until Nick Bosa gets signed.
Yeah. And plus, it's just the vibe. You know what I mean? Like there's
an unsettled vibe in the air. It's not like the complete team is ready yet.
Yeah. There's an energy to everything. Here is it. Okay, so here's Mike Tomlin. I'm going through when's the last time you heard from the Steelers? Let's see. They missed the playoffs last year. They went 9-8.
The fact that they went 9-8 last year is pretty impressive.
Yeah, with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, who wasn't very good. And then the year before they went 9-7-1.
Yeah.
Lost in the wild card. Last time they were really good was the COVID year. They went 12-4. But COVID year was weird. You know what I mean? The Niners were down in Arizona the whole month. Remember that?
Yep.
In 2019, they went 8-8. So it's been a minute since they had a regular, really good season. But like I said, 9-8, 9-7-1. At least those are winning records.
Right,
So,
right.
And again, the spread remains in favor of the Niners going into this thing. But
spread remains the same. Song remains the same.
It does.
Yeah.
So, how was your Tuesday night?
Super chill. I mean, watching the Giants just kind of muddle and fumble and miss balls and concussions
Long game too,
a
right?
long game. Yeah. In fact, today you got to hightail it out of here, get to a TV set because I believe they're first pitch at 11:20 today, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think people will hightail and get to TV
Well,
sets?
we need to. I mean, we got to watch these games. Someone's going to have to.
Oh man, I have tickets for Friday, and I'm not like super dying to go. You know what I mean? I mean, it's Kyle Harrison's pitching.
Well, that'll be something. Yeah,
it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, Paul. I may hand those out.
Oh, is that right?
Halloween tickets.
Yeah,
You know
when
what I
you've
mean?
lost Murph, you've lost the season.
Well, there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
When you lose KNBR Murph.
There it is. So yeah, man, it was a raucous. What was that? I'm trying to get the time of game last night here. Give me that game here. It seemed like it went over 3 hours. Let me give it to you right here, Paul. I'll give it to you right here. I got it for you, buddy.
Yeah.
3:11. Shout out the Omaha white boy reggae band 311, right? Although I bet Creative Tony would tell you that's not reggae, right?
Who knows what he'd say? I mean,
he wouldn't say that too. So, you ready for tomorrow night too? Chiefs, Lions.
I actually can't wait for that. I'm really looking forward to that. Yes.
So listen,
very much.
Listen, we're not the only. Misery loves company. The Giants are the Giants. The 49ers aren't the only team in misery. The Chiefs right now. Travis Kelsey hyperextends his knee.
Yeah.
Dude, you never love to see this headline on ESPN. It says, sources say Kelsey's ACL likely intact. I was like, that's not a headline you want. No. That's not a headline you want.
Likely, too.
Likely intact. And then also Chris Jones. Their guy hasn't signed either. So they have their own situation. Probably the one difference in the scenario is they're the Super Bowl champs.
Well, that's a big difference, too. That's a major difference.
Scenario. I know, but I'm feeling good about the Lions going into that game.
Me too. I can't wait.
I saw Dan Wetzel of Yahoo wrote that it'll be the biggest win. If they won, it'll be the biggest win this century for the Lions, which is true.
Yeah.
Because their century has been abysmal.
Well,
so, you know what I mean? So it
was the latter half of the previous century was pretty abysmal, too.
Are we going to Millennium? Is that where we're going next?
I can't even imagine if there a day ever comes where the Lions should find their way to a Super Bowl. Like we talk about like the Cubs and the Red Sox and everything. I mean, the Lions have been suffering.
Which would shock you more, the Lions or the Browns? Because neither has been.
Great question. Wow.
Maybe
the Lions just seem to be like at least heading in the right direction. I can't really speak to what Cleveland's doing, but I think at least the Detroit Lions of 2023 have a shot to at least knock on the playoff
and when
door.
you and I were growing up, the Browns were knocking on the door.
Yeah. No, they played in some the Elway game and all that.
Whereas the Lions didn't. Never played in those games.
Nothing. They rolled into the stick once, and they had very few playoff appearances.
Their last playoff win was January 5th, 1992.
Great.
And prior to that, 1957 against the 49ers.
Yeah, as read about in from Kezar to Levi's.
There you go.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Thank you for reading that.
Good old Kezar.
So anyway, that's an exciting game tomorrow night. That'll and the Giants. Are the Giants off tomorrow night? I think they are.
Oh, yeah? I didn't even catch
Let me give you that right now here, buddy. They are off.
Yeah, they got
tomorrow
off.
night. So you can clear the decks for your boy Jared Goff.
You see, Waterboy had a big night, too. John Carlos Stanton hit number 400. You see that? Yeah.
And the Yankees actually have climbed their way back to 500.
They've won a couple of games.
Congratulations.
Yeah, look at you now.
You and the Yankees and Giants both get into the gravitational pull.
That's about where we're at, man.
All right, man. All right, listen, we'll get you guys ready for the 49ers at Pittsburgh Sunday at 10 a.m.
Sunday.
Keep waiting for that Bosa alert.
Come on, Bosa.
Like, who was it? Tim Ryan, who said he keeps checking his phone every minute? Just wait for the alert.
Waiting for the alert, Mac Daddy.
I just looked at my phone right now. There's no alert.
No, not yet, baby.
So, we'll get you ready for the 49ers at Pittsburgh on Sunday at 10 a.m. with all the latest. And now we're getting into football mode, by the way. The show begins to take on the NFL rhythms. Like, you know what I mean? We start having those guests, and we'll start having, like, Players of the Week on Tuesday.
Football forecast, man.
The forecast.
I mean, it's back.
The forecast is coming on Friday. Have you already started looking?
Oh, yeah. I got my team on it. The whole laboratory is set up.
All right. We got that. And, of course, the Giants lose in more pain, misery. Patrick Bailey likely has a concussion, as if you needed another gut punch. So we'll get into all that good stuff. Try to find something good on the other side. It's the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. We'll say good morning to Marcus on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Be positive, bro.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell made his return to the Tolbert and Copes afternoon show yesterday to preview the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Pitches, he's not running. Madrigal hits a big chopper to third. High hop for Schmidt, who's got it. He throws home low. And the ball kicks away from Bailey. Candelario scores. Around to third goes Gomes. Madrigal's going to make it to second. And that's how the Cubs go back ahead, 7-6.
J.D. Davis with his first home run in a month tonight, and he's just in general making solid contact all night long. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a smash up the middle on the ground to second. Horner to second one. Swanson to first. Double play. And the game is over. So just a bad night all the way around for the Giants, who score 8 runs and lose the game.
Wow. Same old story, same old song. They haven't won a game in September. They've lost 8 consecutive road series.
Did you hear Marcus drop a "Wake Me Up When September Ends"? I heard you say that when I was driving in. It made me laugh with that one. Nice Green Day reference, and also applicable to your Giants who haven't won this month.
Not only is Marcus doing that, he found, and good morning, Marcus, as he's all settled back there.
Look at my guy over there.
You found the pop-up that I couldn't find, the Jock Peterson just flail?
Don't you wish you didn't see it?
The flail and the fluster and the flop?
The back pedal, the lunge.
That's the thing, Murph. We were just talking last segment about how misery loves company. If me and Paulie Mack had to watch this play, so did you, Murph. So did you.
Yeah, I guess so. That's a good way.
It. Yeah. And kids out there, here's how he found it. He went to Twitter and typed in Jock.
You mean X? He went to X.
He went to X.
Yeah.
He typed in Jock.
Formerly known, yeah.
Well, the only X I want is John Doe with Eddie Vedder.
Bro, can I get my applause? Right? This must be the new world. Yeah.
Exene Cervenka.
Damn right, Exene Cervenka. Give her her love.
This I keep watching this over and over again.
Yeah.
The flail,
why do you do? Don't do it to yourself.
Flop.
Once is enough.
And Waterboy, I think you know what? Yeah. People say that I'm a closed-minded guy.
Do they?
They say Murph, he's a closed-minded guy.
Oh, I know Murph. Yeah, he's closed-minded. That guy. Yeah.
I am open to your suggestion that should be charged in error.
How does that go down as a hit?
It goes down as a hit.
How?
It's beyond explanation how that's...
There needs to be a little part of the rule book that says, on the scorer's judgment, if a play should have been made. Because now they just say ordinary effort or whatever, but an ordinary effort would have caught that ball.
Yeah, that's not that right.
So Luke Jackson's got to wear that? My guy Luke?
He shouldn't.
Praise Dale and raise hail?
Thank you, Murph.
Yeah, jeez. Then the Casey Schmidt. I was unfortunate for Casey. I mean, it was not the easiest play in the world, but he just threw a one-hopper home. What are you going to do? He rushed it. Very little league of him to kind of rush it home. Yeah. And usually Bailey's so good, but it was a scalder, and that's the play where Bailey caught a little something on his chin.
Really unfortunate, man. You hate to have this kid out of the lineup at all, but here comes Joey Bart, it sounds like. I mean,
it's not official, but he did pull him out of the game.
Yeah.
If Bailey has a concussion, they have no other catchers. Blake Sable.
And with concussions, that's the thing. They're so unpredictable in terms of how anybody responds to them. Because you remember, like, Brandon Belt missed months with a concussion. See, I'm not saying that's going to happen with Bailey.
Some people come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's the thing, too. With a catcher, you have to be extra cautious because you never know if you get a foul tip or a swing bat and the bat hits you. Like, you're much more likely to get helmet-to-helmet, head-to-head contact as a catcher than any other position.
Either of you guys ever catch when you were kids playing?
No.
Me neither.
I tried briefly in my adult baseball league, and
you ever catch
a good fit.
I used to catch a lot of bullpens, Paulie Mack, and I loved doing it. It was fun as hell. And then, like, my coach tried to put me into an actual game, and I had a problem where I would blink every time someone would swing the bat. So I was behind home plate.
And very common problem.
And it happens to a lot of people, I guess. And I was back there for one inning. I blinked. I missed the ball. Hit me square in the shoulder. And I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not putting my money back on the yard.
I'll retire.
I got up and I walked out of the inning. I was like, I'm done. I'm not catching.
I'm not doing this.
What are you doing putting me back here? I'm a pitcher. Come on.
I'm not doing this.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, you're either born to do it or not.
Yeah.
A lot of the kids in Little League who are star pitchers are also catchers, which is a problem because they try to limit the amount of innings you can catch and pitch at the same time.
Whoa, so they put a limit on catching?
Yeah.
Wow.
It creates, like, if a kid catches one pitch over 3 innings, he cannot pitch for the rest of the game. Or if he throws over 40 pitches in a game, he cannot catch in that game.
See?
Wow.
And frequently, your pitchers and catchers are the same dudes, so you have to do a little math. You have to figure it out. I can't play him here. I got to do it this. Move the X, the O. Next thing you know, you got a little, like it looks like an NFL play. Maybe Farhan needs to do that with it. He spoke yesterday. Now, according to Triple E, he was walking around. What was the report he said? He said he was walking around. He reported that Dave Fleming was wearing sunglasses indoors.
Yeah.
Now, that might have been because Dave had a big night the night before. Who knows? But Triple E was saying that that Farhan was going to talk in the dugout. And Farhan, no excuses. We know we have to be a more productive offensive team to do what we want to do the last month, but also recognize we face some tough competition. You got to beat. He's talking about Justin Steele and Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Snell is nasty.
Yeah,
we'll say that.
Yeah.
He says you can tell it's tough on the pitching staff because they kind of feel like they have to be perfect, and it makes it feel even more important to get off to a good start in these games and keep playing from ahead instead of behind. I do think some of it is a degree of fatigue with the team. What's that all about?
I've been hearing that more and more. Just the idea of fatigue, that these guys are tired. Yeah.
I look back over the last few years. I can't remember a stretch like this offensively, maybe even since 2019. It's been tough, but I just think we have the personnel.
There it is. He's defending himself there. Yeah, no, I gave you guys the great players.
It was essentially the same group of players that were a good offensive team for the first half of the season. But yeah, there's one. You got to go 162. Just like the openers worked for a little bit, and now another one last night, another opener loss.
Well, I want to apply that same logic to the Murph and Mac show. Like, people start giving me a hard time. I'll be like, well, dude, we were great last March. We were on fire in March. What's the problem? What is this, September? Oh, yeah, but we were good in March.
It says here they could call up Ramos and Matos. They are eligible to be called up Friday and Saturday. And he says, we'll be looking for an opportunity to get those guys back here. Maybe they can provide us with a spark.
Right.
They didn't really trust Ramos, though, that much. Anyway, he says, also, Marco Luciano is a week to 10 days from recovering from his hamstring injury. And then here it is. It's all about the trade deadline situation where he did nothing.
Nothing.
And Jesse Rogers, who did a good job on the radio yesterday, said, Jed Hoyer of the Cubs says, you can either sell or buy, but you can't do nothing. But
well, someone should tell Farhan that.
Let's go back to that text I got from preschool dad Peter. Was furious. This is the move, A.J. Pollock. And I just very confidently, Paulie, I said, no, this isn't the move. Of course there will be something more.
Come on, man.
And then there was nothing else.
No, that's all you get. And then you get one A.J. Pollock, and that's it. And you get him for what? Well, like 2.5 games, I think, and then you won't see him again.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Anyway.
That was the big move.
Somebody asked him, either Shea or Maria Guardado, or somebody said, any regrets about the trade deadline? Quote, I think it's a fair question. Well, I mean,
Oh, thanks.
That's what Farhan said. But when I look at our team right now, we still have guys getting at bats that we want to see getting at bats. Every day we're putting out a team with guys we believe in. Okay, all right. It's easy to express confidence and be complimentary of a team when things are going well, and I think for the players and the mindset of the clubhouse, it's almost more important that they hear and feel and sense that confidence when things are not going well. So he says, when you have that many teams that are jockeying, you're going to have to get really hot about the wild card, despite some of the disappointments of the last month. We know we're still in it and know we can still turn it around. I mean, there is time, of course. And so now they are, by the way, 2 back in the wild card.
Yeah.
And by the way, Cincinnati has now taken the 3rd wild card. Cincinnati has the 3rd wild card. You would have Miami half game back, and then Arizona 1 game back, and the Giants 2 game back. You know what that means, Paulie?
What?
So if Cincinnati's the 6th best team, and Miami's the 7th best team, and Arizona's the 8th best team,
yeah.
You know what that means? That means your Giants are the 9th best team in the National League.
Yeah.
That's
yeah. Well, I mean, Farhan likes the guys he has. He just told you. He said, "I like these guys."
No regrets, boys.
No, zero regrets.
It's like
They're
the kid
out
from We're the Millers. We're gonna see Farhan with no regrets tatted on his chest.
Nice. I like that kid with the mullet. Yeah, good call. Good call. Can't believe that girl got on the motorcycle with him and took off. That was ballsy.
That's where I saw the first half of that movie. I didn't see the second.
We're the Millers, not bad. Not bad at all. Anything with Sudeikis, you know what I mean?
Sudeikis was like a heroic drug dealer.
Kind of.
You know
and
what I mean? Like,
a makeshift, if I may.
You were supposed to love this guy when he was just flat out just dealing.
And just to tie different themes of the show together, he also was dealing with what I would call a patchwork family.
This is
a
very
patchwork
true.
family.
Very true.
Yeah, he hired the wife, hired the kids.
Very good call.
Yeah.
Jennifer Aniston. It's saucy Jennifer Aniston.
Well, shout
right?
out. Yeah, I mean, listen.
She was very saucy in Horrible Bosses, too, as the dentist.
Oh, well, she's like a nymphomaniac in that movie. Yeah, yeah.
Like a violent
Straight up,
nymphomaniac.
yes,
So,
straight up.
anyway.
She's got a problem.
All righty. Well, listen, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, 9/6/23. Again, I do not have.
What do you need?
Greg does a good job, but he doesn't bring in the guest list.
Yeah, what's the matter with Greg?
So that's 2 days in a row now. See him walking around on that bullpen cam.
He's pointing at something. I don't
He
know.
saved my butt today because, so Paulie, we have a little key card. It's a little rectangular thing.
I'm familiar.
And I keep it in my little, your little beverage container in the car, right? Or whatever. You put your coffee there, Where do you keep yours?
My key card?
Yeah.
It's in my wallet.
Your wallet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine.
I
just hold the wallet up here.
Yeah. I keep I can always lose my wallet or not know where my wallet is. So I keep it in my car, and I just grab it every day when I get out of the car. And I grabbed, here it is, I'll show it for everybody. I grabbed a gift card for Swirl.
Well, that's good, but that ain't going to get you in the building.
The local ice cream frozen yogurt place in Mill Valley. So it's the exact same shape as my... So I got to the building today and I tried to buzz in with a Swirl card.
Not who let you in?
These are the things this is my point is Greg ran down to let me in.
Good kid.
Which was great.
Yeah.
Except for he didn't give me a guest list.
Well, that's a problem. See, one up, one down.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you have it, Waterboy. Yes.
Well, he has given us the Triple E photos on the guest list. And I want to say, since we are getting a minute-to-minute update text from Triple E on every single thing he's doing at Chicago, at Wrigley Field, it would have been nice if Triple E could have sent over some of that Farhan sound.
You ain't lying, buddy.
So what's he recording sound just for his own listening pleasure?
I didn't know he was recording. He didn't record.
Oh,
well,
I
he
see.
sent us Gabe Kapler pregame sound the other day.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get
I don't
that.
think we ever used it. I don't think anybody did. Shout out to Triple E for putting in the effort. Just like Greg Silver's putting in an effort on the guest list this morning, and it starts at 6:50 with Bill Hargrove, the play-by-play man of the Pittsburgh Steelers, would join us at 6:50, getting us ready for the Week 1 matchup against the 49ers this Sunday, Murph.
All right, man. Bill, this is what we do. We start talking to opposing markets. Listen, I was doing a little boning up. I mean, dude, TJ Watt's coming.
Oh, yeah.
And he's licking his chops on McKivitz.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Brock Purdy out there. What's he gonna deliver? How's that O-line gonna perform? And then, of course, no Bosa. I mean, listen, Pickett wasn't great last year, but they got some guy, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
They got a Freiermuth, the tight end.
Yeah.
They got a couple dudes that could just dink and dunk their way down the field with no pressure on Pickett.
Yeah.
So we got a problem.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Bill Hargrove at 6:50 today. Not Billy Hargrove, who that's a picture on your guest list this morning. I think that's Billy Hargrove from Stranger Things. I don't think there's any correlation there. We're talking to Bill Hargrove this morning at 6:50.
A little riff there.
Yeah,
from
a little
Greg.
riff from Greg Silver. And then we'll talk to Mike Kruko today, 7:35 to start your power hour, our big hit in your cooler of content.
Then big hit's got to be Bosa today.
Yeah, big hit is
Start
Bosa.
chiming in with some fans where they're at.
And then we'll do our cooler of content. Andrew Bagley, 9:15. And then from one Silver to another, it's Mike Silver, 9:35, talking 49ers.
Mikey on Bosa. Mikey says management must cave. Management must cave. But what does that mean for next year? Do you realize the Niners next year have a huge amount of cap? In fact, we'll get into it. The Niners situation this year and next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, Nick Bosa.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
All right, everybody. Paul and Max saying good morning. Let's talk about QC Kinetics. You know who's into QC Kinetics? Emmitt Smith. Hall of Fame running back Emmitt Smith. he goes and gets QC Kinetics treatments. And what is it? Well, let's talk about the pain first. If you suffer from chronic pain and joint pain, maybe in your knees or your neck, your back, ankles, etc., there's all kinds of problem areas there as you get older. And QC Kinetics, now the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. So essentially that means you do not any longer need prescription drugs. You don't need multiple doctor visits. With QC Kinetics, they are giving lasting relief to people with joint pain, again, without surgery, without drugs, and without the downtime. They're using highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. These powerful treatments can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints. Over 100 clinics nationwide. They've treated thousands of patients. They've had great success. I mentioned them at Smith. I was over there last week, actually, and they're very, very nice people in the Pleasanton office. Highly recommend you go visit if you've got pain you're dealing with on a daily basis. Schedule a free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Again, in Pleasanton, also in San Jose. Call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, talking to Steelers play-by-play man Bill Hargrove at 6:50. Get you guys ready for the 49ers and the Steelers. Get you ready. Also, I was just going over some of the post-mortem from last night's Giants game. A couple of more things before we get to this Niners salary cap situation. One was, did you guys see Jock fell on the sword after the game? I messed up. It's frustrating. We're scraping, grinding, trying to win games, trying to get in the playoffs. I let the team down. That play lost us the game. It doesn't feel good. That's what Jock said.
Well, it's a veteran taking a little accountability there.
Meanwhile, as far as the throw that Schmidt threw away, Kapler said that's a throw he can make. We've seen it before. He may have just rushed it a little bit. That's what happens. That's what like losing teams do. They like rush a play like that. And then the other one we haven't talked about, and Waterboy, this would involve you, and that is the comebacker when Jacob Junis is on the mound that he didn't field. Do you remember this play? I don't know if you were watching.
Was that the third inning, I think, when they got the rally going?
Yeah, and it didn't happen, and it just kind of went up the middle, and there was no play. Estrada had to pick it up backhanded in center field. I was watching that, too, and I thought, that's unusual. I thought maybe Junis could have fielded that, and I guess not. But John Shea there was saying he should have made the play. He could have had a double play. Instead, they didn't get an out. But here's the thing from Jacob Junis. He goes, when a ball comes up the middle, unless it's hit directly at me, I usually let it go. I have bad eyes, so I didn't get the best look at it with the background.
Listen, and that's the thing. If a guy's not a great fielder, a lot of times they tell pitchers just to let it go through your infield because you don't want him reaching out, deflecting it, and then not even having an opportunity to make a play.
Right. So that's just more sad pain going to you here. All right, man. I was looking at David Lombardi. He was like, there's a number of 49er salary cap hits next year. Like that's like the whole thing. Like, and I don't know. I'm probably getting into an area that's above my pay grade here, knowing how the 49ers can work the cap, because the cap gets very complicated. But the point is probably, I guess you keep saying, sign him, give him whatever he wants. And I guess there is, there's a number of players for next year that have huge cap numbers. And the question is like for example, if to sign Bosa, would you trade George Kittle tomorrow? I mean, like that's like one of the options out there, like to clear space. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Like it's not. I guess if you're the nine, it's not that easy to just give him what he wants without destroying the team, or definitely destroying the team next year. So I guess that's.
But as you said yesterday, I mean, you were the guy who said it. Actually, there are ways to massage the cap. There are ways to figure these things out, and all the teams are in the same boat. They all have to contend with these issues. So I'm saying yes, it could be difficult, but there's got to be an avenue to take care of this guy.
Right. I know. And so we still, and the catch is that even like the Ian Rappaports and the Adam Schefters of the world don't have what the holdup is.
No, it's very vague. Nobody really knows why this is going as long as it is.
We don't know if the holdup is strictly salary or if it's some sort of language in the contract or it's, something to do with guaranteed money.
Well, according to one of
any of this.
According to one of the cuts, Marcus, you played today. I heard you play a cut. I think it was from Rap Sheet, who you might want to cue it up again, actually. Why don't you do that? Cue up the Rap Sheet, because he said they're over $30 million now, I think, right, with what they're offering. So go
Correct.
ahead.
Yeah, we have two cuts for you.
I don't know if you heard this, Murph.
was the first one where Rap Sheet explains this morning about how the 49ers have a contract offer around $30 million.
And then there's the uncertain situation of Nick Bosa, the star defensive lineman, maybe the best defensive lineman in the NFL, certainly the way he played last year. That would make some sense. He is seeking a long-term extension. He also is holding out for the 49ers. From what I understand, Rich, they've offered him a contract in excess of $30 million per year. But will he beat Aaron Donald's $31.7 million? That really is the question. And until we get an answer, until we get some sort of breakthrough, his status is for sure uncertain.
So there's another angle here where you say to Bosa, bro, that's a nice deal.
Hey, bro.
What I mean? It's a nice deal. Is it that important for you to be $1 more than Aaron Donald?
I guess
that? Well, you can't have your ego sacrifice the team. If they're going to pay you north of $30 million a year and guarantee it for X number of years, that's a nice deal.
Yeah, but also, isn't he just doing what every quarterback does every time they get a new contract, resetting the market and moving it forward for everybody else?
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm just saying at this point, it's like,
Not a bad little deal, you're saying. Yeah, not a bad little payday.
One of my older businessman friends said, it becomes ego. How much is enough? I mean, you're getting a good deal.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
No, it's a great question. That is the question, actually.
But true, I think from the Bosa perspective, though, it's a great deal from the 49ers, $30 million, but I'm sure there's 29 other teams around the league that would pay him $32, $33, $34.
The question is, how much is enough? And the answer the Bosas are saying is, we need to be number one.
Yeah, Nick Bosa looks around and he goes, I am the best defensive player in this league. Pay me accordingly.
I would imagine the Niners would say to him, there's some way we can do that, like in guarantees or something. Yeah, like gentlemen.
We'll throw in some Giants tickets.
Like, I don't know, maybe at some point Bosa does deserve some of the, like, hey, buddy, you got your teammates waiting. They're offering you a huge deal.
You know what I mean,
Probably
dude?
pretty close.
Yeah, these are all factors.
But again, Chris Jones, same thing.
That's why I asked you yesterday, you being around the 94 team, like, when this kind of and I don't know, I asked you, like, but when this kind of thing happens, does resentment start to
Well, you heard Tim
fester?
Ryan say.
Like, does
he
it
said eventually it would.
Yeah, because, I mean, these guys are out here sweating, hitting,
It wouldn't happen now, maybe through one game, but Ryan said at a certain point.
Yeah, it's just something to keep in mind. I mean, you don't want to get to that point, too. That's the other thing.
Who knows? He may sign Friday.
Could sign today.
Could be in uniform Sunday.
Might sign by 7 a.m. today. Who knows?
Here's a list of cap hits I found on Twitter next year, just showing you what predicament they're in. Next year's cap hit, Trent Williams, $28 million. Debo, $28 million. Eric Armstead, $25 million. Fred Warner, $24 million. George Kittle, $19 million. Mooney Ward, $17 million. Christian McCaffrey, $14 million. What a steal. Brandon Ayuk, $14 million. You look at guys like Debo and Kittle, and you wonder if they might be casualties next year.
Could be. Yeah.
Which happens all the time.
Yeah, it could be.
In the NFL.
Especially when you look at this as the fifth-year option for Brandon Ayuk, so he's going to need a new contract next year also.
Yeah, which would mean Debo would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, well, this is why we talk about the window, right?
Correct. That's it. You only have so many years when you got a great group together. You got to.
Last year was a shit.
You see, Richard Sherman yesterday said he thinks the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl. He said it yesterday.
Did he say that with or without Bosa?
Yeah, I think he assumes we'll have Nick Bosa, but he goes, this is the year the Niners should win the Super Bowl.
I mean.
Thank you, Richard Sherman. Sherm, baby, Sherm.
I mean, the Eagles are out there doing their thing.
They're out there.
The NFC is not that formidable. 49ers Lions, NFC Championship.
Wow. Where are we going? In the Dome or out at the Vi?
Yeah. We're going back
They're going to have home field?
Going back to Motown. Ford Field.
They'll come at you with that 14-3 record.
There's 510 says, how many yachts can you ski behind, Bosa? How many yachts? 925 said, the reason I want to read this one is because he calls you Paulie Max.
Yeah, well, that's cool. I'll take that.
He says, Paulie Max, I'm getting very disgusted with this whole Bosa situation. Both sides, all involved, need to get it done. Fans who pay the salaries realize how blanking good these guys have it. A few million off SMDH. 707 says, I don't know that he's worth $30 million. Well, I would say that he is. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's the marketplace.
That's
here.
exactly. That's it.
Here we go. 415 says Bill Hillgrove is the Steelers broadcaster, not Hargrove. Friendly update. He's a legend in the Berg. That might be a good idea to get his name right.
It'd be good if we could identify him properly when he comes on to greet him with his actual name.
Can you imagine? This guy's a legend. We're calling him by the wrong name. Can you imagine they have John Miller on and they're calling, we're welcoming Jim Miller here on the Cincinnati Reds flagship.
Might not be that good of an interview. Yeah.
Bill Hillgrove.
Okay, thank you.
Am I going to blame... Am I going to go ahead? Because it is important to lash out.
I'd like to blame Triple E.
I think I'm going to blame Triple E.
Yeah, let's blame
100%.
him. Yeah.
100%, Murph.
Did he? Yeah, he sent the text?
Yeah.
One too many Chicago dogs, maybe, and not enough time on the keyboard.
This guy's 82 years old, Bill Hillgrove. I just looked him up.
So he's had them all over the world, and he's been calling games probably since Terry Bradshaw was under center.
Yeah, let's see here. 1994.
Okay.
94, he got the job. But prior to that, he was just a guy around. He was a disc jockey.
Nice.
In Pittsburgh, and then did some Pittsburgh
He's
sports.
giving you a 2 for Tuesday in Pittsburgh.
Did Pitt Panthers since 1969.
Nice. You know me with the Pitt Panthers, bro. I'm on board.
You want to ask him some Hugh Green questions?
I might.
Anyway, Bill Hillgrove.
Yeah.
Bill Hillgrove.
I once dated a girl who was a Pitt Panther.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
She was from Jersey. I met her in Jersey, but she was going to Pitt.
You see Pitt as a viable university? Like, your kids never said, hey, Dad, I want to go to Pitt.
Tony Dorsett did.
Yeah. 415 says, if the Niners win without him, then do they need to pay him? 707, trade his ass. He's turning his back on his teammates. Listen to this.
People are getting pissed now. This is what happens. People start to get upset.
623 says, morning, guys. This Bosa thing has killed my opening weekend vibes. This is supposed to be fun, and I'm not feeling it.
I know. I'm sorry, you guys. I feel like it's my fault somehow. I do. Because everybody's getting upset now.
707 says, Bosa's not some kid coming off the streets of South Central. He's a rich kid who's just going to get richer. Man, look at this, Paulie.
See, now they're lashing out.
Now they're turning on Bosa.
They're lashing out now.
And just for a second, I wanted to circle back to what that texter was just asking. It's a question that Murph asked in the first segment on whether or not the 49ers can win without Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Now, we saw it last year in the game that he missed against the Atlanta Falcons. They obviously lost that game. And boys, if you want to go back to when Nick Bosa was drafted in 2019, since he was drafted, the 49ers have a 37-14 record when he's on the field. When he's off the field, they have a 5-10 record.
Well, there it is.
They're a losing team.
There's his value right there. There it is.
By the way, 415 says
a lot.
How come you guys haven't given Greg Silver a nickname yet? He said, "May I nominate Baby Bear?" Well, he didn't go to Cal. He went to UC Santa Barbara.
That's a good question, though. We haven't given the kid a nickname. That is
right now. That my initial instinct is to call him Capable Greg. That's my initial instinct. But we can work with anything.
It'll show ittle when it's right. Yeah.
Right now, he's Capable Greg.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
He ran down there too. Anyway, guys, there you go. That's a little taste of where we're at. The salary cap looming.
Yeah, people are getting upset.
How much is enough?
People are pissed.
People are pissed.
Giants are losing.
We got to get Hillgrove's name right.
Yeah, we got all kinds of housekeeping to take care of.
Bill Hillgrove.
Thank you, Murph.
Right,
Thank you, man.
Hillgrove.
Yes.
It says he was born in November of 40, so he's 82.
It's a good year.
Can you imagine 80? You gonna be doing this gig when you're 82, Paul?
Rangers won a Stanley Cup in 1940.
Didn't B.B. King gig when he was 82?
Oh, God, of course. Till he died.
All right, good stuff, man. Hey, we want to tell you guys, the great Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes later today at 5. So make sure you catch that interview right here on the Sports Leader, and we'll see what Steve says about what, is Bosa. Is there a point where the locker room gets a little itchy and ready to go? Look at the Niners sitting back, tuning into KNBR right now going, it's good. It's turning our way now. People are turning on Bosa. See, leverage goes both ways. Because out of the tunnel comes Fred Warner and George Kittle and Trey Greenlaw, and you're like, and you're like, why is Bosa leaving these guys behind?
Listen, this is what happens when things, kind of linger on as long as this thing has. People start to get emotional about it.
When they linger?
Lingering.
Right,
Thank you, Murph.
Go, man. We tried. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Bill Hillgrove.
Thank you.
Bill Hillgrove,
okay.
Legendary Steelers voice, to give us a preview of the Niners in Steel City. Paulie Mack, Niners in Steel City memories?
Well, sure.
Platzi sent one from 93.
I was going to give you probably the biggest win of that young 81 Super Bowl team was going into Pittsburgh, getting the win 14-7. That was before the Dallas game, and people started to go, these Niners, that's not a bad little win they put together. I think Ronnie had an interception in that game, too.
Anything more recent than that?
Well, the night that you mean in Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh. Because I'm coming up. I went in 96 with the team.
Well,
I covered the game.
Yeah.
And they won. It was a fairly routine win.
Sort of remember that.
It was in early December 96. Platzi sent one, said Ricky Waters had a headbutting incident in Pittsburgh, and they won in '93. I don't remember that.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, I go back and look at that. I remember
Tim Ryan talks about the Antonio Brown game when they just abused us in 2014. That game was in Pittsburgh, I believe.
in the press box, I was sitting next to Bill Cowher's, not next to, but right near Bill Cowher's wife, and then she passed away shortly thereafter, which was very sad. She was ill. But anyway, let me give you that 1996 Pittsburgh Steelers. When's the last? 49ers at Pittsburgh.
You don't see it very often, right?
Garcia, Kaepernick, any of these guys go?
I don't think Kaepernick ever did.
All right. Well, they're going back. It's not very common. Let's see here. That game was in, yeah, and the Niners won 25-15 on December 15th. Summerall and Madden did the game.
Nice.
How about that?
Yeah.
96. Bill Hillgrove.
Okay, man.
From Pittsburgh. Next on the Sports Center.
Lingerer, man.
Yeah, totally.
Linger.
Okay, everybody, good morning once again, and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac. Paulie Mac talking to you. Going to bring in my good friend Steve Moskowitz. Great guy, great tax attorney, been in town here for over 30 years, helping out all kinds of people, and right now he's going to help you out in our listening audience. So, Steve, on a it's a holiday week. It's a Wednesday morning. How you feeling today, Steve, and what do you want to discuss?
I'm feeling great because I'm going to show how it benefits your listeners to listen to your show.
Okay.
This is a client I spoke to just yesterday, and we were talking about ERC, and we know the two tests. I've talked about them a lot, the easy math test and the analysis test, the facts and circumstances. This listener already had his CPA do ERC for him. Now, basically, for most people, there's 4 periods involved. The CPA applied the math test and said you qualified for 1 period, and the client got the money for the 1 period. But he said, I kept hearing you on the radio, and I just had to talk to you. We start with the math test, too. That's the easy test.
Right.
Guess what, Paulie? There's 2 parts to the math test. The CPA missed the second part, so he qualified for another period on the simple math test.
Wow.
And on the other 2 periods, he qualified on the facts and circumstances test, and his CPA was leaving almost $750,000 on the table. That's the value of listening to your show.
Wow, that's a huge value right there, and that's a great example that Steve gives us this morning. So if that triggers something in your brain and you think, you know what, I should probably talk to Steve about my situation, if that's what's at stake, don't leave anything on the table. Talk to Steve. Call him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and you can also visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he's going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. And so we expect him to be there. It's the prudent approach to take, and if he's going to be there, we know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
There he is, of course, Steeler head coach Mike Tomlin saying he ain't buying it. He thinks Nick Bosa is going to show up on Sunday, and he might. We don't know, but right now there's a little discontent here in the Bay, shifting uncomfortably as Nick Bosa has not signed with the 49ers. But still, the game goes on Sunday in Pittsburgh at what they're now calling Acrisure Stadium. Used to be Heinz.
Oh.
Heck, it used to be Three Rivers way back,
remember.
but they blew that place up. Yeah. A man who's seen it all is our next guest, and we are delighted to welcome the man who's been calling the Steelers for 30 years now and the Pitt Panthers for 50.
Love it.
Pittsburgh legend Bill Hillgrove is joining us on the Murph and Mac Show. Bill, we've never had you on. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey, way out here in San Francisco. We say good morning to you, Bill. How are you?
Hey, Bill, good morning.
I'm doing very well, and I just wanted to let you know that I started when I was 7.
I can tell by your resume, man. Very impressive.
Now, what was that first game when you were 7? Who was playing?
Yeah, great question.
I think it was a kindergarten. I can't remember.
I see. Yeah. You were calling the recess football game. I like it. Very good. Well, how they feeling about those Steelers back there? I mean, it's been a quiet couple of years. A couple of 9-8 seasons, 9-7-1. It hasn't really been dynastic. What's the feeling going into 2023?
Well, the big difference between this time this year and last, the fact that we're talking about Steelers' depth. We never brought it up a year ago. And now suddenly, the O-line has the kind of depth that they're comfortable with. They traded away 2 guys. The tight end room was very crowded and talented, and they had to make a tough cut in Zach Gentry, who, by the way, is on the Bengals practice squad. They're fine at running back. Wide receiver, there were some questions, but, I think it's time for George Pickens. And not to say that Deontay Johnson is chopped liver because he's an NFL star. So, Kenny Pickett has the weapons, and judging by his performance late last year, you could see him mature. And in the offseason, it continued. His work ethic is unquestioned. And I think, the Steelers feel comfortable with him to the point where he was named one of the captains. So, that's kind of rare for a second-year guy to get that C, but, they feel good about the offense. The defense, there were some question marks, a lot of change at linebacker inside. But they needed some presence there, some thumpers, which they didn't have since Vince Williams retired. And I think they found a couple in Quan Alexander and Elandon Roberts, and Cole Holcomb, the guy who played for the Commanders, was a tackling machine. So I think they feel pretty good there. I think their big question on depth is at corner. They signed Desmond King. He is a one-time Pro Bowler, but the way Tomlin talked in his news conference yesterday, doesn't look like he's going to play much this week. He's still getting acclimated.
It's a great breakdown there from Bill Hillgrove, who's been calling the Steelers for 30 years and will be at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh Sunday, 10 a.m. Pacific kick. We'll hear it on our airwaves, KNBR 104.5 and 680 at 10 a.m. Pregame starts early at 7 a.m. So, Bill, you mentioned Kenny Pickett, and, of course, everything in the NFL comes back to quarterbacks. And for you, what a special thing, because you call Pitt football for all these years, and here's a Pitt Panther at quarterback.
Very cool.
For the Steelers.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to say controversy, but it wasn't an easy or obvious pick, right, in the first round at the number 20. I mean, how is that story unfolding? Hometown kid, Pitt Panther, quarterback, and like you said, he got better at the end of last year. I think I read that he had a good preseason. I mean, is this kind of storybook stuff, or is there still a lot of question marks?
Well, can I quote Mike Tomlin?
Yeah, sure.
His story is still being written.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I watched him for 5 years at Pitt. He has one thing you can't coach, teach, or scout, and that's he knows how to win. I can just say that. And, he's just one of those guys that he'll manage himself. He'll manage the huddle. He'll manage that offense. And what I saw in this preseason of particular note was the fact that they were able to score on opening drives. Now, it is preseason, so it is tough to judge. For instance, Atlanta didn't play any regulars. And so, to learn something from that game, it is very difficult to decipher it. But what I see from Pickett, the arrow is up, and he's going to be a good one.
Well, it's exciting for the Pitt Panthers and for Pittsburgh Steelers football, too. And then, of course, the other big name for you guys is T.J. Watt. And you heard we played Tomlin coming in. If you could remember or share with us, Bill, your memory of his holdout as it was, because Nick Bosa's doing the same thing in San Francisco. It's dominating our every thought. Like, when's Nick Bosa going to come? So was there a lot of panic in Pittsburgh when Watt took it all the way up to the last second? And then once he signed, was it all forgiven?
Well, yeah, of course. There was a lot of discontent among Steelers fans. What's going on here? But, in these situations, the pressure comes to bear on both parties. That opening bell, it's not going to change. It's going to go at game time on Sunday. And, with that approaching, I think Bosa's agent and Mr. Bosa himself kind of feeling, hey, I want to be part of this. And so, let's get it done. And I think both sides will look at it and say, okay, I'll give you this, I'll give you that, and that's how you work a deal. And I think it's going to happen.
Oh, would you say, Bill, given your vast experience in this world, that Nick Bosa will be in uniform on Sunday?
I hope so.
I think so. I really think, and Tomlin wasn't just issuing a wolf ticket there. I mean, he firmly believes that Bosa will suit up and play. And, for an edge rusher, they can miss a lot of time and still do what they do best. And so, if he has maintained conditioning, which I assume he has, I don't think there's a problem.
Bill Hillgrove is the voice of the Pittsburgh Steelers for the last 30 years, Pitt Panther football for the last 50 years, and, of course, just a legend in Pittsburgh. It's great to have him for a few more minutes here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We have to ask about our local kid, Najee Harris out of Antioch, really beloved around here.
Really good kid, yeah.
The San Francisco Chronicle did a big year-long sort of because he was the number one recruit in the country going to Alabama.
Yeah.
And they followed his family and his life and everything, and I think he handles himself quite well off the field. On the field, I know that maybe the production hasn't been as gigantic, or what? How do you guys feel about Harris thus far in his career?
Well, among some fans, there's a school of thought that Jaylen Warren was pushing him for that first job, which I think is you couldn't be anywhere close to the truth if you follow that logic. He is a good, thunder and lightning, a good change of pace back. And had a great preseason. I think Najee only carried twice. So, but I think they know what they have in Najee. What they have is a guy who's strong, who can change directions even in the hole, who can run between the tackles with the best of them. And I think he's the workhorse, and I think as the season wears on, he'll prove that.
Yeah, everybody here kind of roots for him. It's going to be hard this Sunday because he's on the other team. And T.J. Watt.
He's got the wrong colored jersey.
Well, this weekend he does for us, yeah.
And then, Bill, just a little bit on Watt. 2021 Defensive Player of the Year. And then last year, missed some with injury a little bit, but when he was on the field, as effective as ever?
Had a really good game against Cincinnati in the opener when the Steelers, surprised the Bengals. He pulled something in his chest. It wasn't a complete tear, but it was enough to keep him out of several games. And I kind of think, and our color analyst, Craig Wolfley, who played in the league for 13 years, also thinks that if he stays healthy for those games, the Steelers might have won 12. And you wouldn't be talking about, a team that missed the playoffs.
Wow.
But, that's the road not taken. So injury is part of the game. But I think this year, with the the emergence of Nick Herbig, they've got a third outside rusher in addition to Alex Highsmith, And I think, they have the depth there that if something would happen to either TJ or Alex, that Herbig would go in and give him the same sort of look. So, that's so important. And you guys know, at the end of the year, the 4 remaining teams in the Super Bowl hunt are probably the 4 healthiest. That's how much health means in this game today.
Well,
and
I know
the salary cap has changed that.
I mean, Bill, I know it was on the other part of your state, but health played a big role in the end of the last game of the 49ers season in Philadelphia last year.
Oh, man. We don't have to get into that, though.
Talk about health, Bill. We're still smarting from the quarterback situation.
Well, they changed the rule, and it's for the better.
Yeah.
That you can dress that third guy.
Last one.
How you can use them, I think you need a Ouija board to figure it out. But
I know, seriously.
It's a good thing because it is. If he's there, why not dress him? I mean,
Yeah. Well, it was that way for many, many years, and it should have stayed that way, and now it's back that way. Yeah. Also, last one for you, Mike Tomlin. I mean, the Steelers hired him, the Rooneys hired him in 2007. Here he is. And no other franchise does it like this.
Nope.
I mean, maybe New England, but with Belichick. But no, I mean, the Steelers have done this forever.
They're about stability. Yeah.
I mean, what can you say about that, Bill? Like, just how the Rooneys are just are people of their word. They don't succumb to the modern media pressures.
One of the former Steeler players, Merle Hodge, went into Dan Rooney's office, and this was right before Tomlin was hired. And he said, why don't you hire Joe Green? He's an institution. He's Steeler. He's got coaching experience. And Dan Rooney said, Merle, let me tell you something. Starting with Chuck Noll, continuing with Bill Cowher, and now with Mike Tomlin, we hire a good, bright, young assistant coach who doesn't bring any baggage. And we give him time to learn how to be a head coach. And you'd have to admit that formula has worked pretty well because, in my opinion, he'll be the third successive Steeler coach to put on the gold jacket.
Wow, that's so awesome. Wow, it's really great, Bill, having you on, and what a pleasure. And just my last one on the way out is, should Hugh Green have won the Heisman?
Listen to this.
That's my question.
No question about it.
Yes.
The most dominant defensive player I've seen in college in a long, long time. And it's too bad he had that arthritic knee because I think he would have translated into the pro game, but it didn't happen. Conversely, the guy on the other end of that line, Ricky Jackson, never spent a minute on a trainer's table. And as a result, he was able to put on the gold jacket. But, that's the crazy game of football, and it bounces whatever way it wants to.
Bill, we had Ricky Jackson here at the very end of his career, and he was a colorful character, really a fun guy. I'm glad you remember. What a team. Dan Marino, Ricky Jackson, Hugh Green. My God. 2 Pro Football Hall of Famers and a College Football Hall of Famer there.
And, they employed a 5-2, which you don't see anymore, and all 5 of those kids, as first-year pros, started in the NFL. That will never happen again.
No, it was awesome. So, well, Bill, a real pleasure, and just to thank you for sharing your thoughts, and we're glad we had you on. And, hey, congrats on starting another NFL season, and go enjoy it.
Great having you, Bill.
Thank you. I enjoyed it, guys, and let's do it again.
There he is, Bill Hillgrove.
Now, that's the kind of guy like,
Paulie.
Yeah. No, that's I mean, dude, from the moment he said good morning, I was in the palm of his hand. He's just like an old school, salt of the earth, here's the real deal kind of guy.
How do you and I become like that?
No, that ain't going to happen. We ain't cut like that, man. We got too many. We're too neurotic. Yeah.
Is it just the different generations?
Yes. And each generation's getting a less steady hand. You know what I mean? Marcus' generation is going to have the shakes. Yeah. No, but he's just a steady hand, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Gosh.
And what a great mug, too. I encourage everybody to go check this guy out online. Just look at his picture. He's got a great old school face.
Bill Hillgrove. How do you get a voice like that?
Well, many years of training and
I guess.
Yeah, schooling.
Do you walk around just
I mean, guys say he's been calling games since 7 years old.
Called my first game in the playground.
So, by the way, if people don't know, for you kids out there, Hugh Green was an absolute wrecking ball pass rushing defensive end of the Pitt Panthers in 1980.
Shout out
And
Panther.
he was a Heisman finalist. Like it was unheard of.
He was in on that immediately, too.
Running back, they gave it to maybe the more, and I don't mean to dog this guy, but one of the most obscure Heisman winners of all time, George Rogers of the University of South Carolina, went on to play for the Saints. And maybe Hugh Green, well, Bill Hillgrove told you Hugh Green should have won it.
Yeah.
He should have won it. How about that, dude? He came from Natchez, Mississippi, up to Pitt.
I don't know if he was just being gentlemanly, too, or being polite when he said he thinks Bosa will be in pads on Sunday. I don't know if that was like the one part of the conversation I don't know if I was in on.
That sounded like a very rational calm take. He said the pressure comes to bear on both parties, and as it gets closer and closer to the bell, Nick Bosa will say, I want to be out there.
Boy, I hope you're right. It just doesn't sound like they're ready to give an inch, the Bosa side of this thing.
Because it's Wednesday.
I know.
You know?
I know it's Wednesday, man. Maybe tomorrow night when Bosa watches the Chiefs play, he'll be like, you know what, I should really be out there.
Well, he said Steelers fans are very upset at TJ Watt, and then Watt signed and showed up.
In fact, on that note, Murph, question for you. We can take this on the other side if you need to, but like, do you get the sense that Niner fans are getting upset, like at Bosa?
Why don't we take that?
Look at this. See how we tease?
That's how you tease, buddy.
Yeah,
and you can text us at 415-808-KNBR. That's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Shoot me a text.
415-808-5627, or you can call 808
whatever you want.
KNBR. Let's do that next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Nick Bosa.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Similar but different situation for star defensive lineman Chris Jones for the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, they just play on Thursday. Still does not have a contract extension despite many, many months of uncertainty. Still holding out about $2 million plus of fines. It would take a significant breakthrough, I would say, to get him signed before the season. And even then, could he play? Seems a little far-fetched. And then there's the uncertain situation of Nick Bosa, the star defensive lineman, maybe the best defensive lineman in the NFL. Certainly the way he played last year, that would make some sense. He is seeking a long-term extension. He also is holding out for the 49ers. From what I understand, Rich, they've offered him a contract in excess of $30 million per year. But will he beat Aaron Donald's $31.7 million? That really is the question. And until we get an answer, until we get some sort of breakthrough, his status is for sure uncertain.
There he is, Ian Rappaport, our buddy Rap Sheet, breaking it down as another morning arrives. The sun rises, no Bosa in the Bay. However, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I feel like I want to talk more like Bill Hillgrove now. I just, world-class care, closer than you think. I don't know. It was very good.
He's a good dude, man.
Everybody missed it. We just had the Steelers voice, Bill Hillgrove, on. He said he's 82, by the way, Hillgrove.
God bless him, too. He sounds very youthful.
Very much so. I think it's a good Pittsburgh living.
Yeah, it must be. You know what? In fact, I should have asked him if he was going to see Aerosmith tonight. They just started their tour, and they're playing in Pittsburgh tonight. I'd like to hear him.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd welcome to the stage,
Well, if you think about it, he was born in 1940.
He probably used to run with them in the 70s.
When were they peaking? Like 77? Something like that?
Yeah.
He was 37. He might have rolled with them.
Yeah, he might have indeed. Might have.
So, yeah. Well, yeah, Stephen and I.
I'd like to welcome Joe Perry to the stage, please.
So, anyway, there you go, Rap Sheet, as we continue. And, Paul, you asked the question.
Yeah.
Are Niner fans getting upset?
I think it's a legitimate question
That's a great question.
At this point, because it's been going on to linger, and people start getting their patience is getting tested.
707 says, good morning, guys. I'm absolutely getting upset about Bosa. How much is enough? Now it just becomes a pride thing, and pride comes before the fall. Stop it, Nick. That's John in Vacaville. 480 says,
pride comes before the fall.
Yeah,
Damn.
about that, we're going biblical.
That's what the priest told Jack Nicholson in The Departed, by the way. He did. Yeah. He goes, don't forget. 480
says, if Bosa is demanding much more than the equivalent of 32 per year, then it's a selfish move. That said, the Niners don't have a choice. Any alternative is an extreme loss of value and all but closes this window. 530 says, has Bosa ever finished a full season? He is accident-prone. He wants a ton upfront guaranteed. Defensive ends don't last as long as interiors, and he has a history of injury. There it is. It says trade. It says plus my wife thinks about him when she lays with me, so let's trade his A.
That's getting real personal. When she lays with him.
Yes.
Well, how do you know she's not going to continue to think about him when he lays with you, when she lays with you, even if he's wearing like a Dolphins helmet? She still might be thinking of him. Might even look better in the turquoise. Who the hell knows?
Very good.
Yeah.
530 says, I'd be more comfortable with the Niners breaking the bank for Bosa if they could get some assurances from the NFL that holding calls will actually be made in big games.
That's part
of the contract, right? Part of the contract. Give you $32 million a year, and you will get called. You will be held three times a games. 702 says, yes, enough is enough, Nick. Get to the practice field. I mean, people are saying that, but of course, this is his chance, right, to get his most. But it is getting to the point where
the season's upon us, man.
Yeah. 214 says we need to prepare ourselves for the possibility we might never see Nick Bosa in a 49er uniform again.
I haven't really gone there
I'm not
yet.
going into that.
No, in my head, Murph, I haven't really gone to that space yet.
Lynch has already shown he will trade anyone at any time. DeForest Buckner, Trey Lance.
Lynch has also told us time and time again that they're confident they're going to get this thing done. I mean, that was like the initial message. Yeah, this might take a little bit. We're going to get it done, though.
Maybe they were too confident. You know what I mean?
I mean, how far do you think Nick Bosa is willing to go with this? Seriously, that's another.
Well, do you have that Tomlin sound? Because T.J. Watt did this 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then signed the night before the season started. And so that's what Bill Hillgrove was saying to us from Pittsburgh, where everybody's nice. By the way, speaking of Western Pennsylvania, nice. Just think Arnold Palmer. Arnold Palmer, maybe the nicest guy in the history of the world. Number one, Bill Hillgrove, number two, both Western PA guys. I think Western PA is where it's at, Paul.
Yeah, man. Good people out there. I got a buddy who lives in Pittsburgh, actually. He says it's a really nice town.
He turned into the nicest guy of all time?
Well, he's already been that before he moved there. But, yeah. Shout out Doug Heinrich.
It's actually, if you look at the front page of the Chronicle, Jay, did you see that?
No.
It's about Pittsburgh was a city decimated by the Rust Belt going belly up in the 70s, and their entire population got decimated, and some would say that's what's going on in San Francisco right now, right? The doom loop. So they're saying Pittsburgh is giving a template to how you come out of a doom loop.
Speaking of belly up, did you stop by the Belly Up Tavern in San Diego for a cold beer?
No, but it was discussed heavily.
Because I went down there once.
Yeah.
And one time I went down there, that's where I went, to the Belly Up.
It was very much discussed. In fact, San Diego Mike's going to go see
somebody cool.
Who is it? San Diego Mike. Who are you going to see? He's going to see somebody there.
Paul Westerberg?
In the coming days.
Yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, here's Tomlin on how he feels Bosa is going to play.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. And so we expect him to be there. It's the prudent approach to take, and if he's going to be there, we know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
There it is. So Tomlin and Hillgrove are both saying, yeah, he'll be there. Imagine if we were doing this from the Steelers' perspective, we probably would be saying Bosa's going to be there. You
have to. Yeah, you have to prepare like he's going to be there.
And I think from that Pittsburgh perspective, they're thinking worst case scenario, yeah, we do have to face off against Nick Bosa. But from the San Francisco scenario, worst case scenario is Nick not being there week one, maybe Nick not being there week 2 or week 3 either.
Dude, I'm saying if Bosa doesn't sign, they'd lose the game. I'm go ahead and say that. I mean, Steelers plus 2.5 right now.
Home field, opening day, all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah, and the Niners start slowly. They're a slow starting team. And you got Drake Jackson and Cleve Furl as your edge rushers. Now you got Hargrave and Armstead on the inside.
That's a really bad recipe and a bad scenario right there, too, because you're going to have we all would have like a pretty rough week next week. If the Niners go in there without Bosa, lose the game, and start this season off that way, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people reaching out to us next week.
Not necessarily, Paulie. 415, our old buddy Dom the Cop. Remember Dom?
Hey, Dom, how you been, brother?
He said, I hope Bosa holds out another couple weeks so we don't have to talk about the Giants. There you go.
Well, that's a good call, man. Thanks, Dom, for being rational.
There's a positive spin.
Yeah.
Because right now we are not talking about the Giants and Patrick Bailey's concussion and all that.
Jock, you want to talk about Jock missing that ball?
Oh, boy. Thank you for finding that, water boy.
We called, the
and
back
they didn't
pedal.
call it an error.
No, that was crazy.
415 says, do we know if any other teams would pay Bosa $32 million or more?
I would say.
Did I just read something about the Jets? Somebody wrote that. Did you read that the Jets called? Saleh called?
Come play with me, man.
I got Aaron Rodgers now.
Well, boys, I will say that your guy Jimmy Garoppolo just had his contract restructured. The Raiders just saved $17 million.
Don't even start.
I'm just saying, you guys interested in Chandler Jones?
He ain't going to that dysfunctional mess.
While we're on the Raiders, we need to take a quick digression and fill in our faithful listeners on the No Food in the Studio fantasy football draft yesterday.
Yeah.
Because and people are like, I don't want to hear about your fantasy team. No, you're not going to hear about your fantasy team. You're going to hear about the personalities clashing and jockeying and the ego mashup that is fantasy football.
Nice.
So the draft is a time, you saw me in the chat, Paul. Waterboy. I was trying to engage everybody early on.
Oh, yeah. He was getting on hot take bullpen the entire draft.
Well, right before the draft started, I sent out a message on the chat saying, blank all of you.
Good for you,
What I
Murph.
just said.
I like it.
I got
And
no response.
That's how the mid-segment reads roll, dude. And you're going to keep that handle, right?
I thought about changing it.
No, the
but-
reads stand,
but
dude.
you're a reads guy.
I stand with the reads.
Yeah, we were about to draft, and I just said, hey, blank all of you, by the way.
Yeah,
I
good
wrote,
for
by
you.
the way.
Good.
Yeah. And
I'm
I
glad
did
you
a
did
bunch
that.
of tame pussycats.
I'm
Nobody
with you
fired back.
1,000,000%.
Until I picked Daniel
Pussycats
Carlson in the 10th round.
A kicker.
And they what you want to describe, because you guys were all here in the bullpen. I was home in the lap of luxury celebrating the day of birth here, and you guys said you guys went nuts on me.
Well, first of all, I want to say that I responded in the chat. I said, happy birthday, Murph, and also blank you too.
But that was because I threw it out in about the 8th round.
Oh, you threw out another
again.
one. Oh, I must have missed your first one. I missed your first one. All right.
Yeah, because in the 8th round, I said, by the way, I'm still saying blank all of you.
I'm still here and I'm still saying
happy birthday, Murph, ... And blank you too.
And blank you too.
And many happy returns.
I'll throw some birds at you, Murph. But this is what
and
happened.
Triple E chimed in.
Oh, no one wants to hear from
And then
him.
I said, "What do I do?" I said, "What? I don't get a month." He wrote, "Happy birthday, Brian." And I said, "What? I don't get a month?" He wrote, "No, only cool guys get a month."
See, when he tries to riff, it's best not to. Don't even.
Guys. Well, yesterday the
Then
boys
I said,
were
blank you, Triple E.
Yeah,
good for you, dude. I like it. I want riff
here's
like
the thing,
that.
Paul and Mac. The boys were riffing on Brian Murphy in the bullpen yesterday because in the 10th round, he selects the first kicker off the board, Dylan Carlson from the Las Vegas Raiders.
Daniel Carlson, right?
Daniel Carlson.
Yeah.
Dylan Carlson plays for the Cardinals.
Yeah, very good.
Out of Sacramento.
And apparently I got crushed, and I just said, let's do a little game here because I picked him in the 10th round. Why don't we at the end of the year count how many points Dan Carlson scores versus any other pick in the 10th round? And we'll see how that goes.
All right.
I'd say he's
We'll
probably towards
goes.
the bottom of that list.
Keep an eye on that.
I think so. And I think it was more not only you took Daniel Carlson, a kicker in the 10th round, I think it's understood that Justin Tucker is the #1 kicker in fantasy football.
Well, I'm here. I've had them both. Carlson's better.
So you not only took a kicker in the first round, but you didn't take the top overall guy. So you probably could have got Carlson a couple rounds later.
Maybe, but I securely, like John Lynch drafted Jake Moody in the 3rd. I had to go get him.
And you were the one criticizing the pick of moving up to take him in the 3rd round.
I tell you what, I'm in love with Dan Carlson, and I also believe that Jimmy G is going to lead a lot of failed touchdown drives. There's going to be field goals galore in Vegas.
Maybe if you play your cards right, he'll run out of bounds in the end zone again for you. You see. Hey, Murph.
Which leads to one other. Well, go ahead.
No, well, I was going to ask you a quick question just to catch me up because I'm a bystander. I don't participate in this kind of stuff, but I want to know from Murph. I know you've had multiple titles. Did you win last year too?
I think actually I've only had one title.
No, you went back to back. You went back to back. Because I remember you doing the videos.
I've lost track.
Fake news. This is a false.
I was in the
false
finals
narrative.
last year against Hollab.
The hot tub one is the one that stays in my head.
Yeah,
You're smoking a cigar, laughing. That was funny. And then I thought you came back and did it again.
I think I made the championship and lost.
Okay.
But either way, I'm in the mix every year. I haven't seen this guy in the playoffs.
Who, Marcus?
Yet.
Well, Marcus, he's got other concerns.
So tiebreakers kicked me out
He's
last
smoking
year.
meats. He's watching MMA fights.
I'm going to tell you guys that here, I'm going to try to find that 10th round. Anyway, the other thing I'm going to tell you, here it is. I found it right here. Waterboy, is that even though my mind is a steel trap and I cannot be fazed by anyone, I was fazed a little bit by you there, buddy, in that I had my heart set on Amon-Ra St. Brown on the 14th pick, and he got taken. I was like, God darn it. So I had the choices between A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, Devontae Smith, and there was one other. Let's see, who was the other one? It was Jalen Waddle. Because I had already taken Saquon as my running back. I could have taken Josh Jacobs and gone big on running backs, but I said I like to have one big of each.
I like Josh Jacobs.
And I decided to make a bold move, and I like taking players on the rise. And I think Devontae Smith is on the rise.
Okay,
I think he and
I'll buy
Jalen
that.
are going to have a big year.
I'll buy that.
Even though he's not the hotter fantasy pick, Devontae Adams would be, because he's a more proven player over the years, right? But I'm thinking, Waterboy, all this guy told me the entire time is that there's nobody more unhappy in Las Vegas than Devontae Adams with Jimmy G. So there, based on your Raider analysis,
his
Waterboy,
reporting, I
stayed away from Devontae Adams.
I hope you're right, Marcus.
But now he's got your boy Jimmy Garoppolo in silver and black.
Yeah, he'll get
so
like
you're
Jimmy.
saying you have a lack of faith in Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well,
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
there was
Wow, look at this
definitely
now.
a moment of truth where I did not back up Jimmy. How about that?
Yeah.
When the money came down, I did not back up Jimmy.
And you had a chance to take Devontae Adams.
I did.
Arguably the best wide receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And you passed on him.
By the way, my kid was going bananas that Cooper Kupp went in the first round of his draft. He didn't go until like the 5th round of ours. Why do you think Cooper Kupp lasted so long?
Because he's got that injury that's still lingering from last year. There's no like guarantee that he plays the first couple weeks of the season.
Nope.
He's probably not playing Sunday.
And he said, Declan said he saw some ESPN reports saying it was a minor hammy, and so he went in the first round.
That's what they told us last year.
That's the difference between a bunch of 15-year-olds and a bunch of seasoned vets who know what they're doing there. So anyway, we'll see how this plays out. I could regret not taking Devontae Adams, but again, when the money came down, I did not trust Jimmy. I trusted Jalen Hurts more. And I see some deep balls. I see a couple 50-yard touchdowns and things like that going down, whereas I don't know if Jimmy's got that arm. Jimmy's going to nickel in a PPR league. You want Devontae, right? Because he's going to catch a lot of balls, right?
That's half of the confusion. We have no idea if we're playing in a PPR league or not, Murph. Not with Commissioner Copes running the show.
That was kind of crazy. Copes at the last second was going to change the rules of the league in a dramatic way, like without telling us.
And then he's like, after the draft, I'll change it to PPR. I'm like, wait,
dude,
am I drafting for PPR? Am I not? What are we doing here, Copes?
That's like saying we're going to play with the shift or without the shift.
The hell kind of leadership is this?
Also, we should point out that Copes in the first round took Travis Kelsey, started bragging about it, and then literally 30 seconds later, the report came out that he
maybe the karma coming back now. See,
that's Copes.
Yeah, he wound up getting Devontae Adams after I left him on the table. Yeah, but there were some picks, by the way. Declan was going through the picks. He's like, "Ooh, that's a bad pick. Ooh, that's a bad pick." He goes, "Who is this team?" I said, "That's Triple E, Office Corn Dogs." Why is he called Office Corn Dogs?
Don't even bother. Who knows? That doesn't matter.
It just does corn dogs every day in the office.
Well, actually, it shows too. Yeah, you know what I mean, it shows.
He smells like
he actually resembles a corn dog with a hat on. Yeah,
he is a corn dog.
Yeah.
Why is Danny's team called 810 The Bread?
Double D, Dangerous Danny Dunn?
810 The Bread.
I don't know, but that's my boy. He can do what he pleases. Yeah, I'm back Danny.
During 49er preseason, those games are on 810 The Spread, a.k.a. 810 The Bread.
Yeah, where'd the bread come from? Because you're making bread on the spread?
That's Double D riffing right there.
I think so.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, had to get you guys there.
I appreciate it. No, I want to be kept in the loop, man, and you keep me posted, and good luck to you week 1.
And then 408 says, no one cares about your fantasy football team. Just sign Bosa already.
I feel you, brother.
Yes. All right, guys. Mike Krukow. Mike Krukow, and then the big hit at 8 a.m. will be the Bosa drama, and we'll ask you guys to chime in where you're
at now.
That too. Are people starting to crack in terms of like now turning on Bosa in some way? Or do you think it's going to be calm and everything's going to be cool? All right, we got Jock Peterson circling around fly balls. We got Casey Schmidt one-hopping balls home. We got Pat Bailey with a concussion.
Can I mention the sleeves on Gabe after the game, the hoodie?
Mentioned Gabe in sleeves. Yep. Nothing's good. No. The Giants are only one game over 500. And lost another game in the wild card. 2 back in the wild card now with 2 teams ahead of them before they get to that third. Actually, 3 teams ahead of them. All that positive stuff. And a morning game, 11:20 today, 10:20 pregame. So Mike Krukow next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Provident Credit Union, making you money, saving you money, and making you money. Those are 2 good things. Let's listen to this limited time offer from Provident Credit Union that you do not want to miss. We are introducing the Pick a Term certificate from Provident. Yeah, it's all about investing on your own terms with the flexibility to choose your own investment period. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you call the shots. You can select a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and enjoy an impressive annual percentage yield of 4.5%, one of the most competitive rates on the market right now. So whether you're saving up for a short-term goal or aiming for a long-term investment, this certificate offers you the financial freedom you need to take control of your savings. So remember, this incredible offer doesn't last forever. So don't wait. Grow your savings today. That rate is effective September 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Monday, September 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Come on!
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike. It's no fun. They scored 8 runs and they lost. Help us. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, Kruk.
Yeah, good morning. 8 runs and 4 home runs. That was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a scoreless streak, 18 innings, and they snapped that on the first pitch of the game, and it wasn't enough. But and this is September. Losses in September are times 10, and it's a 4-game losing streak. And every time you add to the losing streak, it's times 100. But the beauty of September is you just have to win 1 game, and you're right back on track mentally. All the negative, all the anxiety, it just goes right out the door. So they have a chance to do that and have a happy flight, which, they're going to have to dig deep to do. They're not playing well right now. They're not. And they're creating extra out opportunities, and you can't do that against a good team. Cubs are rolling right now. They got chemistry. You start talking about chemistry this time of year, Cubs as much as anybody have just chemistry just oozing out of their clubhouse and out of their dugout. You can feel them before the first pitch is thrown. They're having fun. I mean, they're bonding together. You watch them run out there. I mean, it's all the things that we've seen with the Giants when they're making a run down September. And right now the Giants don't have it. And that's the problem with losing. Losing, things get quiet in the clubhouse. I mean, people, what is baseball? Baseball's fun. And when a team's rolling, they're brash, they're outrageous. I mean, they're wearing, funky jackets and hats and costumes after they hit a home run in the clubhouse or in the dugout. And then the clubhouse is even more outrageous. They're celebrating and then they're laughing and everything's fun. And right now it's quiet. And that's what you have to just push yourself to just stay together. Keep the group together, because guys will wander off the boat. And this is a critical time. I mean, there's still time left. They need to obviously play better, and they have to get some more hits, and they have to catch the ball, blah, blah, blah. They have to play better baseball. But you'd be surprised at how quickly you can turn it back in a positive way, and it all happens with 1 win. So today, going into an off day, this is an incredible game for them. This is an incredible opportunity to go either way.
Well, it is, and unfortunately, it's just been going the wrong way. Some stuff I want to talk about last night's game as they score eight runs and hit 4 homers and lose is some of the defense.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to throw this theory out at you. Jock Peterson looked really tough in left field. It was not a great night for him in left field defensively. He had said after the game, he said, I cost the team the game. That's what he said about that pop-up. My first question is kind of weird, but it is, as an old pitcher, when a play like that, the pop-up in the left field where Jock kind of runs around it, and it falls, and it doesn't go down as an error, then Luke Jackson has to wear that. Is that something that's bothered you as an old pitcher, that there should be a ruling on a ball that even if you don't touch it, you can get charged for an error?
Yeah, absolutely. It bothered me when I was young. It bothered me a lot. It bothered me to the point where I couldn't let it go mentally. And now I'm going into the next pitch, and I'm thinking about the ball that should have been caught. And my concentration on that pitch is fractured. I mean, I'm pitching with half my brain now. I'm pitching with half brain, half emotion, and you can't do that. I mean, it's so repetitive. The way that you have to force yourself to exist in the world of professional sports, that you cannot let your mind fall victim to a negative. You cannot do it, because it'll grab on and it won't let go. And then all of a sudden you develop this incredible chronic disease called woe is me. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing more pathetic than woe is me. And it affects everything you do, because you can't control woe is me. You start chirping
woe is me. And now the next guy next to you, he starts going, woe is you, well, woe is me. He'll out-top your woe is me. And then all of a sudden, everybody's got it.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
And so what you learned, especially from a pitcher's perspective, is you have to realize that you're the adult on the field. Everybody's watching you react to everything. And that was a wind-blowing double last night off of Peterson. That's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
The wind picked up from 14 miles per hour to 26 miles per hour. That's a significant change. He comes in and he overruns the ball. He can't make the change. The ball drops behind him. It's a base hit. 4 earnings go on Luke Jackson's record. Well, yeah, he's ticked off about it. But the mentality you have, if you played long enough, is that I'm going to pick that guy up. I'm going to pitch through it. And it's that simple. Now you have you've erased all the negative. Now you have a clear frame of mind as to what you're supposed to do. And now you have a clear path as to how you're going to try and do it. Identify the situation and pitch to it. Is it a ground ball situation? Pitch to it. Is it a strikeout situation? Pitch to it. End of story. And that's a professional brain right there. And you just really have to stick your finger in the fan a lot to be able to develop that type of mental toughness. But mental toughness is what's going to get you through a streak right now. And you know what? I mean, Peterson's been through it. I mean, he's a hardened pro, and he realized the significance of that last night. And he's sorry for what he did. I mean, he wanted to go over and apologize, but you don't. You just get back to your position, clean your brain, and try and make the next play. There was no doubt in his mind that if there was a play that he'd have to challenge a wall or come in and dive and throw his body on the line, he would have done that for Luke Jackson. The opportunity didn't present itself, but he would have done that. And that's all you can ask if you're Luke Jackson. That's all you can ask of anybody on that field. Clean your brain, stay positive, focus on what you have to do, and then give me everything you have. And if that's not good enough at the end of the day, you wash your hands, you go home, get as good a sleep as you can, you come back the next day and you try and do it again. You try and change it. You try and be better. And that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true veteran. You said it to us yesterday. You got to stay positive. You said it over and over again. Just going over some more of the particulars of last night, too. Jacob Junister was a comebacker, and he probably should have fielded it. He didn't, and it went up the middle, and he said he has bad eyes and sometimes can't see it. And, your feeling as an old pitcher, like when things are going not your way, that's a ball Junis should probably spear, and he didn't. Did that play stick out to you?
Yeah, but you know what Junis did and what veterans do is they always check the defense. And you have to do that more this generation than you ever have because, they have extreme defensive sets. Now, it's not as exaggerated as it was last year. The new rule change that insists that you have to have 2 infielders on the dirt on both sides of second base, that's softened it up. But still, one thing you do before you pitch to anybody is you turn around and you look where everybody is. Boom, that's on your brain. He did. That ball was coming back to him, and he felt the best opportunity he had was to let that ball go through. Because if you go back and take a look at the defensive set, Tyro Estrada is shading towards second base. He's playing like three, maybe 2 steps away from the bag. He's there. So in his mind, I'm going to let that go. So I'm eliminating the one catch and throw from me. So all that guy who the middle infielder is, whoever's shading the middle, he's going to be able to pick that ball up and then maybe even do it himself. That was a thought that he had in a millisecond. And it was all set up because he preset it in his mind by checking out where the defense was. Didn't work. And nights you lose, those things don't work. To me, it was a good instinctive play. I think I probably would have done the same thing.
Man, it's like you said, when, the snowball's going the wrong way, it's going the wrong way. And then it leads to probably the biggest story of the day, which is Pat Bailey's possible concussion. If people missed this after the game last night, I'm sure a lot of players fans were frustrated and didn't stick out through the postgame. But Pat Bailey on that play at the plate, another mistake for the Giants. Casey Schmidt, who has such a great arm, hops at home. And it looks like Candelario slides in, and maybe his shoulder and chin kind of collide with Bailey. Bailey gets, quote, a little lightheaded from Kapler. We had to get him out of there. We'll keep checking on him. So, Mike, obviously we don't know what happened, but
hate to see that, man.
It's not good. It could mean if he has to sit out, Joey Bart comes up. And last thing you needed, Mike.
Well, and I don't know if they're going to put him in the protocol yet. I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard anything there's been no word, so they're just observing him right now. Once you go in the protocol, you're gone. You know, you have to go through the process to get off of the concussion watch, and that's going to take several days. So it's a hope that he got, popped and he's a little starry, but that can go away quickly. And then they'll make the call on him. But I would imagine that yes, that they'll have a backup catcher up here. I would assume that it's Joey Bart. But again, I'm not going to make a call on this till it comes out of Dave Greshner's training room as to how they're going to go about dealing with this. But man, that's a guy they really can't lose at this time of year. And if they have to lose him for a week, it's going to hurt.
It was interesting. I was going to ask you because over the weekend they said that they were going to catch him down the stretch, maybe every game. And I was going to ask you about that. Like they said, Adley Rushman had done it, and another JT Real Muto. And that was, had you heard that, and that was going to be, down the stretch. They were saying they're going to strap
Patrick
it up.
Bailey, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a push that you want to experience. I mean, here's the problem. When you go through the minor leagues, and it's a little bit different now because some of the minor league seasons extend into September, which they never did before. So getting to the money or the month of September, there's a big unknown there with rookies. You don't know what you're going to get. Strength level wise, you don't know how they're going to handle it. And the thing that happens is it's not so much your body gets tired, your brain gets tired. Brain fatigue really is detrimental in the month of September and October, and you can see it. Concentration goes out the door. But they were going to push him, and I think the reason that they considered even doing this was how strong mentally this guy is, and that's really been one of his big assets that he's always had coming through the minor leagues. So I mean, it remains to be seen as to how it's all going to go down because of the concussion, if he is indeed in the protocol. But they were going to extend him, no question. I mean, we've already seen it. He's catching day games after night games. I mean, he's stacking up consecutive games. And, a catcher always, they're a rough read because they're always going to say, yeah, I'm fine. But, you have to watch them. And it's very the little signs that they give you, they're not always obvious. It's signs like, well, they make a wrong decision on a throw. Maybe they threw to try and pick a runner off second base or first base when it really wasn't much of an opening there. So it's that detailed, and I think it's the hardest position on the field to try and judge as to whether or not a guy is tired. But they think he can do it, and you know what? Quite honestly, I do too.
And then, I mean, it's true. Like we said, this is sort of a hypothetical question, but if he does go into the protocol, it would assume at least some degree he might miss some time. This does open the door for Joey Bart, and what a name. I mean, man, it's almost like the Trey Lance of the Giants. It's like, what a controversy, number 2 pick, and he's been down there grinding. You can only imagine how it's been for him, Mike, to see this guy become the guy, Pat Bailey, knowing that the door is not there for you. Now he gets his chance. I don't know if you're Joey Bart, how are you processing all this?
Well, first of all, there's no guarantee he's going to start. I mean, he could be backing up Blake Sable if indeed they make the change. Let's assume, and I don't really want to assume in a negative way, but let's just talk that, all right, Bailey is going through the protocol, so it's 5 to 7 days. All right. Now they bring up Bart. There's no guarantee he's going to start. But if he was to start, it's an opportunity. Every time you come out of the minor leagues and you get a start at the big league level, that's an opportunity. And I think one of the things that happens with high draft picks, they get a few extra days to try and prove themselves. The organization can be a little bit more patient with him if he's struggling. But I think at this point in his career, he's had a lot of opportunity, and he hasn't really grasped onto it and taken advantage of it. So from here on out, I think when he gets an opportunity, he has to realize that, there's urgency here. I need to show something. If I want to be part of this club next year, whether it be the backup of Bailey or whatever, or to make myself marketable for another organization. That's how you look at it as a professional player. You can't be wallowing in mediocrity. You can't, because they'll pass you by. When you get those opportunities to come back up to the big leagues, if indeed they put your name in the lineup, take advantage of it. And so if indeed it is him that gets called up, and if he is indeed in the lineup, then he's got to take advantage of it and jump on the opportunity.
Yeah, he's in Sacramento this summer, 57 games, 198 at-bats. He's hitting .247 with a .756 OPS. Let's see here. We got 6 homers, 27 ribs. So nothing too crazy, like dominant.
No, that's not exactly banging on the door, demanding playing time.
No.
You know, it's just whenever he gets back up here, I mean, he's going to have to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And again, at this point, you're always playing for yourself. I mean, you never talk about it.
Yeah.
But you're always aware of your particular stats. You always are aware of your marketability, really. Are you looked upon as somebody who's an asset coming to a club? Are you are you a guy that other organizations possibly are looking at to come into their organization and bring some talent and some threat? I mean, you have to have the ability to really be realistic as you self-evaluate. And with him, I mean, he's got to show more, quite honestly.
Yeah, he's 26. He'll be 27 in December, which, I mean, he still has time, but he's not,
Clock's ticking.
Yeah, he's not that young kid. I don't know, John, or Mike, just a thought on John Brebbia, reinstated. A.J. Pollock gets placed on unrestricted release. That led to, well, I guess just your thought on that. Brebbia's back. I mean, what he can add to the team. And then A.J. Pollock, as a resulting move, they sent Beck to AAA, and then to clear a spot, they put Pollock on release waivers.
Well, Pollock was a stopgap. He was a guy that was going to be in the lineup, assuming he was going to be able to stay healthy, until you got some of the other guys back. And he kind of knew what the deal was. But again, Pollock said, "Well, hell, there's an opportunity for me. If I get hot, then I'll get playing time, and and I'll force them to keep me." And again, I mean, it's a small world. For him to have that opportunity, if he would have lit it up, even if he would have been replaced and put on waivers when you got back Yastrzemski and Haniger, other organizations would have been able to pick him up as well. That's the way it goes. Anytime you get on the field, you should be thankful to that organization for giving you some reps and some at-bats. It didn't happen. He got hurt. He had 6 at-bats. He went on the IL, and then when a roster spot was needed, he was the guy to go. It was the obvious choice.
Yeah, it's wild stuff. And it leads to that question about the trade deadline. Farhan was asked about it, saying, do you have any regrets about it? He said, I think it's a fair question, but when I look at our team right now, we still have guys getting at-bats that we want to see getting at-bats. Every day we're putting out a team with guys we believe in. It's easy to express confidence and be complimentary of a team when things are going well, and I think for the players and the mindset of the clubhouse, it's almost more important that they hear and feel and sense confidence when things aren't going well. So that was his answer about the trade deadline. We had Jesse Rogers from ESPN on yesterday. He's based in Chicago. He said Jed Hoyer said you can't do nothing at the trade deadline. You either have to sell or buy. Just varied theories. So, Farhan has to answer these questions now, Mike. What are your thoughts?
I don't agree with that, buy or sell. I don't. They've debuted 21 new guys here in the last 2 years. What does that say to you? I mean, we don't ever talk about a rebuild. We don't ever talk about that.
Right.
We're starting to see contribution come out of the system.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Guys who are saying that I'm ready to go. Well, you have to find out if they're ready to go. They need those at-bats. And this organization has been waiting for a while to get guys out of the minor league system ready to go. Well, now they're finally here. So what are you going to do? You're going to get a guy who's a fourth starter or a fourth outfielder, and you're going to give up 3 prospects for him? Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense, because they simply needed 5 or 6 more guys. They didn't need 1 or 2. They weren't in a situation where 1 or 2 was going to put them over the top. Now, you talk about bringing energy into a clubhouse and whatnot. Well, yeah, I guess, if it's the right guy. But even if they'd have traded 7 guys for Ohtani, they still would have been short. And you have to realistically look at this club. You still would have been short. So at this point, as this organization has stayed relevant all the way into September with all these young players, what are you getting out of the season? You're getting experience. I mean, we're watching it every day when Casey Schmidt goes out there. He's starting to look a lot better. Remember take a look at his journey.
Yeah.
He came up, tore it up, and then they adjusted to him, and then he went in the tank. Well, guess what? He's resurfaced. Now he looks like a better pro. Now he's got a better idea when he's at in the batter's box. They have Duvall. Was he a dominant closer at the start of the year? No. He was a guy that they thought might be the guy. He thought he might be the guy. Well, now he's the guy. Ryan Walker, whoever even heard of him at the start of the year? Nobody. And now he's been great. Patrick Bailey. We never really counted on the guy. We were always waiting for Joey Bart to come up. And guess what? Bailey comes up and he can play. Did we know this? No. How do you find this all out? Your young people have to play. And not only that, but they have to see what the speed of play is here. You have to see how good you have to be up here. You have to see how mentally tough you have to be to play at this level, because that's what it's all about. And you don't figure that out until you see it firsthand. So this year, your people, your young people, the people you're going to be counting on for the next 3 to 6 years, they got unbelievable experience. And again, the fact that they've stayed relevant with this group as long as they have, considering the injuries, remarkable. So I disagree. I don't think there was. I think it was an obvious choice not to do anything going into the trade deadline.
All right, well, good. We asked, you answered, and the Giants go at it today. 11:20 first pitch, 10:20 pregame. Alex Wood gets the ball. He's had a weird stop and go situation. What do you expect from him?
I expect him to go out there and pitch his ass off.
Nice.
And,
nice.
He's not happy with his situation. He wants to start. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been happy with it all year.
No.
Well, guess what he's done? He's gone out and he's made himself more marketable by accepting the middle relief responsibility, being able to come into an existing inning and pitch for a ground ball and pitch for a strikeout. And at this point in his career, he's basically telling everybody in this game, every organization, hey, I can keep pitching. I can contribute. So for every time he takes that mound, I mean, he's got an opportunity to further his career. I always go back to John Candelaria, who was a great pitcher, 20-game winner, all-star, and as nasty and as bad as there was. He was nasty. But when he could no longer start, whoop, he went into the bullpen.
Yeah.
And he put another 5 years onto his career. And isn't it what it's always about? I mean, how long you can play. So I don't feel bad for Alex Wood. I think that I'm happy that he figured it all out. And now when he goes out there, he's going out there to pitch for more years in this game. And guess what? He's going to get them. So he's got an opportunity. And he's always been a good stopper. And they need a stop job big time today.
That's it, man.
They do. They're going against a young lefty named Jordan Wicks, who was a Cubs first-round draft pick out of Kansas State a couple years ago. And so we'll see what that kid has to offer. As the Giants go at 11:20 this morning, Mike will be on the TV call with Dwayne, and we will see what happens, Mike, and we will talk to you Friday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, he's defiant. He's positive. Be positive, bro.
21 new guys coming up. Yeah, there you go. So
they rebuilt this year without telling us they were rebuilding.
They can't say that, yeah.
Well, the attendance tells you, though.
Boy, that's the one thing, man. I mean, seeing the trajectory, the downward trajectory of that Giants attendance over the last couple. How many years have been going on? 2 seasons where it's been just steadily kind of.
Yeah, well, so pandemic did a number on them.
Yeah, that's true too. It hasn't quite come back from that. I mean, the 107 year, that was very exciting, but that seems to be the outlier.
Yeah,
honestly.
Well, Buster Posey was on that team.
There you go. Yeah. And the Giants were scoring runs for Logan Webb back then. I'm starting to really feel.
Brandon Belt hit 29 homers that year.
Career high, yeah.
That's crazy.
Brandon Crawford was top 5 in the MVP voting.
Yeah, Crawford had a year.
It was a magical year. Boys, Kevin Gosman was striking fools out.
But back to what you said, though, what brings the fans back? Like, how do you, if you're Larry Baer sitting in your office, you got a mahogany desk and all that with the books, and you're going, how do I get the fans to come back? What's the answer?
Sounds like a big hit for another day.
Okay, I was going to say real quick, here's a great idea. Maybe announce who your starting pitchers are going to be for the home series.
Bro, I'm on board. I'd love to know who the arms are. I know it's a crazy cat and mouse
there
thing.
There was a stretch recently where they did it 3 in a row.
Are they achieving anything by not telling us who's the starter? I don't know.
I remember throwing a party. I literally went to all 3 games. It was against the Cincinnati Reds. We knew it was Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb, and Logan Webb, and I was like, this is fantastic. I know who's pitching. I know to show up to the ballpark.
Not that long ago,
what a concept.
I'm talking about like not that long ago. A couple of years back, you could open the Chronicle, you would see like the projected starters for 5 days straight. You could look ahead to like Thursday and be like, oh, that's going to be a Kyle Harrison game. I'm going to get out there for that one. Now it's anybody's guess. I don't know.
They are saying Kyle Harrison will start Friday.
I'll be there Friday, Murph.
Yeah,
I'll be there Friday.
All right, but hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The big hit goes back to the Niners.
Okay, ma'am.
As Wednesday morning dawns and the Niners hit the practice field for the big trip to Pittsburgh on Sunday, Nick Bosa is not with the team. At this point now, whose side are you on? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the text line. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Now we're drawing sides. We're taking sides. We're getting in camps. Next on The Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Kawakami stopped by the Papa and Lynn show yesterday morning to talk about Nick Bosa's holdout and where he thinks these contract negotiations are headed for the 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, The Sports Leader.
Stafford back. Ebukam pressured. Hit by Bosa. And Bosa will drop him back out on the 18-yard line.
Not even going to huddle on third down. Third down and 8. Rams, they have 3 right, including Cooper Kupp, number 2.
Nick Bosa right through the middle. Throws down Matthew Stafford. Herbert going to get chased by Bosa and get sacked from behind. And that's now 100 sacks for the Bosa family. 100.5 career for all the Bosas. Mahomes hit just one time. Bosa. Make it twice. Nick Bosa comes around Andrew Wiley and gets him from the backside. His 7th sack of the year, first today.
Just want to sack the quarterback, dude. Not as easy as it looks. That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Oh, the sackaroonie.
That makes me miss him even more.
I know. So listen, it's Wednesday now, guys and gals, and he ain't there. And so now we're at the point now, where it's getting to be a little stressful. Now, multiple ways to look at this, right?
Go ahead,
Mike Tomlin said, in fact, we should probably play the Mike Tomlin cut right here. Mike Tomlin says he's going to play Sunday. That's what he says.
Well, he's saying that because he has to act like that and prepare for him, sure.
Bill Hillgrove, our Pittsburgh Steelers play-by-play man, said
that's like my new BFF, by the way. I'm all in with that guy.
The calm Midwestern, the Western Pennsylvania.
And
calm
again, it's
charm.
about that steady hand. I'm always looking for a steady hand because mine ain't. Mine's a Quaker.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I got a quaking hand.
You're like Enzo the baker.
Very much trying to light my smoke. Yeah. Good call, man.
Anyway, guys, here's Mike Tomlin, the veteran. Been coaching since 2007 in the NFL.
Yeah.
By
I'm
the
a
way,
fan. I like Tomlin a lot.
Says this is 17th season or whatever. Are Niner fans willing to give Kyle 17th season? God, based on social media. Now, here's Mike Tomlin saying from his perspective, he's 97 will be there. Yes.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein, as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. And so we expect him to be there. It's the prudent approach to take, and if he's going to be there, we know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
Well, that's Tomlin saying T.J. Watt did the same thing, and he ended his holdout right before the Steelers had their opener. And Nick Bosa could do the same thing. I'm reading Diana Rossini in The Athletic. She's went from ESPN over to The Athletic, and she wrote her little notebook, and she said, one league executive not related to the 49ers Bosa situation texted to her.
Yeah.
The Bosas don't budge.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I keep hearing.
He also says, and they shouldn't.
They're stubborn Italians. You know what I mean? They draw that line in the sand. They ain't crossing that line, Paisan.
Well, here's Ian Rappaport, our old buddy, Cut Alpha here, Waterboy, updating everybody. What's the latest? What are these national insiders? Because it gets to the point where only the national insiders get the agents to talk. What does Rapp have?
Okay.
Similar but different situation for star defensive lineman Chris Jones for the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, they just play on Thursday. Still does not have a contract extension despite many, many months of uncertainty. Still holding out about $2 million plus of fines. It would take a significant breakthrough, I would say, to get him signed before the season. And even then, could he play? Seems a little far-fetched. And then there's the uncertain situation of Nick Bosa, the star defensive lineman, maybe the best defensive lineman in the NFL, certainly the way he played last year. That would make some sense. He is seeking a long-term extension. He also is holding out for the 49ers. From what I understand, Rich, they've offered him a contract in excess of $30 million per year. But will he beat Aaron Donald's $31.7 million? That really is the question. And until we get an answer, until we get some sort of breakthrough, his status is for sure uncertain.
It's pretty amazing that the rap sheets and the Schefters of the world are not getting the details on this. We don't know if it's contract language. We don't know if it's a certain clause. We don't know if it's guaranteed money. We don't know if it's annual average value. I mean, man, somebody's got to leak something. As somebody texted in, it's hard to form an opinion without information.
Great call. That's a great point. Yeah, we're just kind of sitting around grasping at ideas. We don't really have any facts.
And that doesn't help sports talk radio.
No.
Come on, man.
Well, that begs the question, is there anything the Murph and Mac show can do to encourage Nick Bosa to come on back? I mean, we've done our tributes. We've done a variety of things. For Murph, I've written songs for this dude. If this helps, Marcus, I'll do it. Anything. I'll juggle.
Baker, you good?
We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy, Nicky Bosa.
Those were happier days.
B-O-S-A Bosa.
Drinking champagne.
I do love my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa.
You good?
A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa.
Baker, you good? Time to get back to work. Thank you.
That's all I can do.
Chuckle is
That's it. It's a good chuckle, isn't it? Yeah.
That's creative, Tony, right there. 707 says, I'm not taking the organization side because they're stinking rich, but at some point, when is enough for the player? I understand getting paid what you deserve, but regardless of how perfectly in shape you are, you're hindering your performance and cohesion on the line. When the holdouts affect the game day, I feel it becomes selfish.
I worry about like the worst case scenario, which could be, losing a couple of games, not having Bosa signed, and then come December when everything is put together and this team is hopefully is rolling, and now we're talking about home field in the playoffs. I don't want to be looking back at these early season games going, oh yeah, remember we lost those games, we didn't have Bosa. Now we got to pack our winter gear because we're going back to Philly. That should be something I think at the forefront of this whole thing.
Well, you can help that by beating Philly in December. Having the head-to-head over them. We got to go back to Philly.
I got you. Regular season. Yeah.
408 says, Bosa's being greedy. You can't hog all the money in a salary cap era. Take a little less. Do a couple commercials to make some more money. It's a team sport, and Tom Brady was never the highest paid player on his team. I think he was, but I definitely think Brady gave some back.
He did. Of course he did.
Yeah, but that's when Tom Brady was a bona fide millionaire. That's when he had TB12 and he was taking trips out to China and selling international gear all over the country.
See how he lashes out at Tom?
Well, it's completely different. Nick Bosa is going into his first big contract.
I know.
This is when he capitalizes on it. This is when you go and get the bag.
No, there's no question. This is his big payday.
And if the 49ers wanted to do something differently, they should have paid him last year before he went out and won Defense Player of the Year.
Lynch kept saying it's going to get done. And again, I want to keep saying all these conversations because Sports Talk Radio, we're just trying to get you guys through your morning and your commute. It could all end happily by the end of this week. I mean, it doesn't mean that just because we're saying all this right now doesn't mean this thing's going to end in some flaming disaster.
Oh, imagine
end with him coming back.
Yeah, right. Imagine the wind in your sails. Say Bosa gets signed Thursday, Friday. Suddenly, now you're going into the weekend. You're feeling damn good.
Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey.
Oh, that's my boy, Mitch.
Love our national
We got
audience.
Mitch last week, I think. Yeah.
Mitch, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What do you say, Mitch?
You have to sign. You have to sign. Instead of being so rich, you got to sign. You drafted 4 defensive linemen 4 or 5 years in a row. You hit on a couple of them. That's better than most people. I wish you had kept Armstead and Butler, but you got to keep this guy. I mean, the salaries are out of whack. So, I mean, you're giving Daniel Jones $40 million. You have to pay him what he deserves.
Mitch, that's definitely one theory, and appreciate the call, man. And the question is, what does that do to the team going forward? Because they're going to have a tough situation with the cap.
I can't have a world where Daniel Jones is out earning Nick Bosa. What in God's name is that about?
Yeah, quarterbacks are quarterbacks, right?
I mean, Daniel Jones, dude.
But to that point, quarterbacks are quarterbacks, and that's why the 49ers built this roster around 2 rookie quarterbacks, Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, and that's why they were lined up, which we all thought, to pay Nick Bosa.
And the only thing as important as a quarterback is a guy who sacks the quarterback, right? I mean, we talk about, I think about Tom Brady when he won that Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, and it was just crazy that he won his 7th Super Bowl. It was insane, right? That game was won by its defense. I mean, that game was won by and all of them all. I just saw, I think we have it in the cooler content coming up, where Brady was talking about the NFL being scripted. And he's like, is the NFL scripted? Do you think I would go along with a script where I lost to Eli Manning twice in the Super Bowl? No, man, no. And it was funny, but I mean, that was won
great line, by the way. It's a great line.
By a pass rush.
Yeah.
That was won by a pass rush.
Both times. Yeah, both times.
Pass rush is as important as a quarterback.
How do you beat Patrick Mahomes? You knock him on his ass over and over and over. You saw that happen a couple of years ago when they lost. And you're right, Tom Brady, same thing. That's the recipe. That's how you beat great teams with great quarterbacks. You knock him down over and over.
408 says, so when he gets the money he wants and then comes back not in game shape and gets hurt, do we get a refund? Come on, bro. That's not going to happen.
No, that's the one scenario.
408 says, that song just makes me sad now.
Well, I'm not trying to make anybody sad. I'm trying to call him back. Like at Murph, they call it a siren song. That's their own version of a siren song.
530 says, I'm annoyed with the 49ers. Pay him what he wants to be done with it. We, the team, management, don't need this stress.
No, I agree with that.
All right, Dan Graziano, ESPN, is the next to check in.
Okay.
Waterboy down here. Dan Graziano, ESPN's National. We're looking to the National Insider to see what they got.
Look, it has dragged longer than they anticipated, but still a lot of optimism that this gets done. And Mike Tomlin would know. It was 2 years ago that the Steelers and T.J. Watt were working on a contract extension that he signed and agreed to on the Thursday of week 1, 3 days before the Steelers were set to kick off their season. So Tomlin knows it's entirely possible this could still get done this week, and he could be having to face Bosa on Sunday. The 49ers certainly hope so. At this point, we're in the home stretch here, and I would not be too surprised if something got done in the next couple of days.
Okay, Dan.
Well, that's encouraging.
Okay, all right. Now, Rappaport actually had a little bit of a disconnect. He has a small detail here, Ian Rappaport, on what might be disconnecting them here.
The Bosas take their value extremely seriously. From the top, from the father, to Joey Bosa, to Nick Bosa. If there was one family that could ever hold out into the season, this would be it. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I'm just saying this is one family that believes what they believe and will take that stance like essentially Nick Bosa have done. This is a hard contract to do. My understanding is they are already over, the 49ers are already over $30 million per year. They're already over T.J. Watt. He is going to be the highest paid pass rusher in the NFL. That is not the question. The question is, does he beat Aaron Donald's contract of 31, either 0.4 or 0.7 million? I can't remember right now, but somewhere
0.7.
So that's the biggest question, 0.7. There you go. But that's not just it. There was a $5 million roster bonus that Aaron Donald got when he decided not to retire. So how to account for that, which is spread out over the years, it's extremely complicated, and trying to figure out where Aaron Donald came in will help get this deal done, but the two sides obviously have a disconnect in how it's configured.
Yeah, man. Listen, again, we don't have enough details on what's holding them apart. The Chris Jones holdout, too, has always played a role in this. The Kansas City guy. By the way, it's Wednesday. They play tomorrow, and he ain't signed. Their situation's even worse because we got till Sunday. Let's go. Tim.
Got all this breathing room, yeah.
Tim in Manteca is checking in at 808 KNBR. Tim, good morning, man.
What up,
How
Tim?
are you?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm doing all right, man. I think I'm going to have a brain aneurysm with this Bosa stuff, though, man. Like, this is killing me. Like, I feel like if we don't sign Bosa and we don't have him for week 1, week 2, week 3, we're not going to the Super Bowl. Like, it's done. And it's killing me because I feel like somebody else is going to offer him some money, you know, and then what? What are we going to – like, it's out the window. Like, we got a good team, but Bosa's that difference maker.
Hey, don't have an aneurysm, man. That would be bad. Don't do that. Yeah.
Man, it's just it's rough. I'm literally losing sleep. I'm a diehard Niners fan, and this thing is like –
Dude, you can't lose sleep. Are you tossing and turning? Really?
I'm tossing and turning.
Damn.
I'm literally waking up and looking at my. I even Instagram messaged Bosa. I don't know if he'll see it.
Nice.
But
What'd you
I said,
say?
Man, please don't let. I said, please don't let money be a factor in sticking around with the Niners. Like, we got a good thing right now, a good team. Like, multiple NFC title games. Like, we're 1 quarter away from winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah.
Tim, you might be your DM might be the thing that changes his mind.
I hope so, Tim. I feel you loud and clear, baby. Yeah.
Hey, if it does, I want to be a guest on your guys' show with them.
Hey, you got it,
Hey,
man.
try to get some sleep, Timmy.
Yeah,
all right?
get some rest, man. Burn one down, and then it'll help you sleep. Yeah.
All right. There he is, Tim. And hey, our old buddy David and Tracy is checking in. David, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, Murph? How you doing, man? Good to hear from you.
Yeah, but good to hear from you, bud.
Hey, thank you, brother. I still need my copy of 28 signed, so I'll get to that soon, man, hopefully. But,
I'm right here. You know where to find me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep, yes, sir. So I just wanted to say 2 things real quick. The first thing is a lot of people are comparing this Chris Jones thing to Bosa, but it's actually kind of different. Chris Jones is actually entering his age 30 season, and there's statistically a drop-off after a defensive lineman reached that 30-year-old mark, and Nick Bosa is only 25. That's insane. And the fact that I just have like a bad feeling about this whole thing. I'm kind of pessimistic when it comes to Jed York a little bit.
Yeah.
And if he goes past 2 games, it's not out of the realm that we will trade him. And I really think that's a bad look for us. And I don't know how far it'll set us back. But I'm scared too, like the last guy. But my girlfriend's not like seeing me DM Nick Bosa or anything.
Yeah, and are you sleeping, David? Or at least getting a couple, catching some wings?
Let's hope so.
Well, yeah, a little bit. I just moved to Alameda, so I'm not getting so much.
Oh, you're no longer David from Tracy. You're David from Alameda.
We got to rearrange that. Yeah.
Oh man, hey, forever from Tracy, brother. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know, and thank you for taking my call, man.
Thanks,
Cheers,
David. Man.
all right.
It's always wild how some of those connections have like that AT&T wireless where it sounded like he was in the room. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
unlike Mitch in Jersey, who was like on some kind of blowhorn or
somebody
something. Yeah.
when I said, you got to get Mitch out of his bathroom.
And I'll
there.
get him off speakerphone.
Are you worried about Tim and Mantika not sleeping?
A little bit.
I could help him. That made me think of? It made me think of Radnich, what Gary would have said.
Nah, because Tim hasn't slept in years.
Tim's not sleeping.
Until Bosa signs.
He would have gone nuts.
Yeah.
Dre
Shut
in
up, Gary.
Lemoore. Dre in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Good morning, fellas.
Yo.
I'm a lot like that last caller. I wake up during the middle of the night. I look up at my phone, did Bosa sign? I wake up in the morning, did Bosa sign?
Yeah.
Like you guys alluded to earlier, we don't really know what's going on. I kind of think it's the bonus money up front that's holding it up. And also, as you guys alluded to earlier, with Brady.
Yeah.
The only time Brady lost Super Bowls was against the Giants, and that's because that front four was in his face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially Strahan and
Pierre Paul, all those guys.
Can't help but think. I just can't help but think back. The Ahmad Brooks fumble that LeVar Bowman stripped him, and they said they blew the whistle.
Are we talking about the Saints game? Against the Saints?
No, I'm talking about the Giants game.
Oh, dude. Yeah, sorry. My bad.
They beat the undefeated Patriots.
Yes.
That is
would have been us.
It would have been us.
Damn it. Dre, so Dre, you're checking your phone. Hey, keep checking your phone,
Be cool,
buddy.
Dre. Thanks,
Don't be
man.
a stranger. Thanks for listening, buddy.
That's my boys. Everybody's all upset out there, Murph. Guys aren't sleeping. They're pacing.
They're checking phones.
They're checking, sending messages.
Matt in San Francisco is checking in here. Matt, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're all right. We'd like,
We're hanging in, man.
I'm not sure if I want Bosa to sign or not because it's given us a lot of content. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a content-generating phenomenon.
Yes.
I got to tell you guys, they're snatching defeat from the jaws of victory here with their nickel and diming this guy. I mean, what are we... Charge a little bit more for the steaks at the stadium. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, this is now, Matt, it gets me a little worried. It's bringing Jed York back into my life. I haven't thought about him for a long time.
Well, that means he's been doing a good job, honestly. If we're not thinking Jed, that means all is going well. But Murph's right. Now that this is unresolved, like Jed's...
I think Jed's ever come up against anything like the Bosas.
No, I mean, this is a family. You heard it from Rap Sheet, man. They ain't going to budge. They've got their position, and that's it. You come to me. That's their attitude. They're not crossing that line. You're going to have to come to them.
we're going to come in, with Brock Purdy against these. Look, I love Brock. He's not. I mean, he's a new quarterback. We need a good line here if we're going to go to the Super Bowl. And what is this? The 49ers or the 49 censors? I mean, we got to pay this guy. We're nickel and diming him.
I got you, man. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you.
This is what happens.
They were the number one defense in the NFL last year. They were the number one defense in the NFL last year, and
Can
that's
they be
why
that
they
without
won
Nick?
a lot of games.
Yeah, but what are they? Are they right? You got to have the Nick Bosa to achieve
10
that
defense or something, you know.
And to Matt's point about the nickels and dimes, if he's talking about raising the prices of steaks, boys, we complain a lot about the Giants beer prices. During the preseason games, I walked over to the vendor. It was like $21 for a beer.
Wait,
I have no response to that.
Again,
I don't even.
Down at Levi Stadium, they're charging $20 to $21 for a beer.
I can't believe that.
That's got to be Nick Bosa money.
I can't believe that.
That's way more than they're charging at Giants games. Yeah,
was it a 32 ouncer?
I didn't even get
like
a
a big gulp.
It was it was cheaper for me to get a bourbon and Coke than it was to get a beer.
Wow,
a cocktail was cheaper than a beer.
Well, this is what happens now, Murph.
That must have been. Remember the $5 milkshake caused outrage in Pulp Fiction. Imagine what Travolta would say about the $21 beer.
That's pretty good blanket milkshake.
Yeah. By the way, 408 brings this up. They could always franchise tag him. That's out there, and it's like this seems like that's not even
not
an
come
option.
up at all. No, I haven't heard that
Well,
once.
because right now he's playing on his 5th-year option for his rookie contract still. Yeah. And getting back to what our earlier caller said about Chris Jones, the big difference between Chris Jones and Nick Bosa is Chris Jones is going to get fined and is going to lose a lot of money. Since Nick Bosa is coming off his rookie contract, the 49ers can waive all of these fines, which I'm sure is part of the incentive to bring Nick back.
Mm-hmm. And 916 says Bosa is going to sign on September 7th, making it official 9-7 day. So 97 on 9-7.
Oh, well, that's a cool numerical way of looking at things.
See you in Pittsburgh.
Wake
Niner
me up.
fans going to be at Pittsburgh?
Sure they will. They
Lots of
travel
them?
like nobody's
Well,
business.
I mean, the Steeler fans have invaded our house.
Well, the Niner fans will be there, Murph. These guys, they're not messing around anymore.
I made the argument that the Niner fans on the road are better than the Niners fans at Levi's.
You might have a good argument. I'll never forget. It was 2 seasons ago when the Niners went down to Dallas for that playoff game. Yeah. Half the stadium was red. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Never seen anything like that.
A lot of people saying, based on Tim's from Antica's call, no sleep till Bosa.
Not bad at all, dude.
So, all right. Well, listen, that's the big hit today, guys.
We're trying.
Remains the big controlling factor in all of our lives, and it's still not resolved. So we need to lighten the mood with the cooler of content next.
Oh, good deal.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell made his return to the Tolbert and Cokes afternoon show yesterday to get you ready for the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we need to keep it light with the Cooler of Content. By the way, more intense Bosa conversation with the great Mike Silver at 9:35. Mikey's got thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
Mikey's got thoughts.
I like his thoughts. I agree with his thoughts.
He will deliver them at 9:35. Okay, Paulie.
What do you got?
Ready for the season 3?
Yeah.
Season 3 of the Manning Cast is ready to go.
Okay.
The Manning Cast. I know you don't watch, right?
I'd rather not.
I do.
Yeah.
And so they've turned into, think of the people they've gotten through the years.
No, they get great guests. No question.
They've gotten like everybody. They get like Obama one time or something, didn't they?
Did they?
It's like they've gotten presidents. You know what I mean? It's like, haven't they gotten like, I'm surprised Trump didn't do it. You know what I mean?
I have some sound from that, actually. When Obama went on the Manning Cast, he was looking around at the company, and he wanted, to spice things up.
We need some bodacious jock babes coming in. Yeah. We need some hot punk rock babes. Yeah. I don't care where they come from. The most important thing, it's imperative that we have a diversity in the department.
There it is. That was from the Manning
One of
Cast.
the all-time skits.
Yeah.
It really was. Okay, so anyway, they do it, and they just continue to draw a cast of thousands. So this is going viral last 24 hours. People going nuts. Peyton and Eli sitting in their quarter zips. Shout out quarter zips. Probably, we all
You got
like
one
them.
on right now? Is that a
all
quarter
you
zip?
white suburban guys? No, I do not have one.
No, it's like a,
I
yeah.
have my jacket on today.
Yeah, shout out quarter zip. Marcus, you a quarter zip? I don't see you do a quarter
No,
zip.
I'm not a quarter zip
Nah, you're
guy.
too cool for that.
I don't want to steal Murph's look.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Amazingly, on my last big golf trip, I did not buy a quarter zip.
All right, you're
but
all
I
right.
did buy a bucket hat.
Nice.
Yeah.
Murph in the bucket hat. You got to wear that in the studio one day.
Oh, that'd be dope.
I should.
You know what I mean?
So the Manning Cast, they put out a viral, like one of these old Sports Center ads where they're making fun of themselves, So this is going to be a 3-parter here. The first part is Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, and Sean Payton auditioning to be the third host of the Manning Cast. So this is picture Peyton and Eli sitting at a desk in their quarter zips, and they're saying, all right, next. And in walks Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, Sean Payton, and more.
Hi, I'm Jared Goff, quarterback, here to audition.
So, Jared, how excited are you about the opportunity to be on the most popular show on television?
Isn't this for the Manning Cast?
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Well, I play quarterback.
Ooh, quarterback. We like that.
You like that?
I just said that we liked it.
You like that?
I mean, what is this guy's deal?
No, but did you like it?
How do you feel about audibles?
We generally just want the quarterback to run the play that's called. That's the play.
Sean McVay, Los Angeles Rams head coach.
On this team, we tear ourselves to pieces.
This is how you guys dress in real life.
You guys are terrible evaluators and go yourself.
Okay, that's a nice way to close.
That was Mike McDaniel at the end, by the way. So they got everybody. The McVay one, he was reading behind a clipboard. Sean McVay, LA Rams head coach. Pretty funny stuff. The McDaniels might have stole it here.
You guys are terrible evaluators and go yourself.
Yeah, I like that.
Meanwhile, Brady, they filmed Brady at the end, and he's sitting in the waiting room next to a dog.
Oh,
and he's like not even getting called. Here he is. Here.
Well, we tried our best.
Guess it's just the two of us again this season.
Unless there's someone on that list who is just perfect for the job.
Nope. Not on this list.
You've been waiting here a long time, too? No, I didn't get the Manning Cast job. I guess I'll just come back and play football again.
So there it is, guys. Does that make you want to watch more, Paulie?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Does it make you want to watch more?
No, not at all.
No.
It makes me want to watch less.
I don't know how effective that campaign was.
Yeah.
That's all right. Bob Sala is in the cooler of content.
Now you're talking. Give me some Bobby.
His biggest pet peeve as a head coach.
Okay.
One of the biggest pet peeves I have as a coach is when you're on a team that's not doing very well, and the opposing coach, whose team is doing well, walks up to you at the 50-yard line and says, man, you guys play hard. You. I don't want to play hard. I want to you up. That's the mindset. No one's talking about how we play hard anymore. They're hating. And that's exactly what you want.
All right, man. No, Bobby Sala, he'll give it to you. He'll just give it to you.
That's why he wants to
you
trade
guys
for
played
Bosa.
hard. Blank you.
Yeah. I
Blank
want to blank you up.
Yeah.
Like Lowell
play hard. I want to you up.
Wow.
You got to try that on the Little League field, Murph, after the game when you guys are shaking hands with the other coach. Hey, thanks, coach. Good game. Good. Blank you.
Yeah. Pretty much.
You kids really hustle. Blank you.
Like that guy from Sunnyvale said, you going to talk about this on the show? It's like, damn.
Blank you.
Damn, dude. Tom Brady did an ad for the NFL about the script. Is it a scripted
cool.
league?
All
Here
right.
it is, huh?
Do I think the NFL scripted? You think I really would have played along with the script that had me losing to Peyton's little brother Eli twice in the Super Bowl?
That's actually a very good point by Tom Brady right there.
And it says
this is all scripted.
Thursday, September
We
7th.
work with a couple of guys that think there's a script involved.
Yeah, it's true.
I remember last year they were sending like copies of the so-called script. You guys remember that? They were like, it was going around the internet. Copies of like the NFC Championship, quote, script.
So shout out the top six.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Hater, rest in peace. Shout out Meek Mill. But the point being is that, that's right, Waterboy said it.
He did.
That we don't talk about the World Basketball Championships. That definitely would have been a top six sports story, 100%.
Oh, yeah. We'd be talking Steve Kerr. And probably play some sound.
We beat Italy yesterday in the quarterfinals after our pool play lost a lot. Lithuania.
Yeah, how about that? USA loses to Lithuania.
It wasn't an elimination game. We were just playing out the string. Now we're in the semis. We'll see how it goes on Friday. But Dylan Brooks, the ultimate villain, was in Manila, the Philippines. Guy goes all the way to Manila. Listen to him. He gets his A booed when he gets introduced.
Oh, wow.
To reach the next level, for them to be here in the quarterfinals is a great thing.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, and that's in the Philippines.
And that's in the Philippines.
That's curious.
And this was before he actually got, sorry, probably Mac, but he got ejected from the game. And Greg Silver was just showing me some footage of him squaring up by himself, shadow boxing with boxing gloves on after he was tangling up with Luka on the
He's
court.
got to screw loose, that dude, man.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
For sure. What is he, a Rocket now? Is that right?
I don't think he's on a team.
No, I don't even think anybody picked him up. They just cut him loose. I think he's just out there.
I don't think anybody wants him.
Yeah, no, that's because of stuff like this.
I
This guy's out of his mind.
Maybe.
Brooks, I think he signed, he's with the Rockets.
Oh, wow.
You guys missed that.
I didn't see
That's
that.
a surprise, yeah.
Look at me scooping you on
Little
Dylan
under
Brooks
the
free
radar.
agency news.
Look at you, Murph.
All I know is they're booing him in the
Hey, guys,
Philippines.
Try to keep up with me.
Yeah.
All right? Try to keep up with me. Hey, I want to jump down to this one, 0905D. 0905D.
Right.
Dude, have you thought about the Arizona Cardinals this year?
Not really.
No, you haven't. Of course you haven't.
Not really.
Because Kyler Murray's out. They don't even know who their quarterback is. They are maybe the most depressing team in the NFL. Then they hired this head coach, Jonathan Gannon. And dude, everybody's like, Jonathan Gannon, what's going on with this guy? Does he have any, any chops?
Yeah.
And the answer is no, he doesn't. Because, so every team tries to release a hype video or whatever. Like Bob Saleh. I want to blank you up, right?
Your guy's hustle, blank you.
So Gannon was the D coordinator for the Eagles last year, which, gives him a little street cred.
Big time.
But apparently it was the players, not him, because here's his motivational speech to the Cardinals.
Okay.
Dude, people were destroying this guy on social media, saying he couldn't motivate me to make a sandwich.
Oh.
This is him trying to hype up the Cardinals here.
All right.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut? Did you? We're here for a reason. Don't get that twisted. Okay, we're here for a reason to win games. So if you didn't have that fire in your gut, you better light the fire pretty fast.
I mean, dude, wow. It's worse than I thought.
Do you ever understand why he says, who drove over here and who took the bus? Was he trying to make a joke?
I
You have
guess.
fire in your gut?
Go to the start where he goes, who drove today? Who took the bus? Nobody laughs.
No.
Welcome back.
Yeah, here it is.
Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus?
No laughs.
You have fire in your gut?
Boy, this is like embarrassing. I'm like,
He's like, show of hands. Who took the bus today?
And then he goes, do you have fire in your gut?
he sounds like he's half asleep. Yeah.
Do you have fire in your gut?
I don't think you do, Holmes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different from the sound we were playing yesterday.
Give me my theme music.
Thank you. Let's get this show going. That's what I
That's
needed.
how you hype a team up.
Yeah, come on. Who's got fire in your
That
gut?
guy, Jonathan can't say, that guy next to you is a tax-paying citizen who files,
Who took the bus today?
puts his garbage bins out to the curb.
You
Do
guys
you have fire in your
Whereas
gut?
Dion's like, that man next to you is a miracle.
give me my music.
Give me my theme music.
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm in.
Hey, just for fun, I want to jump all the way down to 0901B. I haven't seen this one. Caller Ben leaves a voicemail, and he hates FP talking about picking his nose on air. I haven't heard this. I want to hear this.
Nice.
Last night at about 6:10 p.m., FP Santangelo decided he would like to talk about picking his nose and pulling out a big booger.
Oh.
At 6 o'clock, I'm eating my dinner. And hearing this clown, this imbecile, this has-been baseball player go on for minutes talking about picking his nose made me wonder, who's the bigger idiot, me or him? The man doesn't deserve to be on the radio.
Okay, that's enough.
No, we get the idea. We get the idea.
I thought that was going to be a lot more pleasant. I should have vetted that one first.
Well, shout out to our boy Triple E for getting us that cooler of content.
We shouldn't have him judging content, I would say.
Somebody wrote in and said, we bully Triple E and that human resources is going to get involved.
Well, I got news for you. Whoever wrote that email or text right there, if you worked with him, you'd be bullying him too. Let me show you. I can promise you that. Because it's like this.
Yes, exactly.
3-minute cuts that are like, anyway, don't get me going.
That cut went for another 2 minutes, Paulie Mac.
I love the kid, but he's, you got to parent him now. You got to,
Now, who's this guy, TikTok Henry Markin riffs about only watching Kapler in the dugout instead of the game?
What?
Do we want this one?
I kind of do.
I don't know. This is another Triple E special.
Oh, well, then we're rolling the dice. That's a risk.
He's lusting. It's a guy lusting after
boy,
game.
this kid, well,
listen, hey, love is love, right?
This is Triple E now.
Not that there's anything wrong with any of it.
No.
This
I'm
is
open.
a guy named Henry talking about watching Kapler in the dugout.
All right.
Hey, the manager of the Giants, number 19. Yep. Let's go! Woo! Yeah! All right. Let's go, Giants!
We need a big hit here. Where are you looking? The game's that way.
You can. There's
so handsome.
Murph.
Yep. Even from the dugout, it's just stunning. Kapler. Oh my God.
Enough's enough. No, that's enough. Enough's enough. That's not cool or worthy. I don't even know what that was. That's not cool or worthy. I have headphones on. I can't hear the cut. You think people in their cars can hear that?
We need to save this, so I'm going to save it with
Murph,
Gilbert,
help me out.
Gilbert
Help a brother.
Arenas on his podcast.
All
I'm
right.
counting on this being good audio.
Thank you, man.
Gilbert Arenas learning how to light and smoke a joint.
Okay.
On his podcast.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay, now you got to light it again. Oh, light it while smoking? No, just light it. Hold it there for about 5 seconds. Hold it there for about 5 seconds. Light it until it's red, bro. Pookie. It's red. They said no CBD.
Pass that. You're supposed to pass it now.
You're supposed to pass it
That's
now.
what it sounds like at my house on the weekend.
Well, this is actually great because Murph, we played this in the cooler last Friday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
You told me.
That's all right.
We needed to
wanted
save
to
it.
end on
It's
something
fine.
good.
We should have taken it out.
Yeah, it was for your virgin ears. Yeah.
And we also had the bit going that was me and Paulie Mack and Murph is Gilbert Arenas taking his first hit.
Totally.
I love that you're supposed to pass that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's save it by playing Gannon. You got a fire in your gut? I'm kidding. So, all right, guys. Well, there you go.
Thanks, Murph.
It was a checkered cooler. There were some very good things in there.
Was it patchwork?
There were some misses. There were some misses.
Well, there were some big misses.
But hey, it's live radio, and we hope you had some fun.
Yeah, we walked out tightrope just for you.
And now you know to take the under on the Arizona Cardinals win total this year.
Oh, gee, you ain't kidding,
so there
bro.
you go. All right, guys. Hey, Andy Baggerly at 9:15. Mikey Silver at 9:35. He'll have thoughts on Bosa, and we'll have thoughts on Bosa next, too. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Do you have fire in your gut?
All right, let's talk about Amici's. Love Amici's Pizza, and I love football season. Heck, football season starts tomorrow in the NFL. It's already started in college, and it all adds up to you getting pizza. Amici's thin crust pizza, so good. Pastas are really good, too. So are the salads, and I love the flame roasted chicken wings. You want to talk about a football food. Those flame roasted chicken wings, man. While you watch football on the TV, feast. You can pick up the order from any of Amici's 12 locations, including Oakland and San Jose. Or you can take advantage of Amici's 100% no-contact delivery service with your food delivered directly from their kitchens to your locations, fully sealed in insulated bags, sanitized between each delivery. And, of course, you could always drop into your nearest Amici's and catch the game on the big screen TVs. That's in those beautiful indoor and outdoor dining areas. So, whether you prefer to order for delivery or pick up at Amici's.com, or to meet up with family and friends at an Amici's restaurant to share your favorite pizzas and wings and catch some football action this weekend. 2 words, Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pitches. He's not running. Madrigal hits a big chopper to third. High hop for Schmidt, who's got it. He throws home low. And the ball kicks away from Bailey. Candelario scores. Around to third goes Gomes. Madrigal's going to make it to second. And that's how the Cubs go back ahead, 7-6.
J.D. Davis with his first home run in a month tonight, and he's just in general making solid contact all night long. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a smash up the middle on the ground to second. Horner to second one. Swanson to first. Double play. And the game is over. So just a bad night all the way around for the Giants, who score 8 runs and lose the game.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield's sports leader.
That's certainly a melancholy little tune to play for your San Francisco Giants. Wake me when September ends.
So far, not so good in September. Murph, I don't believe your San Francisco Giants have recorded a win yet this month, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. They're 0-5 in September.
Want to get one today? You got an 11:20 first pitch. Just heads up, early game today.
They've fallen to 70-69. They're only 1 game over 500 now, and 2 back in the wild card of Cincinnati, 1.5 back of Miami, and 1 back of Arizona. So as it stands right now, so people are talking about the Giants and is this really a playoff team? Like, well, you only have to be the 6th best team in the National League to make the playoffs now.
I would say,
and
though,
they are currently the 9th. Best
well, the perils of not having a real pitching rotation perhaps is starting to reveal itself now, like where they just don't have guys to go to. They have the 3 arms. I think Cobb was gassed the other day from this previous start where he threw 131. And, all these bullpen games, I think you're only going to have a limited amount of success with that recipe, and I think that's showing itself.
And if you all didn't know, the news got worse after the game because they pinch hit for Patrick Bailey in the 9th inning. They pinch hit Paul DeYoung, who, by the way, struck out.
That's my guy, Paul DeYoung.
It's a tough deal. Just look at this guy, man. I mean, man, oh, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, why were they pinch hitting for Bailey? Because Gabe Kapler told us, Waterboy, that he actually might have a concussion. Now, we're going to find out a lot more this morning, but this was Kapler after the game last night.
That was a potential concussion after a slide into the plate. I think he took a shoulder to the chin and was a little bit lightheaded. We had to get him out of there. And so we'll keep checking on him and obviously report back as we have more information.
So just really the worst possible thing. So Joey Bart becomes the next guy you might bring up. I mean, Bailey's ranked the guy, one of the only guys you look forward to these days, and now he could be out. So obviously today we'll learn more. 11:20 first pitch, 10:20 pregame. Giants trying to salvage it. And by the way, our bullpen predictor, who said that at the start of this 25-game stretch that goes all the way back to the Rangers and Bochy, that the Giants will go 9-16 and fall out of the race. The Giants have to win today to finish 9-16 in this stretch. You got to give it up for the kid.
On behalf of the Murph and Mac audience, which is extensive and interesting and diverse, I'll say, Murph, they'd all like to know who this mystery man is. Are you willing to reveal that at any point in time?
Well, why don't we wait till the game?
Who's this guy with the 9-16?
Why don't we wait until tomorrow's result?
Fair enough.
And then we'll see if the guy, deserves his plaudits, or did he miss by one? Did they go 8-17 in this stretch? I told him, I said 9-16 is not a bad call. I said, but my counter to you is that they will not fall out of the race. And I would say that they're not out of the race. They're only 2 outs.
Either of you guys remember? I don't. I'm asking. Do you remember what Vegas had the Giants win total this year?
I think it was right around 81.5.
Okay, well, they might be on the money. They might be spot on, man.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And then it'll be an interesting offseason, man.
It's going to be a very interesting offseason.
Well, I mean, because I think going into next year that you would
maybe get another arm for me just for kicks.
I would think that
starting
the kids are going to arrive, and it's going to be your Mecklers and your Baileys and your Schmidts.
You're rolling out the same
Lucianos.
thing. Yeah.
But no, they're going to be like the dudes next year. Like you assume Crawford won't be there. J.D. Davis won't be there. Like these guys will be playing every day. You
got arms for me, Murph? You got a pitcher in there somewhere?
Carson Wisenhunt, Mason Black, Kyle Harrison, Logan Webb. Right?
Yep.
So this is this is really the only thing that's going to save Farhan is this farm system. It's the only thing.
By the way, where's Marcus Square on the stream? See, this is what upsets me now because he was just doing some cool visual stuff and I didn't get it on Murph's streaming screen. Where are you?
I'm on the stream.
Not in here, kid.
Oh,
Murph, look over there. There's no Marcus.
On the main TV, I'm up there.
Oh, he is up there. Okay, and you were doing good stuff too. I want people to see that.
Fingers crossed because I think it's something we really haven't talked about too much. Carson Wisenhunt got shut down for the season dealing with an elbow injury, so there's no guarantee that he'll be with the big league club next year.
Murph just put his coffee down.
Sorry he was about to be the bearer of bad news.
Murph had to regroup.
There's a lot of hope.
He said he had to regroup. You stunned him.
A couple weeks ago, they shut down Carson Wisenhunt for the remainder of the season.
See the sighing now. Murph sighs.
Trust me, I'm a Wisenhunt head, Murph.
I know. Carson Wisenhunt. Geez, man.
No good.
No, it says expected to return. I got him August 29, expected to return.
For spring training next year.
That's in the spring.
Yeah. It says he's going to expected to return by spring training.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, man.
All right, so there we go.
Fun. Giants baseball. Fun.
All right, back to Bosa, where we're at. And by the way, if there's anything other than Bosa that intrigues you about the Niners, we can get into that. And this matchup with the Steelers and what it means. Because let's just say they have to beat them without Bosa. Let's see how they're going to do it. We'll get into all that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, it's Paulie Mac talking to you about QC Kinetics. Great new way to deal with your pain issues. And let's face it, we all have them, man. I don't care how old you are, but if you are a human being, you've got probably aching joints on some part of your body or maybe multiple parts of your body. It ain't fun. I've got my own problems, which led me over to the QC Kinetics office when was I over there? I think it was last Wednesday. I went over to Pleasanton. Make sure you say hi to Rashmi when you go in there. She's awesome. They're all very, very nice. They will make you feel right at home. And then they will tell you there are ways to deal with your pain that do not involve prescription drugs, that do not involve multiple doctor visits. We're talking about alternative methods now to the old ways of dealing with pain. And again, no surgery, no downtime. If you have pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, elbows, call and get a free consultation from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Do it today. Emmett Smith, by the way, He's a patient. He goes over for treatments. So imagine moving around pain-free, doing all the stuff you love, whether it's walking, playing with your kids, getting into the garden, whatever you're into. Call QC Kinetics now and see how the latest advances in precision regenerative medicine can attack your pain and then bring you lasting relief. It's ironic, isn't it, that a lot of these solutions to pain, they're already within your own body, and that's what they're focusing on. So now's the best time to get started. One of their convenient locations, Pleasanton, San Jose. Call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
The Bosas take their value extremely seriously. From the top, from the father to Joey Bosa to Nick Bosa. If there was one family that could ever hold out into the season, this would be it. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I'm just saying this is one family that believes what they believe and will take that stance like essentially Nick Bosa have done. This is a hard contract to do. My understanding is they are already over, the 49ers are already over $30 million per year. They're already over TJ Watt. He is going to be the highest paid pass rusher in the NFL. That is not the question. The question is, does he beat Aaron Donald's contract of 31, either 0.4 or 0.7 million? I can't remember right now, but somewhere
0.7.
So that's the biggest question, 0.7, there you go. But that's not just it. There was a $5 million roster bonus that Aaron Donald got when he decided not to retire. So how to account for that, which is spread out over the years, it's extremely complicated, and trying to figure out where Aaron Donald came in will help get this deal done, but the two sides obviously have a disconnect in how it's configured.
Well, there he is, our buddy Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, talking about, of course, the Nick Bosa situation. By the way, he's not alone. Chris Jones, Kansas City, not signed. They play tomorrow against the Detroit Lions.
How you feeling about the return of football, man? I'm like psyched to see this game tomorrow. I really am.
We had our fantasy draft yesterday. Got everybody all hyped.
Shout out to the mid-segment reads. I stand with them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. By the way, a listener texted in, Waterboy, and sent me his draft board. He took Dan Carlson in the 10th round. Hilarious. Like, what are the freaking odds,
Yeah,
man?
come on. Let's see the first kicker off the board.
Come on, huh?
KNBR.
I would take it. Kick it in that dome with Jimmy not scoring touchdowns. Come on, man. That's why I didn't take Devontae.
Come on,
So I didn't take Devontae.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes, man. But anyway, yeah, I am ready for football season.
Let's go.
And it's funny, I'm almost, listen, we're all talking Bosa, but there are other 49ers.
Lots of them.
And yeah, I mean, listen, we can keep talking Bosa as much as you want. Let me ask you a simple question. Can they beat the Steelers without Nick Bosa?
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. Can they beat the Steelers without Nick Bosa and George Kittle? Because there's no guarantee that he's playing this Sunday.
Well, we're going to find that out today.
Yeah.
Kittle, we're going to find out a lot today. By the way, we're going to get John Lynch every Friday. That's going to be, I'm telling you guys, I mean, let me phrase this the right way. I think we did well in getting Lynch. Let me phrase that because I don't want to, I root for all the shows on KNBR. But I think we did well.
Murph follows all the good shows. I'm on board talking to John Lynch every Friday.
He's
no question.
He's going to make news every week.
No doubt.
He's going to make news every week.
No doubt. He's been very, very good with us, and he's very good about, I think, shooting from the hip. I don't think he's giving you a lot of runaround. He gives you like the real deal.
And you can hear when he's pissed too. There's times he's pissed.
Well, you missed it really, Dave. He was really pissed when you were out, and Marcus and I had him. He was salty, man.
He didn't like Marcus's face.
I would blame a lot of it on Marcus's face. Sure,
like your face.
Kidding.
I think it had more to do with the questions in my face, Murph.
Yeah.
Good job, Waterboy. Way to go.
Yeah.
It's like they say, no.
I like the question. I just don't like the face.
They say negotiations should end with both sides being upset, right?
Well, no,
it's
I think
like
one
every
side
John
usually,
Lynch interview should end with both sides being upset.
No, I think one side on the negotiations usually winds up pleased. And
a good negotiation is when both sides are upset.
So how does that wind up then?
Because you've truly compromised. I mean, that's both sides are like, man, I gave too much.
I don't see Bosa compromise him. I don't see it. I see him saying, "This is my price point. Come to me." That's what I see.
And you start hearing people say that's being too selfish.
Well, that seems to be honestly kidding.
How much is enough?
Well, that seems to be the hardline approach of Bosa with his agent that Rap Sheet talked about in the cuts we played earlier. They do have their position. They are firmly planting their feet in that position, and I don't think they're going to budge from that.
That's where we're at. Scarecrow in Sacramento has been hanging for a long time talking about Nick Bosa. Scarecrow, good morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. I don't carry a whole lot of water for football. It's an interesting game, and I enjoy it. But the fact of the matter is Super Bowls aren't cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Bosa's salary is the cost of admission. You want to go, you pay.
Nice.
You don't want to go, you don't pay.
I like that.
And to be perfectly honest with you, we've already seen what happens at 3rd and King when you go cheap and cheerful.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well,
Scarecrow.
Hey, man.
You speak not with forked tongue, buddy.
No, that's spot on.
Good man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
I mean, he's right. I mean, you want to stay at the Ritz-Carlton, you pay for Ritz-Carlton prices.
That's the Joe Lacob theory, right?
That's right.
That's Joe Lacob. That's Eddie D. Used to. He had no cap to constrict him now.
No.
And again, this is bringing Jed back into my life, which I don't like. Really, I mean, Jed's been. It's been nice to not think about Jed.
Would you accept a Tennessee Jed?
Yes,
I would.
I would.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. But yeah, Jed, you can't biff this one, right?
No, that's what I said originally. I said you can't fumble this. You got to take care of Nick Bosa. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you might have to compromise and go a little farther than you want to go to. But not only not having Nick Bosa available to play, then you've got to deal with the backlash from your fan base, which would be severe.
You know what's weird about this story is he can sign at any minute.
Yeah,
and
like right now,
all of these takes just go out the window.
Yep. Then we start talking about the Pittsburgh game in earnest.
Yeah. Remember the be careful with Pittsburgh. Do you remember that old SNL skit about the guy buying 2 tickets to Pittsburgh?
I don't at all, but educate me. I'd love to hear about it.
It was a guy.
What era are we talking about?
70s.
What, Belushi and
that was a buxom airline ticket sales lady, and he kept transposing the letters, and he wanted 2 tickets.
Okay, no, I don't remember that one.
Anyways,
but I like where your head's at.
Anyway,
a little risque comedy on a Wednesday.
You got to be careful too.
Yeah.
But so my question is, Brock Purdy. I'm changing the narrative. Then,
all right,
Brock Purdy. What do you expect out of him this weekend? I mean, there's a guy. A couple of times during the offseason, I brought up: is it too small of a sample size? Did we see enough? And
those questions.
I read in a recent article something that Shanahan went down and watched every Saturday in February. He watched every Purdy start, every Purdy play, and that's when he decided I have my starter.
Yeah,
you know?
I think to answer your question, I think what you're going to see is more of the same. Where he will pick up where he left off last year pre-injury. Where I think you'll see a lot of good decisions. Sure, he might throw a pick or two. You got to be prepared. Every quarterback in the NFL is going to do that. The thing I worry about is if he has a rough game, like the response is going to be so over the top. I mean, you remember how it is. It's so like reactionary now, like to any mistake made on the field. Oh, run him out of town, he's gone. So you got to be patient. It's probably going to require a little bit of patience because he is a young quarterback with a limited amount of experience, but I expect that he'll be pretty solid. I do.
And delivers the ball.
How about yourself? I mean, like, what do you expect from Brock Purdy?
I'm excited, but I'm also slightly cautious.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just, he was the 7th round draft pick who started 5 games. You know what I mean?
Well, like Tim Ryan says, though, this is the kind of offense, though, where they're not going to ask him to play hero ball. They're not going to ask him to be Pat Mahomes. They're going to ask him to stay within his own.
Which is kind of bonkers, by the way. Don't you want a quarterback who can do it all? Like, that's funny. Kyle,
ideally, yes, but we've never really had that.
What Kyle critics would say, that he's too controlling. And like it was the story was that Jimmy, remember there was a story that Jimmy had that stretch where he came in right after the injury to Trey Lance.
Yes.
And he had after the lousy Denver game, he had a pretty good game. And then he said, yeah, man, I haven't had time to really catch up with Kyle in the playbook, so we're sort of freelancing it like 2017, and it feels good. Or 2018, it feels good.
Without the rigid structure. I got you, man. Yeah, I don't think you're right. Kyle probably doesn't like a lot of freelancing going on out there.
And is that good or bad? You know what I mean?
Ask Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
He's got 2 rings from freelancing.
Yeah. Do you have a thought on that?
Well, yeah, I was just going to check in. It's like if you want one of those quarterbacks that will go out and win you a game, it's going to cost you. And that's why Jimmy Garoppolo for $25 million a year didn't live up to the contract, didn't live up to those expectations. And that's why, circling back to the Nick Bosa contract situation, this is how the 49ers built their roster. With Trey Lance, with Brock Purdy on those rookie quarterback deals so that you could pay Nick Bosa so that your defense has a chance to take you to the championship.
Yeah, true. John in South City is checking in on the Bosa situation. John, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, guys. This is just a little mama's boy we're dealing with here. $31 million. He's got to be the highest paid. Come on, 49er fans. You guys can't even pay your rent, and yet you're going to go out and spend all this money to watch these guys play football. They ought to get rid of him and get 3 or 4 draft choices for him and make up for their debacle with the Lance draft.
Right.
Wake up. Get rid of this little mama's boy. Still find somebody else to play a spot. I mean, stop. He's using these Niners, and it's ridiculous. All this money, $31 million, and that's not enough money. Get rid of his butt.
There he is, John in South City.
Well,
there's a take.
I like the passion.
Get rid of this mama's boy.
Yeah,
mama's boy multiple
times.
Multiple times.
Couple of mama's boy references.
He does have, I think, a close relationship with his mother, being Italian.
See, well, of course.
But, I would say, John, I get it. I understand what you're saying. You're angry. There was no need to lash out at Niner fans and their ability to pay rent.
Or the relationship with his mom. Shout out to your guy with Mama Leone, Murph.
But I would say the idea of trading him for draft picks is like you're gonna hit on these draft picks.
But I do understand it's hard for people to comprehend. Like, how's this guy pissed off that they're offering him $31 million? I get that, bro.
Just to respond to John, also coming from a man that has experience with this, rooting for the Raiders, who traded away Khalil Mack for 3 first-round draft picks. How did that turn out for the Raiders?
Yeah,
as John Gruden, it's hard to find pass rushers in the NFL, and if Nick Bosa's not on this roster. Breaking news, they don't got too much outside pass.
I wish I knew more about what's being offered, what's the hang-up, what's the language, what effect it will have on the 49ers going forward. I just don't have any of that information.
That's something I'm very curious about. That's why I've asked you about that. Like, is there an effect on the rest of his teammates?
Well, you're talking about emotionally?
Yeah,
No, I mean financially, about keeping the team together.
No, I mean about how they, like, if it upsets the whole balance of the locker room.
Tim Ryan, I'll go by Tim Ryan. He said that, no, you always stick up for your player. You always. But there will be a point at a certain point in the season where you're like, dude.
You want the guy to show up to work,
Now you're killing us.
Yeah.
Ninerhead Rich is on the Bay Bridge. Maybe he's off the Bay Bridge by now. Ninerhead Rich, good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, happy birthday, Brian, by the way.
Thank you, Ninerhead Rich. Is this Ninerhead Rick?
Yeah, Ninerhead Rick, yeah.
Yeah, Ninerhead Rick. Yeah, you're good, man. They wrote in Rich on the phone. I know Ninerhead Rick. Rick. Yeah.
You got it. Hey, I have one question. Is it wrong to have a birthday month? I think you should owe it to yourself.
It is wrong. It's 1,000% wrong. I didn't even, 1,000% wrong. It was too much that they brought me donuts on one day. I was above and beyond. No month. All right.
There you go. Hey, the thing about Bosa, remember we had the same situation, a similar situation with Fred Dean back in '84. He missed the first 11 games. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I sure tell
He
that
missed
better not
11
happen with
games in
Bosa.
84.
And they won a Super Bowl. They won
Yes, he
15-1.
did.
Yeah.
Wow. Nighterhead Rick, I know
That's
you're a
right.
great historian. Man, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He did. It was a big thing. We had no salary cap then, and it was just a matter of hey, Eddie didn't really want to pay him.
No.
And
he
was
held out
holding
for the first 11 games
Yeah.
of the regular
11
season.
games. And I remember we went 10-1 in
Yeah.
those first 11.
Yeah.
The only loss was to Pittsburgh because Rushing missed a field goal. And anyway, we got to that 12th game and they announced that he was signing and he was coming on to play. But he was not effective that year. It was Board. It was Board and Lawrence Spillers and
Nice.
those guys
Yeah.
that were much better, man. I mean, Dean he wasn't even a factor. You know, I mean,
wow.
yeah, maybe.
Well,
you
I
know,
would argue, could you argue, Nighterhead Rick, that Bosa means more to the 23 49ers than Dean meant to the 84 Niners?
Yeah, I think so. I
Yeah.
think you're correct in that assumption because our defensive line, we had a similar situation with that defensive line. We used to rotate 8 or 9 guys in, just like this team does.
Hey,
And,
Nighterhead Rich, before you go, how do you feel about me saying I'm not so sure it was the missed Worshing kick so much as it was the pass interference call in the end zone at the end of the fourth quarter? Don't get me going on that.
On E right.
See what I mean?
Derek
Yeah.
Wright.
We can't be
I
crying
still
about
have
calls, though.
nightmares.
What a Super Bowl.
We cry about the 83
We're crying
NFC
about
Championship.
calls.
We're crying about the 84 regular season.
I'm crying about calls from the 80s, Holmes. Yeah.
Hey, Nighterhead Rick, always good to hear from you,
Thank
buddy.
you, man.
Take care.
Yeah.
Hey, it's funny. I just saw one of these Twitter questions the other day that said, if you could change one play in sports history, what play would that be?
I can answer that right now.
I paused for like 10 seconds.
I didn't even pause at all.
And then the answer came.
I don't
to
want
me.
Roger Craig fumbling that football.
That's it.
Thank you, Murph.
That's
that
it.
would have been 3 in a row. It hasn't been done. Never been done.
There's no question. There's not even a close second.
They would have blown
for me
the
about
Bills.
Play, like I said, 02 World Series, but it's like no,
Me and
because
you.
10
That's 'cause-
happened. 10 had to happen, and 12 had to happen in 14.
See how specific that pain was that you and I both come up with that, like with no hesitation?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, no hesitation.
What about you? Got one?
Tuck rule. It's as simple as that.
Like
the tuck
that.
rule.
Yeah, you didn't like that.
Tom Brady, tuck
Can't even
rule.
say you guys had a great team that year. Raiders were really good that year.
John in the North Bay. I like that. John in the North Bay. Good morning, John. You're on KNBR.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, man?
Calling in on Bosa. Let's get him signed. He's the best defensive player in the NFL, and we can pay our rent. Tell the guy at the airport we're good.
Okay.
Let's pay Bosa. Let's get him on the field.
Yeah, that's it. You
Thanks,
just want to
brother.
pay him. Thanks
I
for the call,
appreciate
man.
it, John.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Again, this is a story that could end any minute. Just keep checking your phones.
Or not. Or it could end weeks from
so
now.
let me ask you, Paul. He doesn't play Sunday. Niners win or lose.
You've said that several times today. I mean, I can't give any definitive answer. Can they win without Bosa? Yeah, sure.
Let me tell you what about
sure.
T.J. Watt. He was the 2021 Defensive Player of the Year, and he's going against Colton McKivitz. That's not a pleasant thought.
No,
know?
it is not.
I mean,
It's
Niners
not.
obviously game plan for it and all that stuff.
Yeah, they'll have some help back there.
And then, you think about, the Niners secondary. How you feeling about the Ambry Thomas situation over
How's
there? Or the
Hufaga's
Demo
health?
Lenore? How's
Yeah.
he feeling about the nickel corner, the nickel situation? How you feeling about the safeties? Is Gibson going to be healthy? Oren Burks will be out at linebacker. How's Drake Jackson going to be? How's Cleve Furl going to be? Dude, they don't have D'Amico anymore. It's Steve Wilkes. I mean, and he's up in the booth, not on the field. So, I mean, this was the number one defense in the NFL last year. Now, the Steelers aren't an offensive juggernaut. But
they don't have to be, though. That they never really are an offensive juggernaut, but they can methodically play good football for 4 quarters. I mean, that's like Tomlin
They got
thing.
enough guys. George Pickens on the rise. Deontay Johnson's on the rise. Pat Fryer's on the rise.
Yeah.
Najee. I mean, Pickett. I mean, and if Pickett's back there and nobody's pressuring him.
Well, any quarterback's going to kill you if there's no pressure, yeah.
Did you guys see the San Jose State-Oregon State game this weekend?
I did not.
DJ Ugalele, if I'm saying his name right.
Yeah.
He's the guy who flamed out at Clemson and is now at Oregon State. He had maybe more time to throw a ball on a play than I think I've ever seen
Just
in
chilling?
all my
Yeah.
years in football. He said he could have made a sandwich.
I got bored back there, yeah.
As my grandpa used to say back in the 70s, watching the games on Zenith on my grandpa's TV in Mountain View, Brian, he had enough time to knit a pair of socks.
I like how you shout out the brand name
He used
Zenith.
to say that.
Yeah.
Be watching like the Steelers or something, or the Cowboys on a, you get one game back then. No red zone. Brian Roger Staubach had enough time to knit a pair of socks.
Do you think your grandpa got that Zenith for more than $5? I'm just asking. It's a Murph joke, yeah.
Orlando is in Napa. One more call on Bosa. Orlando, good morning.
Good morning. I'm interested in seeing what Jackson and Burrow can do.
Okay.
I'm willing to
lose him for 2 games.
Okay.
How are you going to know how well they're going to do unless they play?
Okay. So you're saying, listen, it's a 17-game season. You got to have these guys, and you're willing to go.
Yeah, I just like to see what Jackson's got. You know, they talk highly about him being very agile, and let's see what he can do.
Okay. I love it. Thanks for the call, Orlando. There's a guy saying he's looking forward to
Yeah, let's see what this is about.
Okay.
Without him.
Good
Yeah.
stuff. Appreciate everybody. Hey, Andy Baggerly and then Mike Silver of the Chronicle. He'll have thoughts on Bosa for sure next on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. American Canyon Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan made his return to the Murphy Mac Show yesterday morning to get you ready for the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, kids. Paulie Mac saying good morning and thanks for listening to Murph and Mac today. Question for you. You guys looking for a fun way to win up to 25 times your money this football season? Hell, we all are. Let's be honest. You can test your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick, or on their projection for a wide variety of statistics, and then you go ahead and place your entry. It's about as easy as that. If you have the skills, if you have the anticipation, you can turn $10 into up to $250 with just a couple of taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and then an enormous selection of players and stat options. That's what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So if you're ready to test your skills, go ahead and join the Prize Picks community. There are more than 7 million football fans currently playing at Prize Picks. They've signed up, and now you should too. Visit prizepacks.com/leader. Make sure you use the code word leader, as in the sports leader. Again, the code is leader at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match for up to $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Major bag alert.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Well, things are happening right away. John Shea just tweeted out that the Giants have made some roster moves this morning in Chicago. Pat Bailey, rookie catcher, goes to the concussion IL. Ouch. Wade Meckler is optioned. They had given him a long rope and recalled Luis Matos, I guess, for Meckler, and Joey Bart at long last gets his recall from Sacramento to move in for Pat Bailey. So much to talk about.
All right.
With Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. Andy, wow, there's some moves. Good morning. How are you?
Bags.
Yeah, just when you think it can't get worse, you forget that there are catchers and foul tips and there are hazards to the job, and that's why they didn't trade Joey Bart. You know, it's they need that extra level, and so Bart's back up. And, yeah, I mean, just when you think it can't get any worse, it always can, right?
Yeah, my God. But yeah, about Joey Bart for just a second, and we wish Pat Bailey well. Hopefully it will be a fast-moving concussion protocol, and he comes back better than ever, but we know those things are unpredictable. But about Joey Bart, you said that's why they didn't trade him. I mean, you know, Pat Bailey is pretty certain to say this summer, didn't he lock down this job for the foreseeable future? And I wondered what Joey Bart was thinking and what the Giants were thinking about him. What before the concussion IL, what would you have said about Joey Bart?
Well, I think that, obviously Patrick Bailey has kind of established himself as maybe the one durable good of all the young players to come up. A guy you could pretty confidently say will be, in the opening day lineup next year. And, if you're Joey Bart, you just have to bide your time and wait for an opportunity. And, I think that it's going to be a much different situation next year because he won't have any options. So, he would come into spring training having to make the team or that could be the end of the line. But they didn't trade him because, you could trade him and just say, well, let's make it easy on ourselves. We've kind of made our choice here. It's pretty obvious, who we prefer to be our catcher of the future. But, you don't just, trade people to get rid of awkward situations. He's still functional depth, and they need him. And obviously he's in the big leagues now for that very reason. Catchers take foul tips. They they hurt themselves multiple times every single game without you really noticing. So yeah, I think that's just a situation where everyone has to be professional, and now he's going to get a little bit of a chance.
Wow, what a situation there for the Giants. It goes from bad to worse there. Just a quick one on the Meckler-Matos. They really gave Meckler a lot of rope. Not only did they keep him up here for a long time, but continued to bat him against lefties, too. Now, what do you see as finally optioning him down for Matos?
Well, I'll tell you what, the one thing that was really interesting when we were in Atlanta, Matos had a really good game against Max Fried, who's a really good pitcher. And ever since then, he's been pretty good against lefties. And I think that, they've used him off the bench against lefties. And so that may be sort of a response there. Whoever it is that they bring up, when you look at a lot of the positives, a lot of the young players that have come up this year, it's been a storyline of the season. The one drawback really is none of these guys really hit for power. And nobody in this entire lineup has really hit for power. The only time they hit for power was before all the kids came up, in April and May, a little bit in June. And that's really been one of those issues that's allowed the air to sort of seep out of the balloon because this offense has been among the worst in baseball, for the better part of 4 months. So, I think that's one thing you look at as sort of a critique of where the Giants are as an organization is yeah, they're debuting young players, and I think there's a lot of excitement about that. There's a lot of positives around that, but I mean, obviously they haven't been good enough because now they're out of the playoff picture, and I think one of the main reasons is they're just not hitting for enough power.
Man, not hitting for power, not hitting for anything. I mean, just like every offensive stat in the second half of the season, the Giants are in the bottom of the barrel. What did you think of Farhan's quotes yesterday? He defended not making a trade at the trade deadline, saying I had confidence in our guys, and he said also these are the same guys who were hot in the first half of the season, but it's 162, right?
That's
it's
the thing.
not 70 or 80. What did you glean anything from his comments yesterday?
Well, I think that you have to just look at. I think a big part of the evaluation of this team this year is just did they hit on the free agents, because they signed like 7 free agents. Starting with Jock Peterson, who's the highest paid player on this team, who has really not performed to expectations. Honestly, they should have brought back Brandon Belt for $11 million instead of Jock Peterson for $18. They would have gotten more production. But they thought actuarially that Jock would stay on the field more than Belt could, especially if he was used as a DH. And Belt has missed a little bit of time, but he's had the better offensive season. And you look at Conforto, you look at Haniger. They knew that these guys probably would not play 150 games, and but they've played a lot fewer than that, and maybe haven't made the kind of impact that they thought they would. So it is sort of funny. It's always retrospect is an unfair game to play. It's sort of hindsight is 20/20. But you look at the Cubs and the free agent choices they made. Whether it's Seiya Suzuki, who's hitting the cover off the ball right now, they got him to sign 2 off seasons ago. Cody Bellinger was probably the best free agent sign of them all this past off season. Dansby Swanson has been a contributor at a position where the Giants are obviously very unstable right now. So you sort of look at just what it means to hit on a couple free agents and what it means for a team's fortunes. And the Cubs, probably didn't expect to be a playoff team right now, and they're pretty easily in. Man, oh man, Andy. One of the things that's hit us, we talk of this on occasion, is that Giants attendance. It's fallen dramatically. And you can go back to the pandemic and talk about the city and all that, but really I think it comes down to just the product is not scintillating for these kids. I mean, for the fans. The kids, occasionally, Schmidt and Bailey lit up the crowds for like a week or two, but what's your read on all that? You've been covering this team a long time, and that park's been filled for a long time. And now they're not an elite attendance team. And we had a guest say to us, he goes, that ought to get Larry Bear's attention. And you would think, right?
Yeah, you would think.
What's been your reporting or research on that in terms of ownership and that number? Yeah, you brought up the context, and it is really interesting to try to tease apart, well, how much of this is, people aren't working downtown anymore and they aren't coming. I mean, you look at Kyle Harrison's Major League debut, and that was, 24,000, something like that.
Yeah,
and,
something like that.
The crowd it was loud. It sounded like a sellout crowd. I mean, it was a great environment in the ballpark that night, but that's a weeknight day game when you used to have a ton of people who just walked down Embarcadero from, the financial area and, or working in the tech, space and they just come down after work and take in a game. And, a lot of those people aren't working downtown. And, obviously we know what the parking situation has been, and people have to plan ahead a little bit or do the spot hero or take public transportation. And that maybe for some people has been a barrier to entry. And then, obviously we're in an inflationary period and people don't have as much disposable income maybe. And, it's expensive to go to a ball game. So I think there's a lot of different reasons. And then you get to obviously the product and, the Giants are not on a 100-win pace. But you know what? I look at how compelling the product was in 2021, and they won 107 games, and they didn't add a whole bunch of season ticket holders the next year. I mean, the attendance continued to sort of stagnate. So I don't know if winning fixes everything. I think it's a host of problems, a host of issues, and it's a complicated situation. But I do think that it is a little bit reductive, but true to say that when they are really compelling, when they have superstar players, when they are sort of the greatest show in town, then obviously that is going to boost attendance. To what end, I think is an open question. Yeah, I see a number of factors, but I do think there's something about the way Farhan constructs the team of sort of Jesse Rogers, your colleague in the baseball writing world. He said from his outside view, he said the Giants seem patchwork.
He said, this seems like a patchwork rotation and a patchwork. I said, man, that's a heck of a word. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, they were patchwork in 2021, and it worked. It worked famously, and almost it worked too well because this was proof of concept to the nth degree where they just.
But to interrupt you there for just a second, they had Buster Posey, and Belt hit 29 bombs, and Crawford had a great year. That's what's missing from, like, you know what I mean? Sorry to interrupt, but go on.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, you have to have those difference-making performances, and then it's the back half of your roster where you're doing a lot of the mixing and matching, platooning. I mean, this is I do totally understand why fans are getting tired of who's starting today? I guess it's going to be Ryan Walker tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I get it. It's not the traditional way you think about baseball. I think it's been taxing on Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. Who've had to basically, really shove every single day they pitch because those are the days you have to replenish the rest of the staff. And ultimately, what is this team's record in Logan Webb starts? I know they're under 500.
Yeah, it's under 500.
I think if Logan Webb has a Logan Webb season and you don't win more than half of his starts, that's a pretty bad indictment that you're not a good baseball team. And I think if the Giants make the playoffs, it's really, really going to be in spite of a lot of things.
Hey, last one is just Kyle Harrison. It was an interesting game Saturday in San Diego. Soto and he had a little dust up. The home runs, it's still the swing and miss stuff. I mean, seems to me like it's like I'm almost his performance on Saturday. I wasn't even discouraged. I was like, I liked a lot of it.
Felt the same way.
Other people say, nope, 4 home runs and 6 runs. That's the facts. Them's the facts, man.
He's young, but you can see what's in there.
What are you seeing, Eddie?
Yeah, he's a competitor. That's what everybody says, and that's the reason that so many people in the organization are excited about him. The fastball obviously has a lot of special characteristics, and which Matt Cain's fastball did too when he came up. But same with Jonathan Sanchez's fastball; it just gets on you quicker than you think, and has that late life. And he can throw it in the middle of the zone and get swings and misses from major league hitters. But obviously, he can get tattooed pretty good too if he's missing location, and it's always a game of adjustments, and he's probably going to have to figure out times to throw his changeup and alter his pitch mix a little bit. But he's learning on the job, and I think that when he's on, he's going to be pretty dominant, and there'll be days when he probably has a little bit of a learning experience out there, and that's true for I think every young pitcher. I remember when Tim Lincecum was in the minor leagues, and he was untouchable, just untouchable, and he came up and Shane Victorino got him, and I think Aaron Rowan got him, and he had a little bit of a rough start against the Phillies his first time up, and you look up a couple starts later, and he's throwing this changeup that you never seen before, and it's like the best pitch in the major leagues. So it's going to be. I don't think you really sort of look at Kyle Harrison's starts and you make snap judgments from start to start, or say this he's not ready or he is ready. This is the last level of development. And they know that, and in a lot of cases, that's why this year is as much about integrating young players as it is trying to compete. And now it's probably even more so just about, getting young players ready to be even better and even bigger contributors on next year's team.
All right, Andy, wide ranging. We could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, but we got to let you go. And so we'll see what happens today. 11:20, first pitch, 10:20 pregame. Alex Wood against a guy named Jordan Wicks, a young lefty for the Cubs. The Cubs have it going on. The Giants need something. Joey Bart and Luis Matos up. Pat Bailey to the concussion IL. Meckler optioned. We'll keep reading in The Athletic, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
See you,
there he
Bags.
is. I don't know, Paulie, I'm looking at the attendance. They're 17th in Major League Baseball. 17th.
I mean, again, I think about Larry Baer and the great fortune that they've had over these years in terms of attendance. But no, you're right, man. That says it all. 17th. That's a long way from that sellout streak.
Behind like Colorado.
See, I would throw something else in the mix here, too. We're talking about like the product on the field and the prices and downtown not being as popular. I'm going to throw this on the mix, on the pile as well. Like, there's no star power out there. There's no guy that people want to pay to go see.
That's the controlling thing.
Like an Ohtani. I'm just using him as an example, but they don't have like a marquee guy where you'd be like, dude, I'm paying to watch that guy play.
That's probably the number one thing. That's what you hope Kyle Harrison, Pat Bailey, and these guys turn into. Luis Matos, Marco Luciano, that whole crew. All right. Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes later today at 5 o'clock. Okay. You definitely want to hear his take.
He's the best.
On Nick Bosa. Of course, Bosa could be signed by then. Who knows? This kind of shit. Everybody's picking up. We got Tim and Manteca losing sleep.
But he's not the only one. Guys are pacing, they're rolling around. Murph, did you ever, during the Steve Young era, was there any kind of comparable holdout? I cannot remember. There could. Give me something.
I want to say Jerry.
Steve would be a good guy to talk to about that.
I remember J.J. Stokes holding out in camp.
Don't make me laugh, dude.
He did. Back then, rookies could hold out. Back now, they don't.
J.J. Stokes.
CBA.
Okay.
I want to say Jerry did one.
Jerry Rice?
It ain't what it used to be.
No.
Well, Fred Dean missed 11 games in '84.
But that team was so damn. That's an interesting point you make, though, because they went 10-1 without Fred Dean, and they won a Super Bowl.
But Bosa means more to this team than Dean did at that point in time. Yeah. He meant more in '81. All right, Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle, the man who's covered the 49ers since frickin' '89. He's got some thoughts. On Bosa. Mikey's always great. Next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union and a chance to make money and save money, just everything good with your money. We have a limited time offer from Provident Credit Union. You do not want to miss it. Introducing the Pick a Term certificate from Provident. It's all about investing on your own terms, all right? We're talking about the flexibility to choose your own investment period. Yep, with the Pick a Term certificate, you call the shots. You can select a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and enjoy an impressive annual percentage yield of 4.5%, one of the most competitive rates on the market right now. So, whether you're saving up for a short-term goal or aiming for a long-term investment, this certificate offers you the financial freedom you need to take control of your savings. But remember, this incredible offer does not last forever, so don't wait. Grow your savings today. That rate is effective September 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty. When it comes to the 49ers and controversy, nobody you want to talk to more than Mike Silver. Dude has been covering raging Niner controversies for a long time. And now we got one. Nick Bosa holding out. The effect it will have on this team, the effect it will have on the future of the franchise, the effect it will have on everybody's opinions.
The effect it's going to have on Mike Silver, the effect on Murph and Mac.
Michael, good morning. How are you?
Mikey.
I'm good. Nice lead-in song. Very appropriate right now.
We got the rejoins locked down, baby. Dude, you wrote that management must cave. You said they got to pay them, and that will come with repercussions, wouldn't it, on the future of who they can keep going forward. So is it that easy?
Well, first of all, the salary cap is mostly a myth. It exists, and yes, you can't fit everybody under there, and ultimately you may have to pay the piper somewhat, though it keeps going up. But teams largely use it as an excuse, and now we have this whole generation of weird, like, accountant, capologist fans who freak out and try to A, save Jed York's money, which is noble. It's not my money either. And B, tell you that the sky is falling. But let's just remember that the whole enunciated plan that the 49ers had was draft Trey Lance first, and then eventually it pivoted to Brock Purdy. But get a quarterback under a rookie deal so we can pay everybody. And they have paid many, many people top of market. Presumably, your best player at this age, at that position, you would pay above all else, right? So I don't think it's an issue where they don't believe they have to pay, which makes me wonder if something else is going on. And negotiations with the 49ers have been very challenging for years and years for a lot of players because of structure. George Kittle kind of broke that 3 years ago a little bit, but basically, to dumb it down, they want the ability to look around and, have the wandering eye and see if they can replace you every offseason. And they have till April 1st to decide. And if they decide to replace you, like, right up against April 1st, you're missing the free agent market, if nothing else. So it's very team-friendly, that structure. And if I'm Nick Bosa, I have so much leverage right now that I'm trying to get every single thing I can. And let me just give one last point before we get into all this. There's always this presumption that, well, the players, they should love football. They should want a team around them. I just want everyone to sit back and realize that starting in 2011, we have a system agreed to by the union where they have a rookie wage scale that is an artificially deflated set of circumstances in a prohibitive way for the player. So they're ripping these guys off, every single one of them on every rookie deal. And we see with running backs who can't get second deals how brutal that can be. So Nick Bosa's been getting ripped off for 4 years based on his production, based on what he would have gotten as the number 2 pick in the pre-existing system. This is his time to now get paid. And I'm pretty sure with $100+ million guaranteed coming, he's not sweating a game check, and nor should he. If I'm Nick Bosa, I wait until I get the deal that I think I've earned, right. And I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Wow. And at that point, I mean, just for fun, just playing this game out, wait past Sunday if you have to?
Absolutely. I mean, so we're old people, Murph, so we'll remember the famous Emmitt Smith holdout, and everyone talks about Charles Haley, and when Trey Lance got traded, they wanted to invoke Charles Haley, who forced the trade to the Cowboys and swung the balance of power in the NFL and peed on Tim Harris's car, et cetera, et cetera. Well, there's another great Charles Haley story, and that is Emmitt Smith, who was the best player or one of the best players in football at the time, held out and missed the first 2 games of, I believe, the 95 season.
That sounds right.
Mistaken.
Yeah.
Or maybe 94. And they the Cowboys had, I think it was Sherman Williams, but a replacement who was not as good as Emmitt Smith. They lost their first 2 games of the season, and after losing the second one, Charles Haley threw one of his famous locker room tantrums and carried it on with his public comments to reporters. And it was, I'll have to go back and look at the quotes, but it was like a lot of profanity and, like, to paraphrase, This is a joke. We need Emmitt in here. This sucks. And lo and behold, I think the next day, Emmitt Smith showed up with the bag. So, if I'm Nick Bosa, I'm definitely missing games. And look, this is a team that twice in a row has had really lousy starts up until the middle of the season and then turned it on. Yeah. And to their credit, almost made the Super Bowl twice, and they're that good. But do you want to play with that a third time, or do you want to be like 2019 and come out and, set a tone early. So not like that can or can't happen, with or without Bosa necessarily. But if you don't have Bosa, especially the 49ers, and you look at their edge play without him, I think you're a different team. And then, the last thing I'll say is I know a lot of other coaches, on both sides of the ball for other teams, and I know how they approach playing the 49ers. And they are mindful of all their great players and their great schemes and all the things they can do to them. And we know how physical they are. I just wrote a column about how they set a record last year because teams went 0-15 the week after they played them, which is an insane stat. But the way coaches view preparing for the 49ers and dealing with the 49ers is, how am I going to deal with Nick Bosa and then everything else is B, including Christian McCaffrey, Debo, Brock Purdy, all of it. It's like, how do I deal with this guy? Whether or not the numbers come, and they often do, they are obsessed with trying to keep him from wrecking them. And so if I'm Nick Bosa, again, I understand what I am. I understand what they are without me. I've been getting ripped off for 4 years as per the system. I've earned this. This is my time, and I want what I want. And I don't have a lot of knowledge of what they're fighting over. I presume a lot of it has to do with, wait for it, money. But I do know that, and the reason I don't know is because each side seems to have strategically decided we're going to all pretend to be quiet, and they really have. But if I'm Bosa's camp, I'm getting ready to get some stuff out there because, the pressure's not on me, it's on them.
So if you're Jed and Parag and you want to make your best case to Niner fans, what do you think their best argument would be as to why this has gone so long?
My best argument to Niner fans, if I'm Jed, is Nick Bosa's at practice today, and he's going to get about 20 to 30 snaps in passing situations on Sunday. And again, I can't tell you the specifics, but I can tell you you're not doing this right if he's not in. And I don't think we're talking about somebody who's doing something unreasonable, right? Like, pay me more than Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Donald combined and guarantee it for 20 years. Like, he wants top of market. He wants a lot of money in escrow as per NFL rules. He wants the structure the way he wants it, whatever. I think you can bridge all of that if you push hard. But the fact that the Niners are just sitting there chilling and their vibe has been, we're chilling, man, it's going to get done. I don't think if you're a Niner fan, you really love that. I mean, you said we can't afford to develop Trey Lance. We have to win now. We know you have a lot of aging players on big contracts and that this is the year, if not this year and next year, to win. We know that you've paid a lot of people, and the whole point of your model is we have a rookie contract with our quarterback so we can pay everyone. And this guy's just coming off a Defensive Player of the Year season. He's, 25, and he plays the second most important position in football. So get him in. It's easy for me to say it's not my money, but you know what? Get him in. Teams do this all the time. It's business. It's leverage. He should be in. He should be on a plane right now. Maybe he is.
I was trying to remember, so everybody says Eddie. We all romanticize Eddie so much, but he had some standoffs.
He had one with Ronnie, sure. I remember. Yeah.
He had one with Ronnie. The Vino quote. Yeah. Although that wasn't even Ronnie's money. That was Ronnie mad that he had abruptly cut the salaries of 3 other veterans that he was very close to,
right.
I believe.
Wait, what was the Vino quote? What was that? What?
Well, what happened was, it was right when I got on the beat, Murph. This was awesome. This is a great story. I'll tell you vividly. So I think it was Eric Wright, Tina, and maybe Jim Fonhorst, and I could be wrong about which 3, but he abruptly cut the salaries. This is pre-cap, by the way, and this is the most generous owner in football, but they abruptly cut the salaries of 3 veterans right before, I think it was during a mini camp. And Ronnie was angry, so he didn't show up to the first day. And no one knew what Ronnie was, but he was mad because they had done this to these other veterans. And someone got Eddie on the phone at home, and, because we didn't have cell phones back then, and he, said something on the record like, we're going to trade Ronnie Lott, or just like he flexed to Ronnie Lott, but in some seemingly incongruous way. And Ronnie showed up the next day, and he was mad. And somebody said, hey, what about Eddie DeBartolo's saying they're going to trade you? And he goes, I don't know, man. Sounded like he was having too much vino, which, using the Italian there, I was like, whoa,
Ronnie,
what am I doing?
Yeah.
And so then it was like literally maybe the first off-the-record conversation I ever had. And I think, Ronnie and Joe will laugh now that I'm sharing this. But I remember afterwards the scrum broke up because it wasn't a podium back then. It was just all of us talking to him as he came off the field. And I remember Ronnie and I and a few other people were around. I think I was the only reporter. And I was kind of like wide-eyed wondering how this had happened. And Ronnie said, man, you know what? They do this to everyone. They screw these guys, and it'll be me someday. And I kind of looked at him like, no way, dude. They're not going to screw Ronnie a lot. And he's like, I'm telling you, man, it'll happen to me one day. And Joe Montana walked up and said, and they're going to F me too one day. And I was like, yeah, right. And now, as you know, I covered the end of Ronnie Lott in San Francisco, and I covered the end of Joe Montana.
Next thing you know, Ronnie Lott's a Jet.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
No, dude, I know.
First he was a Raider, and they were rushing over to get him with a towel around him, dripping wet, because it was the only person who could calm down Charles Haley after the Raiders.
So Haley's made 2 appearances in this convo.
Somebody better get Haley on the phone.
On this.
Maybe he can be the guy.
So bottom line, Mike, you're saying this. If he's not at practice today, Jed is doing it wrong. That's it.
He's already doing it wrong that he wasn't at practice last Wednesday. But, they're doing it wrong. Now, again, this is just business. People get so emotional about this. And I feel like players are actually better about not getting emotional about it, despite what you see where they act out on social media sometimes or whatever. But in general, I think fans get the most emotional. Teams are second, or, powers that be on teams, not players, and third players. So it's business, it's leverage, it's a stare down. It is a fight over stuff that will probably get resolved. If it doesn't, he'll get traded, and it'll be a massive mistake by the 49ers, no matter what they get for him. Maybe they'll get 3 1s and a 3. Who knows? But I'm just saying, look, they made the worst trade in NFL history potentially and got away with it. They have a loaded roster of either descending or peaking players in prominent spots for the most part. They play a really physical brand of football. They've been knocking on the door. They've told you their model is, we need a quarterback on a rookie deal, translation, someone we can rip off as per the system, so we can pay our guys, translation, guys like Nick Bosa, our best player who is young and earned it and ascending. So what are you doing? I mean, like, what are you fighting over? Tell me what you're fighting over. If there's something so unreasonable that Nick Bosa is asking for, Jed, not only do I want all this money and this structure, but I want you to walk around in a tutu carrying my bags in front of everyone. Like, what? Tell us what it is.
Right.
Break that sacred code that we're not going to, talk about this, and tell us what's up. Because if I'm a fan, I want to know why Nick Bosa's not on the field against the Steelers, who are going to run at Drake Jackson and Cleveland Farrell all day long and see if they can stand up like Nick Bosa. Spoiler alert. They cannot.
Oh, man, very good. Outstanding takes, and I think most people agree with you, buddy. So there you go. Can't wait to read Mikey in the Chronicle. And thanks, bud.
All right, thanks, guys.
That was
awesome.
See you, man. All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
All righty. Well, Mikey says they're doing it wrong unless he's on the field. It's as simple as that. That's what he's saying. Meanwhile, the Giants, they're doing everything wrong. They're losing all the time. They go today at 11:20, 10:20 first pitch. And here's the news in case you just missed it. Pat Bailey to the concussion IL. Thumbs down on that one. Joey Bart called up, and he's starting today, by the way.
Let's go, Joey.
How about that?
Back in the bigs.
And then they sent down Wade Meckler and called up Luis Matos. So no shortage of stuff going on, and we get ready for Papa and Lon. Do we have the great...
I see Greg right there.
We got them both.
Oh, Johnny, too.
John there.
How you boys doing?
John's on Bosa watch.
Hey, kids. Yeah.
How you boys doing? What do you think,
What's
Greg?
happening?
What's the news? There's no Bosa. There's no Bosa.
Not yet. They're not practicing till 1:48 today, so you never know.
Okay. All right.
What if a helicopter landed right on the field in Santa Clara and he came out and put on 97?
I just saw a story that says Chiefs D lineman Chris Jones updates local reports. It's always been my goal.
The charity event. What did he say?
He says it's always been my goal to be a chief for life. So
okay,
you know, is that an olive branch?
Is
that an olive branch? Is that a?
When does he play tight end? Tomorrow night. He can do that.
Ooh.
Travis Kelsey hyperextended his knee.
How about that?
Yeah, good call.
So we asked for the face-off at the end of our show yesterday with Copes. John and I asked, so what's going to happen first? The Giants win a game.
Oh, boy.
Or Bosa signs.
Legitimate question.
Today's the day, boys. You got to win today.
Legitimate question. Because they have a day off tomorrow, so if the Giants lose today, that's two more days right there. You know what I mean? You get 2 for 1 in that case.
Do I sense optimism there, Greg? G-Pop?
In what regard? Giants winning a game or Bosa signing? Bosa's going to sign eventually, right? He's not going to hold out the whole year.
Yeah, but he might
pull a Fred Dean.
Silver was indicating to us he would miss week 1 easily.
Who said that?
Silver.
A lot of people said
Silver?
that.
Yeah. So if he misses week 1 easily, that means the Giants won't win through the weekend.
Which would be a
problem. So I'm going to go with the Giants win a game.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mike's just getting that from his pot-smoking buddy, Tim Kawakami.
That's for you media trivia heads out there. John Herrera. What was that, 95?
I don't know. I don't know. It's all a time warp, Murph. I don't know.
All right.
I lost track.
Well, it might happen during your show. You guys will get the little Fox News chime. Who knows?
We got 20 minutes today. We're done at 10:20.
Oh, geez, that's right.
We got a day ball, Murph.
I thought about that.
At Wrigley.
All right, we'll do your 20
it's clear
minutes.
Today in Chicago. It's not going to get cloudy till late afternoon. So
should be gorgeous.
Have a good show, boys.
All right, boys, you got 20 minutes.
Is John Lund there? Is he awake? John,
yeah, I'm good to go.
Make sure you're
nice.
Hey, I got all sorts of goodies. Let's go.
He's got diamond notes today. So
yeah, I've got them too. I got a lot of them.
Best 20 minutes of your life coming your way right now after we tell you. Thank you, Greg, Marcus. Time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut?
You guys are terrible evaluators and go f*** yourself.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Lamont Wade Jr., left-handed hitter, the right-hander, Hendricks pitches. There's a shot! Deep right center field, and goodbye! Over the 368-foot marker, and way up into the bleachers, halfway, maybe a little more than that. And on the first pitch of the game, the Giants have a 1-0 lead.
Gomes lines it to left. Jock Peterson dives and can't get it. And it's going to go to the wall. 1 run in. 2 runs home into second. Gomes has a double. The Cubs have the lead.
Swing, line drive up the middle. Base hit center field. That's going to be another run. Swanson around third, heading home. The throw comes in, cut off behind the mound by Davis. They can't get Seiya Suzuki out. It's 11-7 Cubs.
That was a potential concussion after a slide into the plate. I think he took a shoulder to the chin and was a little bit lightheaded. We had to get him out of there. And so we'll keep checking on him and obviously report back as we have more information.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are.
That is Mike Tomlin. He is great. You heard John Miller, the first pitch of the game. The Wrigleyville wasn't even in its seats yet, and Lamont Wade Jr. hit that home run, but then the Jock misplay and left, an extra hitch on a throw. Junis doesn't knock down a ball. Schmidt's throw home. Meckler's playing too deep, and the Giants lose again, and now it's 70-69 for a team that was 500 last year. The good news and what Mike Tomlin was referring to, and Matty Mayoko refreshed our memories, 2 years ago, T.J. Watt signed on this very Wednesday before Week 1, playing in 69 of 85 defensive snaps. That's 81%, 2 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. So it can be done. We only got 20 minutes, so we got to hurry. Good morning, my friend.
How are you, John?
Good.
Did you mention Jack Peterson in left field at all?
Yes, I did. I did. I think Dave was being very nice when he said he dove for that ball. He flailed for that ball. It was terrible. And wind or not, that was horrible, and that kind of typified what they did last night.
Well, there was two. I mean, the one early in the game when he dove forward in the gap in left center, he didn't get there. And then the ball in the wind, the hawk is blowing out, and it certainly helped Yazball in the basket. And as you mentioned, Lamont on the first pitch of the game, all we've been talking about all week, no Bosa, no runs. They scored 8 runs yesterday and hit 4 home runs, and they still lost the game. And Jock just should not be in the outfield. That's the bottom line. I understand, you want Wilmer and him in the lineup. Wilmer's in today at first base. The lefty's going Wicks, who's got a nasty changeup, by the way. So Jock's not in. But it just is not a good look. He's fallen all over the place. But to me, John, it was the 2 bad throws from third base that were more. I mean, the Jock play obviously is terrible, both of them. The first one was a hard ball. He dove forward late. But the second one, the wind just took it. He just shouldn't be out there. But J.D. Davis holding the ball and not throwing on to first base, and Nico Horner, what base running that guy's got. Just taking off and beating it out and then getting a read. And, you blew it. You coughed up a 3-0 lead, and then later you coughed up the big lead. J.D. Davis finally hits a home run for the first time since August the 7th. And I got to get on your boy and my boy, because we were talking about him before Ellie De La Cruz came up. We said, does Casey Schmidt have the best throwing arm of any infielder we've seen since the great Cubby Shawan Dunston? Well, the throw to the plate, John, watch that back. Candelaria is at third, and he's on his back foot. He does not take the crow hop coming forward.
He's got plenty of time, by the way.
He had plenty of time, and he just bounced the ball. And he has gotten better offensively, and Casey's back in there. He's actually batting 7th today and playing third base. But his defense has not been as strong. I mean, the one thing about his throwing arm, it's a laser. I mean, before De La Cruz came up and was hitting, and he's had some throws close to 100 on relays and cutoffs to the plate, but on infield throws, Casey, set the highest ever in the StatCast era. So the velo's there, but he's not as accurate. He's bouncing a lot of throws, and this is where Patrick Bailey got hurt, John, on the play at the plate. And watching it, you could see Candelaria kind of graze him, and then he kind of bobbled back. And watching it back this morning with the knowledge of the concussion, when he went out to the mound, he looked fine, but he came out of the game. So he's on the 7-day injured list concussion. So does that mean he misses the entire homestand? I mean, 7 days. Can he play next week against Cleveland? I don't even know how that works. When does the 7-day start? I think he'd come back for that day game when we're on the patio, John, but he's going to miss the entire Colorado series, the first 2 against Cleveland. And that's if he clears. Mike Matheny, we've seen catchers
Brandon
here.
Belt took forever.
Brian Bell,
ago.
Joe Panic. Who was the one catcher that kept getting
the A's,
hit?
John Jaso, wasn't it? John Jaso?
No, the Giants had a catcher after Mike Matheny who
yeah.
perpetually got concussed. Anyway, we know how this could linger. I mean, let's just hope he comes back. They were just talking about playing him, and they already are. Day games after night games and just running him out there.
Kepler said it the other day that he was going to play.
No, he's not. And Joey Bart is back, and Joey is in the lineup today. So the two moves today, Bailey, 7-day IL, Joey up, and then Wade Meckler goes back down to AAA, and they bring up Luis Matos, and Matos is in the lineup today, hitting 6th. So, it goes Slater, Estrada, Flores, Haniger, J.D. Davis, DHing, Matos, Schmidt, DeYoung, your guy, who had a 3-hit game right away, and he's done next to nothing since. And then Joey, and talking to Zach Beyruti, the voice of the Rivercats, texting him this morning, he slept in Vegas today. Very odd. I said, how is Joey swinging it? And Zach said, actually swinging it well of late, good plate discipline, and some knocks. His only AB last night, he lined out to left at 113 miles per hour, and he also hit a grand slam last Wednesday in Sacramento. So a week later, he's in the big leagues. We'll see what the wind is doing if it's blowing out. But I'm not going to call last night the worst loss of the year, but it was a very bad time to have a very bad loss late in the year. They haven't won in September yet.
No, and again, now they're 70 and 69. They're lucky that the teams around them aren't good, but there are some teams starting to surge, and I I don't see with this. I know what they did last night, but with this offense, but then they don't get any defense. Here's the other thing that spills into today. Alex Wood is going to start for the first time since July 21st when he took on the Nationals and lost 5-3. Wasn't very good. He on average on a start, he'll give you about 75 pitches. So how are you going to fill that out? Because you used both Rogers. You used Walker, who, by the way, started out 7-0 as an opener. Now has lost his last 5. Other than Duvall and Minaya, you used up a lot of your pen. You lose Jackson last night. Didn't lose him, but you used him. So how much are you going to have in the chamber today? And is the wind blowing in or out? Because if it is blowing out, and another thing that confused me last night is we talked about Gabe Kapler yesterday. He was putting defensive replacements in a game in the 6th inning, and it was 6-4 with the wind blowing out in Wrigley. What are you doing? Keep your sticks in the lineup.
Yeah,
I didn't understand that.
And also letting Tyler Rogers go out for the second inning. But, Carlos Carran broke it down on Postgame Live. His numbers are actually decent when he goes out with 2 ups. But right away, Rosario got him recently in Atlanta. And then, last night he gives it up. So it's just whatever button he's pushing or not pushing, it is just not winning. It's just not working. They're not winning. And as far as, Alex Wood, he's going to go through the lineup twice if he's pitching well. But history shows they're not going to allow him to go through the lineup a third time. So we'll see. They're off tomorrow. All we've been saying since this brutal stretch, and really it goes back to the A's. When they went to Oakland on August the 5th, that's where this whole thing has spiraled downward, with the exception of winning the first 2 against Cincinnati last week at home. They've lost every single series, and the competition was rugged. I mean, Philly, Atlanta, obviously. And so all we said, especially going into Atlanta, don't get swept. Well, they did not, but they lost the first 2. Don't get swept in Philadelphia. Well, they did not, but they lost the first 2. Don't get swept at home against Atlanta. Well, they did not, but they lost the first 2. And now today, don't get swept in Wrigleyville. We don't want them to, hang a W again and sing, "Go, Cubs, go." It's getting kind of annoying. But they're one of the best teams in baseball, John, since middle July. So the whole thing is flipped. And I know you're saying there's flawed teams around them. The Marlins are playing a lot better. Clayton Kershaw's throwing like 85 last night. They beat the Dodgers. And Cincinnati gets a walk-off late. So, Arizona, we'll see when the Giants face them in a couple of weeks. It may not matter if you don't get yourself straight, but those teams are playing well enough to open up a little bit of a separation. I mean, you've lost Philly and Chicago, so don't get swept today. But the big concern is Bailey. 7 days? That means he's going to miss almost the entire homestand, or maybe the entire homestand. Can they get him back when we're on the patio a week from today when they wind up the stand against Terry Francona in Cleveland?
Absolutely. By the way, record since the deadline now, the Giants have dropped to a tie with Kansas City. They're 12-21. Only the White Sox, Colorado, and L.A. are worse. The Cubs, on the other hand, are 22-11. But the reason I'm saying these things about these teams that are struggling, Miami's 14-17 since the deadline. They haven't been very good. You should have taken advantage of that. You didn't. Arizona's 14-18. Cincinnati's 14-19. I mean, the teams around them are playing a little bit better now. Cincinnati's playing better. Miami, as you said, is playing better. Arizona's a little bit up and down, but 12-21 since the All-Star break for the Giants. They needed help at the deadline. They didn't get it. I know we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Farhan spoke. John Shea's got a piece up right now. But, man, lots of problems for the Giants. We got day baseball coming up for you early from Wrigley Field at 11:20, and we'll update you on Nick Bosa before we get out of here. We'll do it all next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Giants rookie catcher Patrick Bailey just placed on the 7-day injured list with concussion syndromes. Check out that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, your old pal John Lund here from my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, that's different. They're based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. That's better. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, they're playing all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place for all. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than, get this, over $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Against Luke Jackson, who winds and throws. Candelario hits a high fly ball. Left field, not that deep. Jock Peterson coming in, and now he can't catch it. The ball gets pushed by the wind, and he came too far in, tried to backpedal and catch it, and he falls down. Candelario's going to end up at second with a pop-up double.
I'd rather have a bleacher bum in any of the vicinities play left than Jock Peterson. Can we stop seeing that?
He's not in left today.
Thank God.
He's not in left today.
My
So
car
you mean to
can't
tell
handle
me,
it.
John, at Palo Alto High School, he was a better wide receiver than Devontae
But he can't
Adams?
catch that with a glove?
Well, how many LBSs has he gained since those days? Seriously.
I remember
What do you think
you
he weighed
back
his senior year in high school? $180?
No.
What is he now?
Well, the thing that I was explaining to my wife last night, and it didn't make sense to me either, is we saw him on FanFest Day when you kept saying, "What's he going to look like? What's he going to look like?" And I thought he looked okay. I thought
He was all mummied up. What do you mean?
Okay,
he had
you're
layers
right.
on?
It
I
was
couldn't
cold.
tell.
It was cold. But I thought during the season, well, I guess Pablo did the same thing because he crushed the spread and then ate pizza and stuff. But, like, during the season, don't you lose weight? Like, aren't you in there and you got all the nutritionalists and
Not in baseball.
you're
You
running
want to
around
work
and you're
after.
working out? Like, I mean, in the off season, you'd gain weight. That's pretty easy. I don't know. I don't know anything. It just
In the off season, you gain weight?
I just thought maybe during the season you'd
No,
lose
they
a little bit of
they
weight.
work out in the off season.
Don't you work
He's
out?
not doing it
Yeah,
now.
I guess. Whatever it is, it's
So
not
he
good.
had 30 catches his senior year for 650 yards and 9 touchdowns.
There had to be windy days. On those days, the ball's up in the air, right?
He didn't have a
adjusted,
great
make
quarterback,
catches.
I think. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Joey Bart's going to go yard today, John. That's my prediction.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Will they get a win?
Will
Who's gonna
Bosa
get it?
sign by 1:40
Yeah, that's what I was
practice?
just going to say.
What's going to happen first?
Please text me first when you find anything out. All right,
He's
we
got
got
Jordan Wicks as a nasty,
he's-
nasty changeup and
he's
easy
good.
gas at 95. He'll hit him.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow in person. You and I will be together with Tim Ryan, who I saw briefly yesterday. We'll get all into the 49ers, and hopefully by then we can talk about Nick Bosa on the field. I got diamond notes and more for you. Get you ready for day baseball. The Giants need one before they head home. Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.